In my past life, I was a brilliant leader assassinated by political forces. Never thought after dying, I would be reborn as a goblin named Game. But my luck's bad, I am the lowest of the low goblins. Every day, I work like a beast, early to late, and still can't get enough to eat. If I do not get the PI plant, I am sure to get beaten up by the gang. Only the orange team beats us with their electric whips, while the noble elites exploit us without lifting a finger. As a modern guy who knows Joshi's ideals, I just can't accept that. Here, my sister and I get bullied a lot because we are weak. Among them, the worst thief and exploiter is Jack. Sure enough, not long after, Jack shows up with his crew to collect protection fees. But this time, I stayed calm and used mind control magic on him. Even if you keep doing this, you want to get much and still have to pay protection money upstairs. Why not try hunting monsters? Risky. But the payoff's bigger. Goblins are not the brightest. But that made sense to them. So I became their strategist and laid out a detailed plan. There is a giant blind cave monster that hunts by sound. With our weak weapons, we can attack it head on because its armor is too tough. My goal is to lure it into the acid pit and push it in. Everyone will dig along the path, throwing bones to distract it. But someone has to bait it into the acid. It won't go in on its own. That sneaky Jack tried to use me as bait. But Groza's sister stepped up to protect me. He is still hurt, so I will take over. Of course, I won't let my sister risk herself. I confidently took the bait role and told Jack, "Hold the door when I get back." I knew that Jerk would ditch us once the plan started. But he is still green and predictable. I read him like a book. Meanwhile, the monster's showing off its shiny front teeth. If a reputable house like ours gets taken down by one hit, we are done for. I started testing the group when the monster gets close. Throw bones to lure it. Sav's in charge of herding it into the cave and rolling the ball. Sav grumbled. Why me? Then the guy next to him slapped his shoulder. You brag about your speed, prove it. Don't move until you hear the signal. We will lure it to the acid pit. Jack will lock it in. Got it. Even Jack had to admit, the plan was not half bad for a dumb guy. After a while, the whole crew got to work. Sav nervously hid behind a rock, watching Jack's moves. Then the monster lunged at him fast, making the young guy panic and scramble away like a scared bird. After running for his life to a pile of bones, Sav grabbed one and threw it at the monster. He shut his eyes tight, waiting for the sting. But nothing happened. Turns out Jack heard the noise and bailed without even looking back. Meanwhile, Jack stood guard on the other side. I signaled that he was coming. He sneered, thinking once he took out Jack, he would get rid of me too and claim all the credit. I just tapped a bone on the ground. Even Jack looked worried, glancing toward the dark, bloody scene. Then, in seconds, the monster snarled and charged at us. But Jack did not panic. He just chuckled. Then he smashed the bone toward the monster, shattering it. Your turn. Game. Once it hits the acid, I will lock us both in. It kills you. Then the acid kills it. But the plan did not go as expected. The monster stopped. It stared at him, making Jack nearly soil himself. Suddenly, Hero Game appeared and caught its attention. Jack, run. We will herd it in. Jack used every ounce of strength he had left to sprint back, wondering why the monster did not follow the sound. I urged him, hurry. Get inside. Once he and the monster were in, I quickly locked the door behind them. Turns out it was all part of the game's plan. Idiot. Next time you plot something, try not to be so obvious. That is when everyone rushed over. Jack, where are you? How's the game? Thank the gods. You're okay? Well, the game looked like someone just lost their last grain of rice. Sorry. He made noise, so it followed him. It fell into a pit, but Jack got caught. So I had to lock them both up. Listen, I do not want a reward. Just tell the supervisor I killed Jack. All I can do is show my last respect for Jack's sacrifice. May the gods honor his courage. Then they believed we escaped. You are good at this game. We won't forget. I will just take my sister and hope the gods bless you. After they left, his sister finally asked quietly, what is the truth? Did Jack really sacrifice himself? He just brushed it off. Well, maybe it was bad luck. That bug must have been following not just the sound but the scent too. Who knows? She did not press further. Yeah, karma's a bitch. Then they left. But the doubt in her heart would not fade. Cut to Rosa urging the game. What is wrong? Eat up. A fat bug lay on the plate. He just could not swallow it. Seriously, I can eat this. She insisted. Come on. It is your favorite. I even saved you the head. He pushed the plate away. No thanks. But Rosa stabbed the bug with a knife, determined to make him eat it. Reluctantly, he agreed just to get it over with. He brought the bug close, clamped his mouth shut to keep quiet. His eyes showed pure horror. There was no way he could eat that nightmare. He looked at her with a pitiful expression. Rosa. She grabbed the knife. After the acid pit incident, I am sure you are not the game. You are a demon. He tried to explain. Rosa. Put the knife down. I am not a demon. I can prove it. But Rosa was not convinced. Prove it then. He hesitated, then suddenly remembered something. Melon powder. She did not get it. What? I will drink the melon powder we got last year mixed with holy water, according to the rules. That should exorcise a demon. Right. If I burst into flames. Then your brother's toast. If not. You have to believe me. Deal. Rosa hesitated. I do not know. He did not hesitate. All right, let us do it. I will get it. He quickly sprinkled the powder into a cup. He wanted to make sure she would not back out. Once I drink this, you have to believe I am not a demon. Okay. Rosa still clutched the knife. Actions speak louder than words. Though panicked inside, he kept a calm face. Hopefully, this exorcism is just superstition. Otherwise, I am done. She could not help but worry as he started to change. Game. What is happening? Are you a demon? Turns out he just hated the weird taste. Gross. Rosa got mad and punched him. Game. You idiot. He was thrilled. She called him Game. She believed him. No more doubts. You really are Game. He joked. Nope. Einik. The dreamer from another world. Rosa just laughed. Tainik. Ah. Why pick a lazy god? Game relaxed. Chatting with her. Well, I do like being lazy. Rosa. Still skeptical about life. Said. Okay. Now I believe you are my brother. But why have you been so different since you recovered? This time. Be honest. Game thought carefully. His father once said something similar. Maybe Goza would understand better. He calmly sat at the table and admitted a truth. He had memories from another life. He even doubted himself. It felt like drifting in nothingness. Then his body was swept by a river into a light. After touching the light, he woke up with a headache and these foreign memories. He recounted everything he remembered. That is all I know. I swear. She jumped onto the table. Gods. Do you know what that means? Game. Since ancient times, gods and their warriors have been reborn in mortal bodies. They possess powers beyond imagination, superhuman strength, irresistible charm, even the ability to alter reality. After hearing that story, Goza was a bit doubtful and asked, do you think you are one of the chosen ones? Goza hesitated. Then asked, yeah. I mean, it has been a long time since someone showed up. Do you have any special abilities? He crossed his arms, listing what he could think of. Like, can you run faster than an arrow, stronger than a herd of horses, or jump over a deep chasm in a single step, things like that. After hearing that, she nodded, signaling those were exactly the kinds of abilities she meant. Goza asked excitedly, so do you have any? Game shook his head firmly. Hearing that, she hesitated a bit and said, well, maybe you are just a lost soul. Rosa spoke up to explain. Lost souls are born with a second memory but no power. Very few of them gain fame, unless they inherit memories from great leaders or legendary craftsmen. Understanding what a lost soul meant, his voice tinged with sadness. So I really am a lost soul. Sorry to disappoint you. Hearing that, her expression darkened, and with a tired voice she said, thank the gods. We do not need another chosen one. But please, do not tell anyone about this. If the overseers find out you are holding secrets about the treasure, do you know what would happen? His face turned serious as he answered. I would be tortured, killed, or used for experiments. Right. Hearing that, she quickly covered her mouth, terrified, and stopped. I do not want to hear any more. If you really have any special powers, please, never let it slip. Game crossed his arms, looking at Rosa's worried face. Confident. Do not worry. I am not stupid. I would like to keep all 10 fingers and toes. Thank you very much. She placed a plate of something on the table. Worried. If anyone sees you using your powers, I do not know what will happen. Hearing that, Game imagined some goblin discovering his secret. He would take that guy out immediately. Just thinking about it made him uneasy, sweat breaking out on his face. Game said awkwardly, yeah. I do not really know either. Walking over to stand by the table, he looked at Rosa and quietly said, that is why I did not want to tell you. I did not want to make you worry more. Those words reassured her a bit. She replied softly, I understand. Rosa turned to ask, so whose memories do you carry? You act like nobility, but you do not come off as arrogant at all. Hearing that, Game suddenly recalled past events, his eyes briefly sad, a voice tinged with regret. I am not nobility. These memories belong to another life. In a different society. He was a rebel. Someone who tried to make his world better. She wiped her hands with a cloth. Then asked, what happened to him? Game almost slipped up but stopped just in time. Made a mistake, recalling the memory. Game explained. He was assassinated by nobles who opposed what he was trying to do. Hearing that, Goza's expression darkened slightly. I see. Suddenly, she changed the subject. You are not planning to go up against the Blue Jackets. Are you? Hearing that, Game scoffed. How dumb do you think I am? As soon as he said that, she looked at Game with judgment in her eyes. Seeing that look, he quickly looked away. Embarrassed. Yeah. Fair enough. Game explained why he would not fight the Blue Jackets. He is not a warrior with weapons or armor. He has no army or mages under his command. So he does not think he will be overthrowing anyone. Confused, she asked again. Mages. What is that? He explained gently. They are people who use magic. Like wizards. But more methodical, less about souls. More about magical energy. Hearing that, Goza's face showed surprise. You talk like you really know magic. At that moment, she realized something was off and asked again. Wait, you do not actually know magic. Do you? He pointed at himself and challenged her. Do you feel me using magic? Based on what she would sense before, she was a bit confused. Stammering. I do not think so. Game pulled out a chair and sat down calmly. Then said. All right, then stop jumping to conclusions. If you knew how to use magic, would not I have felt it by now? That is why they are holding us back. Right. The Bogey tribe can sense magic through our bloodline. We are useful, but easily replaced. Hearing that, she had no choice but to accept. Yeah. Suddenly, Groza called out to you. Worried. Her face darkened as she spoke seriously. Promise me something. Okay, at that moment. You still did not understand why Groza was acting like that, so you asked? Curious. What? She looked at you sincerely, lips pressed tight. Pleading. Please, do not change anymore. All right. Suddenly, you reached out softly, saying, Come here. Surprised. You hugged Groza tightly. She looked shocked. Not knowing what was happening, you held her close. Voice gentle. I promise. No matter what happens, I will always be your big brother. Cut to rose petals drifting softly in the breeze as Vaughn suddenly wakes up in the hospital bed. He shields his eyes from the sunlight streaming in, looking around in confusion. Muttering. Where? Brutus sees Vaughn awake and about to move, rushing over to stop him. Wait. Do not move too much. You are hurt bad. Your condition's still critical. Continuing from the last episode, Vaughn wakes up and, seeing the person in front of him, can't he believe it? Whispering the name. Brutus. Hearing that he still recognizes him, Brutus smirks with a hint of pride. That is, Vaughn still can't grasp what happened. Rubbing his forehead. Questioning himself? Was it all just a dream? Sora asks curiously. What did you dream about? He laughs loudly. Then says. You would not believe it. Vaughn lies back. Half joking. Half serious. A messed up dream about the other world. And I even became a slave. A bright red rose branch beside the bed seems to hint at something. He recounts his dream. I was not even human. Just imagine that. She looks at him incredulously. Sounds crazy. Vaughn expected that reaction. So he is not too surprised. Calmly. He says. I know. You two gotta help me out. I need to get out of bed and head to the council right now. As he says that, Vaughn suddenly sees his hands turn into goblin hands. And the image before him blurs. Shocked. Ku freezes for a moment. His eyes, which had a flicker of joy, suddenly go blank. Vaughn looks coldly at the goblin hands and says sadly, This is a dream. Right. It has to be. Brutus, struggling to keep his voice steady, says, Sorry. My friend. There is nothing we can do. His eyes can hide the sadness and disappointment as he stammers. I miss you both so much. Sora's face shows sorrow too, unable to stand by Vaughn. She says regretfully, We miss you too. You will do well in this new life. Right. Promise me. Hearing that, Vaughn can stay down. He pulls himself together. Smiling confidently. I will. You can count on me, before disappearing completely. They leave their final words with absolute trust. Change this world for the better, he laughs lightly. Sarcastic. Is that a question? More than anyone. You two should know I am going to shake this world to its core. Suddenly, Brutus points to one side, saying, We will come back to visit you. My friend. Vaughn's gaze lingers on Gem. Brutus continues. But for now, he is the one walking with you. Gem looks at him blankly. Vaughn frowns. Annoyed. Really? Can't it be someone less troublesome? Gem comes from the forest edge to Vaughn. Glaring. Feeling Vaughn's words cut deep. He snaps. Wait. I have feelings too. You know. Vaughn glances over. Asking. So you are still here? Gem shrugs. Teasing. Of course. This is my body after all. Vaughn says seriously. Sorry. But a team can only have one leader. You need to rest. Gem points at himself. Protesting. But this is my body. Vaughn nods. Smiling softly. and I will take good care of it. But we both know you can change your own fate. I can. After hearing Vaughn's words, Jem's eyes grew thoughtful. Hesitant. I guess that is right. Suddenly, he reached out and gently patted his shoulder. Vaughn looked at Jem with certainty and said encouragingly, "You will rise. You will be remembered for a long time." Hearing that, he pleaded, "Can you do one thing for me? Be honest with my sister. I do not want to see her get hurt." He replied confidently, "I never had a sister. But I will take care of her like family. I promise you that. I will make this world a better place." Suddenly, a flicker of sadness crossed Vaughn's eyes, his voice faltering. "Because of you and her." Hearing his certainty, Jem smiled brightly and said, "Then I will trust you." "Thanks." Vaughn quickly responded with gratitude. "Thank you." A rose petal fell, and time shifted once again. Dawn broke through the clouds, starting a new day. Cut to Jem and Rosa walking toward somewhere. Here, he saw others like himself. She nudged his hand playfully, teasing, "I can't believe you woke up before me today, even cleaned up and made breakfast. Were you a servant in your past life or something?" Hearing that, Jem raised an eyebrow and called out, "Jura." Rosa grinned. "Just kidding. I won't tease you about that anymore." Suddenly, a voice called out loudly from behind them. "Hey." Both startled. They turned around. When they turned, they saw Kui approaching, asking with surprise. "Surprised? I thought you were dead." Rosa beamed happily and called out. Kui smiled back at the joke. "Not yet. And want to be anytime soon if I still have strength." She excitedly ran over, eagerly telling him what happened. "You won't believe what went down yesterday. You know the gang of three, right? One of them came after Jem." He watched how close Rosa was with Kui. Silently recalling Kai's background, he was a supervisor, a friend of Jem and Rosa's father, Gat, who had cared for them since their parents died 2 years ago in a spirit beast attack. Strange to see a supervisor so close to slaves. But there are good people everywhere. Suddenly, Kai asked, "Is it true you helped take down that cricket?" Jem shrugged, replying plainly, "I just ran faster than them." Hearing that, Kui laughed heartily. "That is the Jem I know. No one runs faster than you." Kui began assigning tasks. "Good. I do not want to waste time marking lazy people. There is a lot to do today. Rosa, the mushroom fields need you. And you." Both stood at attention, ready to take on their duties for the day. Cut to a long line of goblin slaves standing in formation, each holding tools to mine underground minerals. Nearby, Kiki whispered scheming plans, claiming he had no points but had a sister, and said, "Pay up." He spoke arrogantly. "We take all kinds of payments." Then suddenly, Jika's arm grabbed Kiki's neck roughly. With force, he slammed Kiki's head to the ground, knocking Sorozo over too, his eyes filled with menace. Voice hoarse but threatening, "I told you. No women." Kiki looked terrified. Stammering, Jik said, "We are on the same side. We do not buy or sell to them." He stepped forward, raising a hand to stop. Jik, let go. If he gets hurt, the supervisors will get involved." Hearing this, Juk said nothing, staring coldly at him, as if daring him to shut his full mouth. Seeing that look, Kiki froze, lips pressed tight, eyes wary. Then Juk released him. Kiki crawled on the ground, leaving a trail of strawberry syrup with a pained expression. Vixie turned around, issuing a threat. "Next time, I will throw you to the spirit beasts." He sat beside Kiki, speaking softly. "Sorry, Big Brother's tough about women. His dad died early, and his mom had to take extra jobs to support the family." Hearing that, Kiki looked curious. "She is gone." VC muttered, recalling his past. "Yeah, there is a dark spot. It can be healed, but it takes points. Big Brother tried to save her, but all the old clients avoided us." You look at the group of green goblins and say, "No green goblin would ever admit to having a good time with the gray one." And looks at Kiki's face, seeing the hatred in his eyes, and speaks up to remind him. "Big Brother's still bitter about that, just so you remember." You walk over to him, hesitating before advising. "Big Brother, you have got to stop now. If you do not control yourself, we will lose more people to those grays." Then you turn back and ask about that Kiki guy from earlier. "Did you lay down the rules for him yet?" And then immediately nods firmly. "Yeah. I told everyone sure. They can steal and run as much as they want, but no touching women. Not now." You also explain why some like him are the way they are. They know the rules. But they are men, right? They have got enough pain to feed both their heads at once. He does not even bother with what him just said. Visi sticks to his point, bluntly saying, "I do not want that kind of loser in my crew. Let Virgi deal with him." You quickly jump in to defend Kiki. "Big Brother, do not be like that. Lead. No people. No crew. And we are already falling behind Vitha. At that moment, he spots. His eyes filled with a hint of contempt. Says, "Look, there is that bug he likes." He is turning back. Meanwhile, on your side, it seems you are having trouble with some others. Him sees Vit step up to protect the weak. Surprised. Says, "Where did this bug find the guts?" You wonder a bit. "I have never understood why you hate that kid so much." Vic says nothing. But there is something in his eyes that is hard to explain. Watching you stand up for others now makes Jiek feel something unspoken. He recalls how Vijay looked as a kid when others bullied him. The scared, crying you back then, when Vijay was about to get beaten. You just shut your eyes tight, clutching your food, ready to take the hit, but Vijay waited and nothing happened. He finally dared to peek with one eye, and surprise spread across his face. Youngo VC had already taken down the bullies in the blink of an eye. He reached out to help you up and got Vet away from the bullies, but after that, something happened that made Vaficha realize the saying good deeds often get punished. He learned that the day he helped Vite, continuing from before, Vasi recalls when he and Vit were close brothers. Vet was not like me, but we were still brothers. Over the years, they grew up side by side. Vitsi had what you had, but then one day, everything came to an end. A grey goblin army appeared. According to his story, during the annual expedition down to the depths to wipe out the heap line and other beasts. Vedhan and I led the charge with Vugak and his soldiers. The goblins thought we would die for them. But I trained my people to keep themselves alive. They faced spider-like monsters, and everyone united for a glorious victory. Going deeper, he and Vit saw something dazzling, like a forest inside the cave. The trees growing everywhere. The grey goblin army slowly advanced inside. When we had to retreat, they split into scouting teams. Ours was sent to the farthest end. Gun went to the lake nearby, while Vujika headed to the other side of the cave. Despite your worry, Rumsey's face showed excitement to be on the front line. Knowing he would face the greatest danger, Vit asked to go with Gyn, wanting Vut to be safest. He sent him off with another group. I wanted him safe, so I agreed right away, as Varchi expected. And I guessed right. A pack of hip line ambushed us, forcing us to break through on our own. After that attack, many were wounded, and the tension and alertness around us grew sharper. To now, he seems to see something terrifying, making Runsi's face pale with shock and disbelief. Guen's group was slaughtered, and Vit vanished completely. One of them spotted something behind the bushes. Approaching to check, Rux saw a small a footprint left in the mud. I do not care who took him. I just want my brother back. When he got there, Rafli saw a grey goblin with the exact same build as Vet. He was heartbroken, could not believe his eyes, and slowly moved closer to check. But before he could check your wound, with his light touch, Ruti sensed something rushing straight at him. Without wasting a move, he easily caught the spear tip. Ruti's eyes flashed with anger. Teeth clenched tight as he snapped the spear in two. Meanwhile, V approached. Hands hidden, surrounding us 2 against 1. We were outnumbered, but my soldiers know how to fight. Those guys do not. Just one solid strike from V per C is enough to shatter weaklings like that spear. His gaze suddenly shifted. Now he and his men charged forward with fierce determination. His sharp face showed pure rage, eyes wide open, staring down the enemy without a hint of fear. Suddenly, he felt a sharp pain in his side. VC collapsed, a wound bleeding profusely. His eyes filled with panic, slowly looking up. He could not believe it was Vite who stabbed him from behind. He felt so foolish and blind. The goblin troops formed a protective formation inside. Suddenly, one jumped high, holding a spear in hand. It threw it hard, hitting an enemy soldier outside. After throwing, it clumsily landed, then looked back, startled by something. It quickly called its comrades and pointed in that direction. Basik knelt before Vil. Vid held Rakshi's weapon, shouting a threat. Stop, or you want him alive. Then stop. The goblins under Ruxa hesitated immediately. Vix, restrained by Vet, asked in disappointment. Well, Vet sneered sharply. Sorry Vivix. Being friends with you never got me the life I wanted. Vivi offered a better deal. Vix, hurt, stammered. We are brothers. Vuddy's eyes turned dangerous. Anger flaring. Brothers. You really think that, in his memory? Vitsi sat on a chair surrounded by women and servants. Vit sat hidden among the crowd. Bitterly thinking. Everything is easy for him. Women. Friends. Power. I am just living in his shadow. But then I realized I have something precious, something everyone wants but few have. Your trust. And I used it to get what I truly wanted. V went to negotiate with V, who pointed a weapon at him. Back to reality. V mockingly told Rux. Don't he worry. I will tell your sister you died saving the whole group from those goblins. He leaned close, asking. She will be grateful. You know. And she has got a beautiful body. In another scene, everything turned black and white. Ripsia's shadow appeared clearly with a spear. He laughed maniacally. Sensing something off from Marks, Vit stepped back suspiciously. Lurking behind with malice, said, "Only fools brag before their enemy's dead. Stop this nonsense and finish him." Veta rubbed his hands awkwardly. "I thought you would prefer to deliver the killing blow yourself, sir." Vigi ignored him and lectured. "A warrior dying by a traitor's hand sounds like an epic poem. Don't you agree?" Vid hesitated but agreed. "Of course, sir. I respect." Then he raised his knife. "Goodbye, Vix. Don't you worry. I will be a good friend and cherish what you left behind." Suddenly, V grabbed the spear shaft, swung it hard at Vita's sharp blade. One strike cut off Vita's hand. His eyes showed cruelty, voice harsh and angry. "I will deal with you later." Vex looked toward two nearby goblins, causing them to panic and shout, "Boss, what do we do? Boss." From Vish's men came a sharp shout. "Brother Lean S gone crazy, he has handed you over to me." The old enemy men showed clear fear, with Vigin gone. His men were slaughtered like weeds by Vich's forces. Soon after, VC carried Vet to a place where he could not stop begging, "Vix, please, spare me. I was forced into this. If they will kill everyone I care about." Hearing this, Vixie coldly threw back. "Then you should have killed yourself." Vixie sat him down and said, "Goodbye. Do better in your next life." Confused, stammered, "Well, what do you mean?" No sooner had he finished speaking than Vet heard the cry of some creature nearby. Startling him, mutated creatures began appearing one after another. Vixie turned his back and walked away, leaving Vet's desperate cries behind. "Vix, help me. Please." Vixie thought again. "Mercy is like red soil. Vet taught me that lesson. And I will never make that mistake again." Cut to the game side. Seeing Vitcha return, he nervously asked, "Boss, should we step in? We can let those VG thugs run wild in our territory." Hearing this, Vixie snapped back annoyed. "Forget it. Some people need to learn to stand on their own the hard way." Everyone turned their backs, leaving the game and those two VG guys alone. Vic stood aside, analyzing the scene. People can just turn a lost cause into a swarm of bees. Standing nearby, sighed and asked him, "Kid, do you really think a few pretty words can change the world? Should we help him?" Vixie turned away coldly. "Let him be. He will either wise up or die, whichever comes first." Vin thought carefully, then agreed. "Let them mess him up first. Then we show up as heroes." Double game. "Got it." A V-thug held a sharp whetstone, excitedly saying, "Now's our chance to grind that weakling down. If we do this right, we will finish it quick." The game's face darkened as he growled, "So what if he is weak?" The other guy jumped back. Startled, the game continued fiercely. "Does that mean we have to kneel in the mud and let them step on us? They have tormented our loved ones, turned our lives into nightmares." He raised his hand to the crowd. "I refuse to live like that. When I was close to death, my life flashed before my eyes. You know what I saw?" The fat guy hiding behind the skinny one asked curiously. What did you see?" The game answered firmly. "Nothing. I saw nothing." Calmly, he said, "I saw a life not worth a spit on the ground. A life of endless labor. Getting nothing back. Living like a slave is not living. That is hell, and that hell lasts until we die." Then I realized, since I am already in hell, why not fight? What do I have left to lose? The game looked to the crowd. What do we have left to lose? Without hesitation, he rallied. Are we weak? Yep. Are we cowards? Sometimes. But if we fight together, we can do the impossible. Brothers and sisters, I ask you to lend me your strength, and I will lend you mine. I will be your sword and shield. Together, we will reclaim our dignity." The crowd, moved by his words, cheered, chanting, "Brother, brother, brother." One of them suddenly panicked, warning the game, "Watch out." He dodged lightly. The tall skinny guy was trying to strike from behind. The thug seemed to realize something as a small cut appeared on the game's arm. The tall skinny guy wildly swung his arms, but the game dodged every blow. Suddenly, the game counterattacked, taking the guy down with one strike. Afterward, the game calmly said, "One down. Where's the other?" His eyes scanned the crowd. The fat guy had been beaten badly by the others. Seeing this, the game shouted excitedly, "Our brothers. VG's nothing. He and his men are just a handful. But we are countless. Follow me, and I swear on my life, he will never threaten us again." Applause suddenly broke out, catching the game's attention toward Jik. Jiek looked at the game seriously. "Game, we need to talk." Goja hurried over. Lifting the small curtain that once shielded the game, she stepped inside and pulled the curtain closed. Worried, she asked loudly, "What did you do?" The game asked suspiciously. "Do what?" Goja lost her temper. "Don't play dumb. Everyone's talking, why would you be stupid enough to kill VG's men? The game calmly bandaged his arm and replied, it was necessary. Gojo frowned. Well, why was it necessary to kill them? He shrugged. To send a message. Hearing this, she was confused and pressed. Send a message. Who kills people to send a message? He pointed to a nearby chair. Sit down, Gojo. She is furious at her brother's tears. But his gaze sharpens as he looks back at her. Game sighs helplessly. Fine. It is up to you. A plan forms in his mind as he explains to Gojo, we need allies to survive. Especially in this section of the mine. There are only two powers here. Jack VG. Jack is strong. But VG has backing from the supervisors and his own crew, so VG's position is more secure. Honestly, if a monster wants influence, VG's side is the place to be. But VG's got too many underlings. And the internal rivalry is brutal. Best I can do is be a disposable soldier for him. Game remembers Jack's confident figure. Jack's is different, his position is weaker. But I know he will accept me as an ally if I bring something valuable. So I gave him a show he could not ignore. And when I had something to offer, he came to me. Of course, things did not always go as planned. The memory of deciding the fat guy's fate comes alive. He is forced to kneel, begging desperately. Please, by the grace of each, please let me go. The order is given to grab a sharp object to execute him. Suddenly, Game steps in to stop it. Vac watches the scene. Raising an eyebrow, what the hell do you think you are doing? Game turns serious and says, I think we should let him go. Vac warns. This is not a joke. If we let him go, he will be back tomorrow, and next time, it will be your head or your sister's. Game shakes his head, denying the harsh words, then starts explaining. Listen, whether we kill him or not, I have already pissed him off enough that he will hunt me down. But showing mercy to someone crushed by life's pain is not a crime. There will come a time we hit rock bottom, and have to do whatever it takes to get stronger. Some of us will even do terrible things out of desperation. Game looks back at the fat guy confidently and says, I believe every monster deserves at least one chance to make things right. Even in darkness, you can still swim back to the surface. He pats the fat guy's shoulder and asks, Can you still swim, buddy? The fat guy hesitates, then nods. He glances at his comrades. He is scared what happened to his friend might happen to him. Fear turns to resolve as he shouts firmly. Game keeps persuading Jax. I know this is not easy for you, but we have to prove we are different from VG. And what message is stronger than that? Game's words make Jax pause and think. Jax eyes him skeptically, but Game looks unfazed, watching the scene. Vac chuckles and says to Game, You are playing a dangerous game. Good. I like that. Game hesitates, then replies, Thanks. Realizing Game does not know his name, Hem chimes in cheerfully, I am. But you can call me Hem, that is what the brave do. And you are pretty brave. Hearing that, Game quickly thanks Hem and turns back to Jax. Please, Jax, can you let him go? Hem trusts Game and backs him up. I think we should listen to this kid, boss. He is stubborn. Vac frowns for a moment, then sighs in defeat. Jax raises his arm and declares it is the kid's promotion. The fat guy looks around, then stands and runs off. At the door, he stops, turns to Game, and says, Thanks, friend, then walks away. Game smirks proudly at Jax. There is still hope. Vac looks annoyed, muttering, You are crazy. Some behind them start whispering. Can't he believe he let him go? I told you. Game ignores them and winks at Jax. Or maybe this place has lived too long on fear. Jackie shrugs helplessly. Maybe. Suddenly, a voice rings out. You two done with your little show? Thode appears, serious and commanding. Startling everyone, someone loudly announces, The supervisor's here. Rap. Seeing you like a mouse sees a cat. Nervously stammered. Supervisor. Game was beside him, happily calling your name. Thode. He happily stepped forward to shake Thote's hand. They talked, and Thote spoke first. Hey. Game. Game replied, She is fine. I will tell her you asked about her. We are done here. Thote turned to the others, raising his voice. All right. Lazy bunch. Enough messing around. Get back to work. If you fall behind again, you will pay for it. Seeing that, Vac whispered to Game, Isn't he mad? Game glanced at him calmly. He is family friends. But he will get mad if we hang around here any longer. Got somewhere to talk. Ending the flashback there, Game continued telling Gosa. In the end, Vac realized times were changing and decided to side with me instead of against me. He offered to protect me from VG and support me in setting up my own sect. Gosa asked curiously. And what did he get out of it? Game shrugged. I agreed to be his vassal and manage the buffer zone between his territory and VG's. Hearing that, Gosa sighed. So you are the new gang boss. Isn't that what you wanted? Game. No matter who I am, Game calmly confirmed her guess. That is right. I can protect the people I care about without power. And I am not strong enough to do it alone. I need support, pointing at Gosa. He added. Including you, Gosa. Hearing this, she asked suspiciously. Is he still a part of you? My brother. Game's tone shifted quickly. He is. And he loves you a lot, annoyingly so. Avoiding Gosa's sharp, serious gaze. He asked. What is your name? Your real name? Game stepped back. Embarrassed. Do we really have to do this? If I say my real name and that I am a demon, I will have to run to keep it secret. Otherwise, I am stuck with you as a servant. Gosa pressed. Well, say it. Before I go find a nun, under her sharp stare. Game relented. All right. My name's Leonard Aran Vandersteen, but people call me Lep. Knowing this, Gosa seriously ordered. Okay, Lep. Hit yourself? Game looked at his fist nervously. Then joked. No way that is happening. Gosa smiled brightly. That is enough for me. Elsewhere, the fat guy hurried forward, remembering the hand that saved him and the words, you will swim. Buddy. The fat guy recalled his past. He had a wife and 2 kids, until one day, his family was cornered. Jelma's big henchman looked at his wife with hateful eyes. The fat couple was terrified. Finally, the fat guy bravely spoke up to protect his family. A hand rested on his shoulder. The henchman with the corn-colored hair threatened him. The fat guy was dragged away by their men, leaving his wife and kids behind. He was forced to kneel before someone. Jelma looked at him coldly, full of contempt. Then he sighed and waved his hand, as if agreeing to take the fat guy in. Next came robberies, drinking bingas. And finally, he abandoned his wife and kids to fool around, making them miserable. Cut to a scene where the 3 of them were drinking together. Then Jelma moved to take down the big guy in their trio. That scene repeated again. Can you swim, buddy? The fat guy leaned his head against the wall. Regretful. What have I done to my life? He thought of his wife and kids. Helga, I can fix this. You will see. We will leave here and start fresh. I promise. He pulled himself together, running forward shouting, I'll swim. Inside the market, crowded with people, some selling loot, others chatting and mingling. Gora hurriedly called out, I am not done yet. Jelma told her sister. He glanced around, then said, you planning to stay here all morning? I am just speeding things up. You need to save money. Hearing that, she got annoyed because someone kept hoarding all her rewards. Jelma quickly explained sadly. He is saving up to buy a wooden door for our heady-out. Jura immediately spoke up, and I have told you so many times. We do not need a door. We live next to the guard post. Who is going to bother us? Besides, you get tribute. Right. You are not skimming off the workers like everyone else. Jelma, looking all righteous, started explaining to his sister. It is not like that. Zack did not hand over this area to you because it is a gold mine. He gave it to you because he barely made anything from it. If anything, you saved him money by taking it off his hands. Gura eyed Jelma suspiciously. Then why do you take it if it is such a bad deal? Confidence rising, he said. From humble beginnings, greatness will grow. Just wait and see. I will. Before he could finish, a loud call echoed from afar. De Jelma. De Jelma. Jelma pointed to the newcomer, still catching his breath, and introduced. Jura. This is my new subordinate. What is it? Gon looked serious as he reported. De Jelma. Geik just sent word they announced a new expedition to the lower levels. Gon hurried to finish. In 2 weeks. This left Gelma and Gaira deep in thought. At the secret base, Gon was leading his warriors in training. He stood by a large pond. Attack. Instantly. All the spears jabbed sharply in one direction. Maybe their form was not quite right. Gon commanded. Again. The whole group repeated the motion, raising their spears toward one point, when it still did not look precise enough. Gon shouted. Once more. The skinny group, holding their spears, repeated the move like mass-produced robots on a preset program. This time it looked better. Gon stopped them and called out, stand at attention. Spears up. Turning to Jem with respect, he said. They are ready for your inspection, sir. I mean, Your Highness. At the back, the soldiers stood rigid, one hand holding their spears, the other raised in a military salute. Jem glanced at them briefly, then said to Gon, thanks. Go check what they are up to. Jem's golden eyes shifted in one direction, filled with a deep, unreadable sadness. Following that gaze, 2 soldiers in the ranks were clearly slacking off, chatting and laughing like they would forgotten everything, not letting this slide. Jem dashed over like a bullet and kicked the spear of the closest soldier. The soldier was caught off guard, stumbling instantly, losing his balance. Jem sternly warned the other soldier, who immediately stood at attention, head bowed in apology. The other soldier could not stand, knocked off balance by the kick. Now lying face down on the damp basement floor. This is a weapon, not a... When you stand at attention. Eyes forward. Mouth shut. Got it. Then he turned to Vaughn to assign punishment, 40 push-ups each, with one person supervising, and told the new recruits to start combat training. Vaughn jumped to his feet, responding reflexively.
Yep, sir.
The soldiers split into 2 teams, facing each other, ready to train. Gon sat on one side, watching as they charged the fence, finally getting a somewhat decent result. He concluded, "We have been teaching simple combat tactics, and it seems they are starting to get the idea." That good moment lasted only briefly before Gon could not hold back his frustration any longer, but in the end, they are just scavengers. No surprise they get beaten easily by the goblins. His soldiers, though taught basic tactics, could not match the goblins. When facing them, their only option to save numbers was Plan 36, run and avoid attacks. Gon leaned forward, resting his elbows on his knees. Hands clasped, sighed, and continued. The expedition's guide got injured, which bought us some time, but still not enough. Vaughn's face darkened. Silent. He seemed to understand Gon's mood and sighed quietly. After a moment, Vaughn broke the silence, hesitantly like a new bride, asking Gon,
"Sir,
I have never fought before, but I have seen some soldiers battle the hive. Wouldn't it be better if we had ranged weapons?" Gon watched the recruits train, not turning around as he replied, "Fine. But the right wood for making bows is hard to find. The upper class is stingy, and those damn goblins have a monopoly on it." The chaos came with a calm, steady volume, like they were just chatting about the nice weather, not discussing military strategy. He glanced around, then whispered, "Longitudinal. Please, keep it down." Game understood Vaughn's feelings but felt utterly powerless, with no energy to act or keep any secret. Maybe it did not matter if anyone overheard he had not found a solution yet. He leaned on his arm and sighed deeply again. Game replied, "I'm no fool. Vaughn is just desperate. I really do not know what I would trade for an assault rifle." Vaughn suggested, "Why not use slingshots and spears?" Game sat up straight, no longer leaning or sighing. Crossing his arms, he shared his idea. "Most stones are too weak to pierce their armor. We can carry plenty of spears. But if we get creative, maybe we can put something in the slingshot's empty space." Okay, Vaughn did not quite get it at first. Put something in the empty space. What good would that do? Game smiled. "You would be surprised," and explained his idea. "You can fill them with all kinds of surprises, paralyzing poison, sleeping powder, whatever you want. You could even fill them with oil and set the enemy on fire." It sounded perfect, but harsh reality slapped him awake, showing the tough situation ahead. Game fell back into despair, sighing heavily. "Too bad. All that costs money. And we have spent everything on wooden armor and iron wood helmets for the flyers," Vaughn replied excitedly. "The flyers love that stuff." Game nodded. "Got it." Game sighed again. "If only we had metal bullets for the slingshots that'd be way more effective." Vaughn asked, "What about lead bullets? Would those work?" Game answered, "Absolutely. A good lead bullet can pierce an iron helmet. But even if we can buy lead, we do not have anyone to cast it." Vaughn opened a promising lead. "Actually, I think I know someone who can do it." Game's eyes widened in surprise. He sat up straight and asked, "Someone who can? Who?" Vaughn explained, "He is an exile my father saved long ago. I will ask him to help. But he won't work for free." Pausing, Vaughn added, "The only thing I am sure of is it won't cost much." With hope renewed, Game stood up, hands on hip. Excited. "All right. That works. Let us go meet him." Vaughn scratched his head nervously. "About that? He does not want anyone to know about him except my family and a few others. If I take you to see him, I will be in big trouble." Game's earlier excitement instantly deflated by Vaughn's words. He sat back down. "So it is like that?" He guessed. He is too proud to show how far he has fallen. Vaughn apologized. "Sorry about that." Game was not mad. He reassured, "It is. Go negotiate a deal with him. These bullets could change everything." Vaughn raised his hand in surrender, standing at attention.
"Yep.
Understood." Then he left immediately. At the same time, the 2 soldiers finished their punishment. They came over, exhausted but still speaking. "We finished the punishment."
"Sir."
"Sorry. Game." Game turned to them. "Good. I have got a job for you. You know where the acid pits are in the holding area, right?" Though confused, the 2 soldiers answered honestly, their voices weak and hesitant. Hearing this, Game encouraged them. "Come on, grab a few more people and some rope. We are going on a little trip." Game stood before a monster with a wide mouth full of sharp teeth, covered in spikes. The two soldiers and Vaughn saw it and were terrified. Faces pale, stepping back in fear, one could not hold back and ask, "What? What is that?" They were still terrified, their fear growing with no sign of easing. Seeing that, Game quickly said to reassure them, "It is dead already, do not worry." The soldier in charge dragged the monster out and asked him, "Where should we put it?" Game pointed and said, "Leave it there. Lean it against the wall." Curious, asked him, "What is this thing?" Game replied, "An old friend we are about to put to use. Do we have the samples I asked for yet?" Before he could answer, Game was already holding the product from the guy who makes the ammo for me. After inspecting it, Game said, "Not bad. The weight and shape are pretty good." Vaughn added, "He is really proud of his work." Game showed he knew, replying, "You can tell by these patterns here." Then Game asked Vaughn, "Hand me a slingshot. Let us test it out," holding the ammo. Game placed the intricately patterned bullet into the rubber center. He spun the sling hard, the cord whirling through the air like a ceiling fan. His target was that dead monster over there. After building momentum, Game snapped his wrist and released. The bullet tore through the air at a terrifying speed, finally hitting the monster's throat and sticking there. Vaughn asked, "How was it, sir?" Game stared at the bullet he just shot and said, "I think we need a few more tests." Then Game ordered, "Hand out the remaining samples to the others. Tell them whoever shoots the deepest gets 10 points. Hearing 10 points, Vaughn pointed at himself, hesitating before asking, "Can I try, sir? I used to be the best slingshot shooter around here as a kid." Game did not object. "All right. Show them how it is done." Once again observing, Game concluded, "In a bright future, even a kid like Bogey can hunt with a slingshot. This could be a game changer." Energized like he would been given a shot of adrenaline, was eager to try. Though the outcome seemed doubtful, Game encouraged him, "Better luck next time." "Practice harder," Vaughn replied quietly. "Sir." Even his voice sounded full of disappointment. Not wanting him to lose spirit for long, Game called him. He looked up at Game silently, clearly waiting for orders. Ready to listen and follow, Game instructed him, "Tell the guy we need a lot more ammo, as much as possible. But skip the decorative patterns, we do not have time for that." Vaughn finally nodded and happily responded, "Sir." Then immediately wiped it off, seeing Vaughn leave happily. Rosa standing beside Game could not help but comment, "Looks like someone had a good day." Game shifted the topic abruptly. "It would be better if you let me buy a wooden door for our place." Rosa raised her hand, objecting, her tone shifting from normal to annoyed. "How many times have I told you? We can buy a new door." Then Rosa covered her face, sighing, "You know what happened today, right? The supervisor told me to take it easy because I am overworking to earn points." Game scratched his head and asked again. Rosa grabbed his collar and yelled, "It is," Game said, "really bad. The guy responsible worked himself to death. I told you to take care of yourself." Letting go of the day's burden, Rosa released his collar and turned her back to him. Game comforted her, "Look, I know you are carrying everything alone and it is tough. But it is all for our future." To end the topic, Rosa turned back and said, "Whatever. Once we are home," Game cut in, "Hey, let me cook, you just rest." "At least I can do that." Before the words finished, both were startled by a strange scent. Rosa reacted faster, asking, "What is that smell?" Then, something she saw made Rosa panic completely. Only then did Game get a clear look at what was in front of them. Rosa turned away, unable to look directly, and screamed, unable to hold it in. Rosa sat down and threw up everything. Game patted her back and said, "Maybe we'll get that door after all." In a flashback to his childhood, was confused by the noises the others made, but was drawn to the delicious, colorful food laid out before him. One guy was stuffing food into his mouth and, seeing V drooling, sneered, "Hungry kid over there." Another sitting nearby quickly added, "What did he do to deserve food? Let him find his own." After I spoke, your stepdad stepped forward, grabbed me by the collar, and threw me aside. He sneered, "Get out and scavenge for leftovers. Kid. Find your own place in this world." Vijay thought to himself, "When I was a kid, life felt like nothing but pain. My stepdad was the gang boss around here. When he looked at me, all he saw was my mom's past, his own failures, and the bitterness of those who hated my father, all taken out on me. They just left me to fend for myself, just a kid struggling on the streets, trying to find food. After some time, when I was old enough, my parents sold me into the fighting pits to pay off their gambling debts. Every night was the same. I had to shut everything out and fight other kids just to survive. I lived drenched in blood day after day, until a kid, writhing in pain, dropped to his knees begging me, 'Please, have mercy.' I stood there, gasping for breath, frowning as I thought, 'I do not have mercy to give. His life means my death.' The compassion I once had slowly faded away. In the end, I coldly brought my sword down to finish that kid off. I fell silent, lost in thought. Where I come from, fights like this are just normal. Kids around here entertain themselves by making starving fighters battle to the death for scraps just like me. The weak are forced to fight for the amusement of the strong. But one night, I saw something different. One of my guys was poking a motionless fighter with a stick, shouting, "Come on, get up and fight." Suddenly, another fighter lunged and bit the kid's hand in retaliation. The kid panicked, yelling, "Back off, old man." Then, the kid quickly regained control, knocked the fighter down, and stomped him to death. I watched everything from a distance, eyes wide, lips pressed tight, thinking, seeing that monster fight back, I realized something. If even an animal won to accept a life of slavery, then how can I? It knew it could not win, but it still fought. It died like a fighter, not a slave. Verazon clenched his fists, thinking, if a fighter can be that brave and determined, why can a... My eyes sparked with determination. I kept telling myself that day. I broke free from my chains. Now, I live by one rule my own. Then one day, I quietly poisoned my parents without anyone noticing. I looked at my parents, silently thinking, if only they had cared more, they could have avoided this fate. I do not even regret what I did. I coldly thought. I planned everything carefully. They will never wake up again. They taught me the rules of this world. So I took back everything they had, holding up my bloodied axe. My face showed nothing but indifference. I thought. Their strength. Their lives. Even their skin. I stood on a high platform, looking down at the kids below. I shouted. Tonight, you all witnessed this old pig's death. Now tell me, who do you serve? A voice cut through my memories, calling out. I dropped the axe and stared quietly at the one who called my name. The guy, startled, quickly tried to explain. Sorry, boss. But, I sighed and urged. Spit it out. Oswan. Oswan hurriedly reported. Boss, Guillermo is a traitor. I just turned my face slightly and nodded. Get it? I walked over to some clay statues nearby, picked one up, and studied it closely. After a moment, I muttered, what a shame. I remembered when I took my father's place, surrounded by a circle of old men. To survive, I needed comrades, people who shared my ambition. I recalled how I wholeheartedly chose Guillermo from thousands of people. I pressed my lips, thinking, Guillermo was the first of 10,000 I picked as my henchmen, abandoned noble bastards like me, all sharing the same hunger for the future. Then, my men and I stormed the place where some goblins were drinking together, planning to ambush them. As they got drunk, my crew charged in fiercely and captured them all. VG firmly believes that together, we will secure my position and our future. Back then, Guillermo led the charge, killing the goblins blocking their path. VG could not help but praise him like a son to me. Guillermo, the firstborn I chose. Back in the present, Oswald struggles with betrayal, endlessly wondering why he did it. I just do not get it. VG waves his hand to calm him, saying, do not fool yourself. When I chose you and Mo as my right and left hands, his ambition left him only two choices, obey or rope. VG turns to put the clay statue back in place, exhales thoughtfully, and says, well, that is only natural. Since I took you all in, I have taught you this world is unfair, chaotic, and ruthless. I want you to achieve greatness without being shackled by laws, morals, or gods. But whatever I do it all. Oswald finally regains his composure, looks at, and asks, so what do we do with him, boss? Vigi smirks and orders, do not worry. The arena is being built right now. We just wait for the outcome. Oswald jumped that, quickly saying, so that is why you told Guillaume to send those heads to the arena. Vijna. Oswald, confused, continues. But boss, using the heads of the Pog family seems a bit extreme. V gently rubs the statue and says, for a deserter. Not really. Guys like Pog do not hesitate to break the law when it benefits them. But when it crosses the line, we think they can shed their past. He chuckles softly, then orders. I never told them to kill or capture the women, they did that themselves. But when their conscience bites, they blame me. Oswald asks again, but you did not stop them either, boss. VG shakes his head. Not exactly. If I spent all my time watching them, we would not be this strong now. And in the end, it serves a purpose. He pauses a moment, then adds, his sons are dead. At least that gives his life some meaning. Vigi recalls the past, smiles brightly, and says, luckily, Bolo saved his wife and daughter from Guillaume's grasp. I made sure they were taken somewhere safe. That is all I could do. He looks up at Oswald, voice firm, and orders, tell Guillaume to gather his troops and attack the arena's forces. That young man has built a pretty big army. It is time we test them. Oswald salutes. Yep. Boss. Vigi reaches for his pipe, lifts it to his lips, and falls into thought. Don't disappoint me. Game. If you really are who you say you are, inside the base, Game is strategizing with the team, pointing out forces to block other routes. Their army will have to pass through the blood cave. That is exactly where we want them. Then Game turns to Vaughn and asks, "Are the barricades ready?" Vaughn replies, "The soldiers say they will be ready by tomorrow morning, even if it costs them their lives." Game narrows his eyes at Vaughn, voice sharp and warning. "That is what will happen if they are not ready when Guillaume's army arrives." Vaughn quickly responds, "Commander, I will remind them." He hesitates, uneasy, saying, "Commander, I am a bit worried the soldiers are pretty scared. We are outnumbered. And most of our troops have never been in a real fight before." But, Game cuts him off confidently. "But what? Listen, since ancient times, generals have always sought blessings from the gods. Seems like some things are universal, even if they are just superstitions." Cut to a cave entrance opening with mist. Game steps inside, calling out loudly, "Hello, is anyone here?" Suddenly, two goblins in cloaks appear behind him. "Finally, you are here?" Game asks, "I am here to see Sister Kadag." One goblin replies, "Anyone wanting to meet the sister must be purified first," then points to a side cave entrance. "Go inside." Game follows their direction and sees an old goblin woman sitting there. She says, "I am here to serve the soul-cleansing melon water. You must drink it twice." Game recalls last time he drank that awful stuff, a bit annoyed. Melon water. Ah, great. Hopefully, it works better this time. "Where do I get it?" the old woman replied. "The gods will grant it. But you must fill your cup with the melon's water dripping from each hanging stone." Teacher Game watched intently as each drop of melon water fell, saying she seemed eager. Game sat down and said, "I am about to enter a battle. I do not want to miss it." Hearing this, the goblin woman looked puzzled, saying most soldiers would run from a fight. Game replied, "Maybe that is because I am not like most people." The atmosphere grew tense as the old woman asked Game pointedly why this battle mattered so much to him. He answered, "I doubt you would understand." The goblin woman shared her thoughts. "This is the temple of Ziza, the goddess of war, who would understand better." Game's eyes showed no fear, only calm acceptance. "She was right. This battle will decide my future. If I win, I can change this world into a better place. If the soldiers and I will be killed." He raised his cup and asked, "Is there enough water?" The old woman told Game to drink. After a sip, Game grimaced. His face twisted as if he would just swallowed poison. The taste was still like sewage. The old woman was silent for a moment, then said, "You said you want to make the world better. What are you really fighting for?" Game set the cup down to catch more water and replied, "Justice. I want the world to be fair." The old woman reminded him, "Young man, no world is fair. The world is inherently unfair. And fairness for one means injustice for another. Fairness for some is injustice for others, a cycle that never ends, except in bloodshed." Game's eyes sharpened with skepticism as he challenged her. "It is strange for a worshipper of the war goddess to say that. Isn't he your goddess bloodthirsty?" She replied, "Goddess Gia only wishes the best for this world. Living beings grow stronger through conflict. I am pretty sure the dead do not get stronger, the winners do." Game sneered, "If I said your goddess was crazy, would a nun like you be offended?" Hearing this, she laughed loudly and said, "All gods are a little crazy. If they were not, would the world be like this?" Game stared at the cup, voice steady and determined. "So what choice do I have? Give up, live like a worm?" The old woman whispered in his ear, "You are foolish. Your heart is so full of hatred. You can see you are fighting the wrong enemy. The gods are not against you. You are just doing their will." Game ignored her words, drained the cup, then looked at her seriously and asked, "Then tell me, Nun Kadadaga, who should I fight?" She seemed to recognize Game's difference from others and praised him. "Not too foolish, I see that," Game calmly said. "You have got pretty sharp teeth for an old nun living off tree bark." Nunja replied, "That is a low blow. But no, I'm not a god." Game did not care, saying, "God, I will defeat them all and anyone who stands in my way won't be spared." The nun saw his stubbornness and tried to warn him, "A world born of blood will remain a world of blood and violence. Are you challenging mad gods? Or just carrying out their will?" Game chuckled softly. "So you are saying I am just a pawn?" Nunja asked back. "Are you sure you are not a pawn?" Game did not answer and stood up. "All right. Enough with this superstition. I have had enough of this at the orphanage last time." Teacher Game turned his back to leave, and the nun asked, "Do not you want to ask for Goddess Gia's blessing for your army?" Game did not look back, waving her off. "No thanks, let your goddess decide who she blesses. I have got a battle to win." Teacher Game returned. Vaughn immediately asked, "How's it going, warrior?" Game's expression was unsettled, but he answered, "It is fine. The war god has spoken." Gather everyone. While he was still thinking about what to say, As everyone gathered, Game began to speak. Everyone. I want before he could finish. A loud shout came through. The nun has arrived. The nun appeared. Surprising everyone. General. May I bless the army before the upcoming battle. The nun raised both hands high and declared before the soldiers. Brave warriors. Jia, the goddess of war, sent me to bless you and grant you the strength to defeat your enemies. She also ordered me to give your general a new name, worthy of a great warrior. From now on, Game will be known as Lep. The Liberator. Game was stunned hearing the nun say that. Everyone below shouted loudly. Lep. Game turned to the nun. How can that be? The nun cut him off, looking at him firmly. Your time in the shadows is over. Lep. Show the gods what you are capable of. Elsewhere. 2 wounded soldiers were arguing near the base. Him Kao. There you are. The scar-faced man looked a bit surprised. At the other spot. Him asked. What is wrong with this guy? Nothing serious. Delk just hit his leg and head. Hearing that, the other soldier stepped out and said. All right. Take him for treatment. Before leaving, the scar-faced man turned back and warned. Be careful. Jelma's not in a good mood. The other soldier replied. Thanks. I will try not to mess up. They reached Gelma's tent. He was sharpening his weapon and asked. Here to watch the battle. Ah. The soldier did not answer but challenged him. Don't you think you are being too harsh on your men? Jelma calmly replied. It is just discipline. Nothing more. The soldier pressed. Annoyed. Then why are you ignoring me? Am I nothing to you? Jelma was speechless. No reply. I mean, the soldier continued. I never wanted to be VG's successor. Do I even have a choice? Tell me. Jelma snapped. You can refuse. Tension flared between the two. The soldier said. Do you really think V would accept that? If you were him, would you accept it? Exactly. I do not want to lose you. Jelma glared furiously at him. You want me to ignore VG's attack orders? Him exploded. Stepping forward. Stop pretending. We both know what I am talking about. VG already knows. Jelma's eyes turned icy. Of course he knows. Why do you think he sent me here? This whole campaign was meant to take me out from the start. If my troops get hurt and I can challenge him, and if I lose him cut in, then go to him. Beg for forgiveness. Say you will be loyal. Suddenly, Jelma softened, gently rubbing him's head. Did not his 8 say, one path leads to glory, the other to tragedy. Suddenly, a soldier shouted. Commander, the troops are ready. Jelma put on his armor and told him, no matter what you and VG think, I'm not stupid. My scouts report every move. This ends now, him said to Lep. Gelma does not get it. Lep explained. My spy says he is calling himself Lep now. Last night, the priestess of Jia blessed him with the title Lep. The Liberator, Jelma sneered. Really? The Liberator. Pathetic. Lep warned. Tell your scouts to be more careful. That might not be the only surprise he is hiding. Jelma was confident. He could be blessed 100 times by the gods. I do not care. My victory is inevitable because I follow Ainshard's path. Lep doubted. You still believe that? You really think you will be the next Ainshard? Jelme replied reluctantly. And you still refuse to believe? Lep said. Come on. Ainshard is just a legend. A character from stories. You really believe there was a tiny monster who conquered everyone in the forest and founded a great clan ruling hundreds of tribes? What about how he suddenly grew stronger and changed form after each battle? Not just bigger muscles, but size and power with every fight. Jelma, full of determination, believes nothing is impossible for those chosen by the gods. Aham keeps trying to convince him. But if he is so great and has united everything, then where is it all now? Gelma replies. Hey mem. I thought you already knew your own history. After his children poisoned him, they fought each other until almost nothing was left. And no one can restore the ancient secrets because the monsters are always fighting. We need a single force to rebuild the world. Hayam looks at Jelma, who is ready with his weapon, and asks, so that is you. And V'ger, you will fight him. Gelma lifts the curtain as he walks and says, the world has to change. Heave him. And I do not care who I have to step over to make it happen. Jelma raises his weapon high and shouts. Alright everyone, time to crush some bugs. We have got only 10 days before the expedition. So let us finish this fast and get home. Ready, the soldiers shout back in unison. Yep, sir. Hayama silently watches Jelma's back as he leaves. Tears falling. Silently praying. Take care. Brother. May Ishard protect you. Jelma stares straight ahead, leading the fierce army forward. Suddenly, he raises his hand and signals the troops to halt. A soldier rushes over to report. Commander. They have set up monsters at the cave's end, just a few hundred killik away. Killik is the goblin tribe's unit of measure, named after the armored warriors of the ancient AI. Legend. Nursat. All standing about 2 meters tall. Jelma asks his subordinate, "How many of them?" The soldier replies, "I count about 20. Jelma calculates silently. There must be at least 30 there. He asks again and learns from other scouts that all side caves are blocked. The few houses near the cave only shelter old folks and kids hiding in fear. Hearing this, Jelma laughs proudly. Good. We need witnesses for what is about to happen here today. Suddenly, a report comes in. Commander. Behind us, Jelma turns to see there's VG's army advancing. Seeing this, the helmeted soldier snaps at the reporter. Idiot. They are here to make sure we fight and win. Otherwise, what is the point? Then he hesitates, turning to Gelma. Commander. So why not join forces with Game? Jelma smirks. Good idea. Now find another 300 armed men. Only then will this fight be fair. Seeing everyone fall silent, Jelma shouts, Why the long faces? He is here to watch us win. Do you really think we will lose to some nobody and those land traitors? The soldiers exchange awkward looks, then raise their weapons and shout. Sir. Jelma. Pumped up, says, That is the spirit. Now let us show Vigi what we are made of. Envious. Vaughn looks over and reports. Sir. They have stopped advancing. Game replies. I see that. Looks like it is time for negotiations. Vaughn catches Game's weapon and asks. Are you really going? Game answers calmly. Why not? It is tradition. Is not. Vaughn wonders aloud. Is not that a waste of time? I mean, they will attack us anyway. Game glares at Vaughn. Listen. If you want to lead others. Remember this. Battles are decided before they even start. This is our golden chance to improve our odds. He says this as he steps forward. Vaughn tries to keep up. How exactly will you do that? Game replies. By standing tall when he wants to drink my blood. At the same time, Jelme approaches Game and speaks first. You are Game. I expected someone impressive. Not a sneaky little worm like you. Game replies coldly. I prefer to be called Lep. And you are. Seeing Game does not know him, Jelma grows cocky. You do not know who I am. You are even dumber than you look. I'm Go. And I am the one who is going to end you. Game is not impressed. He looks at him with contempt. So that is all Vogue thinks I am worth. Go back and tell your master to send Oswan. Loser. Or Haimo here. Game said as he turned away. Waving his hand dismissively, people like that are not worth my time. Jelma clenched his fists in rage, grinding his teeth. Pathetic worm. He muttered. Suddenly, he froze, then burst out laughing. Game turned back. What is so funny? Jelma grinned. You really think you can come here with childish games? When I crush those pests and gather them up, I will ask my new slaves what turned you into this mess. Then I will have them compose an epic song, telling the tale of the weak fool crushed beneath my boot. How's that sound? Suddenly, he flinched, his pupils shrinking as he saw Game standing there with the aura of a god. Game just turned and said, Pray for mercy from whatever gods you believe in, because you won't get any from me. Jelmai returned to his squad, confused about what he would just seen. He tried to reassure himself. It is nothing. Then he shouted, I will reward anyone who brings me that brat's head. Gelma's squad charged at Games. Move forward, he yelled. The first to break through the barricade gets 20 praises from me. Suddenly, bullets flew toward Gelmai's troops, catching him off guard. What the? His soldiers were hit before they could react, forcing him to hold them back and glare at Game. Game stood there, arms crossed. Cool, making Gelma even more furious. He gripped his weapon tightly and charged forward, pushing his men onward. The soldiers tried to reassure each other. They are just a bunch of rookies. Don't slow down. Gelmai's whole squad screamed and surged forward, determined to crush them all. Game's side remained calm, watching from above as they advanced. Vaughn spoke. Worried. I think we have really pissed them off. Everything seemed to be going according to Game's plan. He jumped down and said to Vaughn, Good. Tell the archers to retreat when out of arrows, and keep an eye on the markers. Have the spearmen hold the barricade as long as possible. Time to prepare for the next phase. On Gelma's side, he thought, do they really believe this close defense can stop me? Then he ordered his troops to hold nothing back. One of Gelma's soldiers broke through Game's shield. Excited, he climbed up, shouting, Come on. Fresh meat. Dinner time. Suddenly, he looked down and spotted a thin wire at his feet. He picked it up, puzzled. What is this? Seeing this, Game ordered his troops to pull back. Jelma stood watching the battle, unaware his subordinate was reporting. Commander, V is watching us. Jelma ignored the warning, smugly turning to his father. Enjoy the show, he said. Your turn will come soon, father. Suddenly, a huge fire erupted, engulfing all his soldiers in flames. Only then did he realize the full disaster. Despair washing over him. A soldier panicked. What do we do now? Commander. A massive wall of fire blocked the front lines. Oz suddenly spoke up. They have lost the advantage. Tumo nearby immediately disagreed. They will take it back. Oz added. He sent people to fetch water and blankets from nearby houses. It is only a matter of time before they break through. Loser stood there, full of mockery. Pathetic. Use the leftovers. Idiots. Don't he let the enemy escape. Oz pointed ahead. No one's getting away. Loser. Look. Loser followed the direction of the finger, eyes widening in surprise. Tumo also looked, shock on their faces. A distant army was approaching, flames blazing behind them as they neared. One of them shouted. Jackass army. Oz muttered. Jack will crush him if he tries to run. Loser sneered. Teasing him. This is a death trap. Loser said. Hey, anyone want to bet? I am putting 20 on that brat. Tumo could not stand his teasing and shouted. That is our brother's life you are gambling with, and you are betting like a fool. Loser did not seem to care. He smiled. You are the one who does not trust our brother. Tumo. Oz said. I need some points too. 20 on Gelma. Tumo quickly matched the bet. Fine. 20 for me too. Loser said. Laughing. Perfect. Wait. They are moving again. Over there. The subordinate is telling Gelma. The commander. That we have secured the special gear from the houses. He is moving through the flames. Saying. Good. Use it as shields and barricades. We will have more ammo this way. One of them is wide and fast. We need to break through that defense somehow. Gelma now feels confident he will win. He is pathetic. Are we just playing hide and seek here, on this side? Gel is asking his subordinate about our numbers. Standing behind. Quickly reports. 2 dead. 5 wounded. After assessing, Gel says. Got it. Looks like we lost a quarter of our troops in the attack. Still not a fair fight, but it is manageable. Vaughn looks uneasy. Who is hurt? What about Jackie's and the others? Gel cuts him off. Focus on the now. Don't worry about what is behind us. Jack's only matters if we fail, and we won fail. Right. Sir. We won Gel's face is full of confidence. Good. Stay ready. Below. Enemy squads start charging quickly toward the fortress with their shields. Arrows fired at the shields just bounce off with force. Gelma behind the shields keeps directing the troops. Hold the line. Brothers. A subordinate nearby reports. Commander. Look at the enemy, they are faltering. Then a group of them scatter wildly. A twisted smile creeping across his face. Gelma's voice grows harsher. The rats are doing what they do best. We will clean them up later. His soldiers shout in unison. Move faster. Brothers. Push harder. The shield bearers press forward with even more determination. Vaughn grows anxious. Worried. Our men are breaking ranks. Gel watches for a moment. Then says. Do you know the difference between a good leader and a great one? Vaughn looks confused. Sir. Gel says sharply. A good leader fixes past mistakes. But a great leader watches all directions, not just behind or ahead. Below. The battle intensifies fiercely. Over there. Gelma is still caught up in excitement. Completely off guard. Suddenly, a shout stops him. What is that? Then the shield wall suddenly jerks. And Gelma running into it crashes headfirst. He looks at his injured leg, face twisting in pain. Gelma picks up a spike trap. So that is why he ran to distract us. A sudden loud sound echoes across the battlefield. Gelma freezes. Boogle. A nearby subordinate clutches his head. Commander. We are ambushed. Gelma brushes the spike aside. Growing impatient. I know. Idiot. The subordinate continues. Sir. It is the huts. There is another army inside those huts. Amid the rain of arrows. A small figure darts through the night, then slips inside where the shields are held. The enemy is using wooden shields to form a protective cage around those inside. Arrows fly continuously at that shielded cage. Verger's eyes show deep thought. Loser laughs smugly. Looks like my money is still safe. Himo looks surprised. Gelma's trapped. Dad. Let me send some men to rescue them. Loser's eyes full of contempt. That is his fight. Let him rot there. Himo's voice sharpens. Face full of anger. He is one of us. Loser. How can you say that? Oz shouts. Cutting in. Enough. Now. Verger. Commander. Your call. His eyes reveal a ruthless resolve that can be hidden. The Gelmai down there keeps getting pushed back. Where on earth did they find an army like this? A voice cut through his scream. Is that Boji's wife? It made him turn around. Where? The subordinate pointed over there. Over there. That weird girl with the red armband. And that is Kanek's dad and Mon's sister. He muttered. I know most of these guys. Him was chewing while talking. I thought the kid lost his mind when he said, we were gathering the families of those screwed over by Gelma. But it is true. A swarm of ants can kill a giant. Veet seemed a bit hesitant. The giant's not dead yet. Him did not seem to care. Is that? His eyes sharpened. Nothing's more dangerous than a beast backed into a corner. A shadowy figure approached from afar. Him walked in calmly from a distance. Gelma quickly looked up at the approaching figure. He whispered to his side. This guy likes to talk. When he gets closer, I will give the signal charge and take him down. The subordinate nodded quickly. Understood, sir. Gelma's voice grew cocky. You came here to bore us.
Kid.
Come here and say what you want. Standing outside. Spoke calmly. Listen up. I am not here to talk to you. Gelma's glare darkened with anger. What? Hem continued. I am here to talk to your people. Then he shouted. Everyone. Listen up. This is not your fight. Everyone there looked confused, exchanging uncertain glances. Hem's voice grew louder as he explained. The Greens want us to fight each other to drain our strength. The best among us die by each other's hands. Meanwhile, they laugh and enjoy the sunlight above. You are not my enemies, you are my brothers. And I do not want to hurt any of you. I know you were forced here. I know you do not want to be here. Dying for those who do not care about your lives. I am here to say. Anyone who lays down their weapons will be free and keep their life. Gelma felt threatened by this. Stepping back. That'll never happen. If we drop our weapons, you will kill us all. The crowd looked doubtful. Whispering. Better to die fighting than be dragged off like dead meat. Gelma sneered. You are wasting your breath, worm. You think UG lets us survive? Every member of UG's army fights to the death. Hem shrugged, unfazed by their words. Maybe yes. Maybe no. Have you ever wondered why help did not come today? It is because he wants Gelma dead, Gelmai and everyone following him. Hem pointed to the soldiers far off. He did not come to help you. He came to kill you if you win. He is cleaning house. His hand pointed straight at UG, standing tall and proud. As long as Gelma lives, you will keep being forced to fight and die for him. From where I stand, you have got two choices. Either all of you die, or Gelma dies. Hem shrugged like it was obvious. Fear flashed across Gelmaya's face like never before. A small soldier nervously asked. Eyes wide. Commander, is that true? Another cut in urgently. He said V will slaughter us all if we do not kill that guy. The crowd started murmuring wildly. Whispers rising. Maybe EG just wants him gone. We are just following orders. Right. Gelma's eyes widened, shock freezing his face. Never. He shouted over the noise. I am carrying out Stechas will. This is for you, all of you, and crossed his arms. A bitter smile on his face. Meaning. For himself. Gelma's face twisted with rage, his eyes bloodshot. He roared, swinging his axe toward him. A soldier stepped forward from the ranks. Gripping a blade tightly, Gelma suddenly froze, eyes wide with shock. He looked down in disbelief. A blade had pierced his stomach without him noticing. He screamed. Collapsing, his eyes going blank. The other soldiers stepped forward, gripping their weapons tightly, broad but firm. Sorry. Commander, I still have a kid. This is your fault. Do not blame us. The next enlightened one. Right. Gioma clenched his axe tightly. Fury exploding. He swung the black axe at the one who just spoke. I will kill you all myself. Tears streamed down Gioma's cheeks as the light faded from his pale eyes. So this is how you feel, in his final moments. Memories whispered faintly. How could you do this to me? Cold spear tips pierced deep into his body. He dropped to his knees in a pool of blood. Father. A soldier in the ranks knelt on one knee and declared. We surrender. Commander. Gum and Vaughn both turned toward the sound. V was advancing. A massive legion appeared in the distance, led by a man walking with proud, cold authority. He looked at the man sternly, eyes deep and serious. Two soldiers knelt before Gioma's body, tears streaming down their faces. He gripped his sword tightly, eyes full of hatred. I will kill every last one of you, starting with you. As they reached to wipe their tears, a deep voice echoed from behind. Wait! He startled, turning sharply, eyes wide. Father. That traitor, Vigor remained calm, cold eyes pointing forward. The two panicked and looked back. A large army was silently approaching. Gen's eyes flashed with dark, fierce anger. The man stared at him silently for a long moment, then turned and waved his hand, signaling the entire army to retreat. He gritted his teeth and finally turned away, but not without casting a hateful glance back. He shrugged, a cocky smile tugging at the corner of his lips. The man's legion slowly disappeared into the distant mist, leaving only silence behind. He asked quietly, a hint of surprise in his voice. We won. Right. Commander. Thanks to your little fight. But this is not the end of the war. Next time won't be so easy. Vaughn spread his hands, trying to reason. I do not think so, but today we won. Commander. That is worth something. He closed his eyes and smiled faintly. You are right. Worth it. Bring out the drinks. They earned it. He smiled brightly, saluting in a military style. Yep, sir. But before the excitement could spread, another voice hurriedly cut in. Commander. We have run into traitors. Both turned immediately. The soldier was breathing hard, speaking fast. The traitors are stealing all the General's strategies, and the clans are trying to kill the prisoners. The group rifled through the bodies on the ground without stopping. Gen rushed forward, voice cold and commanding. Stop what you are doing. Now. The seated man sneered without looking at him. Get lost. Kid. We are just cleaning up your mess. Gen tilted his head, hand on his spear firmly. These are my traitors to handle. Take your men and do not come back until I and the traitors reach an agreement. Loud footstep code from afar. The other man gathered his things into a basket and barked. Wick, show this brat who is boss here. The man with the dagger smirked. Eyes sharp. Looks like you have got some decent loot. Hand it over. Or else it won't end well. More chaotic footsteps thundered nearby. He closed his eyes and sighed. Exhaustion clear. Then he raised his spear in warning. I do not want to do this. Wick smiled slyly, ready to draw his club. Mocking. Fine. Then I will take it from your corpse. Suddenly, he took a powerful punch and his eyes flew open in shock as he fell. Enenka rushed forward angrily. What the hell are you three doing? The others stammered, trying to explain. Anna's anger made vines bulge on his forehead as he spoke each word sharply. Who do you think you are? Trying to lick the battlefield clean this week. You trying to talk to me like that? The group swayed, cold sweat pouring down, screaming in panic. Anna's voice was stern and threatening. You planning to spend the night outside the cave killing? They shook their heads frantically. Hun pointed at Wick, voice full of authority. Then why are you still standing there? Drag this mess away and get out of my sight. Don't he let me catch you doing this again. Anan rubbed his temples. Sighed deeply, watching the three disappear. Then he forced a smile. Sorry about that, kid. These idiots might just get me killed. He smiled softly, handing the spear to the soldier behind him. Thank you for your help. Half joking, half serious with a wink, said. You do not have to say that. I just want to explain to their families why they died so foolishly. Gen shrugged with a half smile. I was not planning to kill them. Just teach them a lesson. Hun nodded slightly, his eyes briefly distant. After what you did to Guillemot, I am surprised they still dared to do this. A calm, warm voice called out from afar. Some people just never learn. You know. Remember. You are the one who recruited them. And then quickly turned, gave a respectful nod, then scratched his head sincerely. Yep. Sorry. Commander. Gen put his hands on his hips, smiling at Art. Thanks for the last-minute help. He shook his head modestly like a deputy. You do not need to thank me. No problem. He smirked. Arms crossed. Joking. So that means you are not claiming any loot. Vixie laughed heartily. Joking. Well, the deal was 2/3. But after that fight, I will settle for half. Gen smiled, holding up 2 fingers. Isn't he half a bit much? He muttered. We are the ones who fought. Then I will take 8/10. A scoreboard appeared, showing the score. 2/10 for him, 8/10 for me. Vitsy shook his head with a wide, sarcastic grin. See what happens when you are generous. People always try to take advantage. You fought alone and won with minimal losses. But you could not have done it without me. Half is the lowest I can accept. Gen raised 3 fingers, arguing nonstop. We did not just take out one of your enemy's commanders. You also got some loot without losing anyone. 7-3. Both sides debated back and forth. Guillemot was just a small complication. Besides, I helped you find the families of his victims. He smiled smugly, still holding up 3 fingers. Sure. You helped. But I am the one who convinced them to come. 7-3. But you keep Guillemot's loot. Vitsy shook hands firmly. Agreed. The lizard on the ground squirmed nervously as 3 cold eyes turned to it. Guillemot looked toward him, speaking slowly and deliberately. That is yours. He spread his legs and shouted orders. All right. Soldiers. Loot everything from the front gate onward. Do now. He crossed his arms and called Vaughn over for a quick question. How are the prisoners? Guarded. Vaughn panicked, answering immediately. The smell is spreading. The families do not want to fence them in. Like we convinced them. Guillemot nodded coldly with satisfaction. Good. Once the families leave, strip the prisoners down to their shorts and let them go. Remember to split 1/3 of the loot with our gang as agreed. Vaughn muttered nervously. I really do not like that guy. Guillemot tilted his head, eyes indifferent. We do not have to like him. We just need to cooperate while we still have a common enemy. Vaughn asked worriedly. What happens when we no longer have a common enemy? He smiled. Eyes chilling. Then we will see who is stronger. For now. We will deal with that after the expedition ends. Vaughn looked around in panic, hands trembling as he clutched his stick, a roared, making him close his eyes. The stick clattered wildly as he screamed. Someone. Vaughn's foot slipped and he fell hard, lips hitting the ground painfully. Vaughn grimaced, rubbing his head softly, then propped himself up on his hands. He stepped forward, bowing his head to ask, "What are you doing here?" He stammered, scared. "Sir. Sorry, sir." He bent down to grab the stick, voice teasing with a hint of mockery. "Trying to catch breakfast." Vaughn frowned, tongue-tied, still in pain. "Sir. Those things are tough to catch." He leaned in, looking at Ga seriously. "Have you ever tried?" Ga raised an eyebrow, trying to remember. "Can T say that I have?" Vaughn twisted his face, muttering, "I am telling you. You want to try. Just trust me on this. When I was little, whenever things got tough, my mom would catch a few and fry them up. Tasted like chewing on rubber." Ga looked around thoughtfully. "I will keep that in mind. But I do not blame people for being scared." "Where are the workers and vendors from this morning?" He answered immediately, eyes scanning the tightly shut houses. "Everyone who did not join the expedition is hiding." "Sir." He raised an eyebrow in surprise. "Hiding?" "Well," Vaughn explained awkwardly. "It is those monsters." "Sir." "When they come, things get a little chaotic." Game clutched the quarterstaff, marking the kid and the wife too. He muttered quietly. "My lord." Game pointed calmly behind, said, "Just a local saying. We do not want to get caught when they show up." The two wealthy men stepped onto the uneven rocks, dust lightly kicking up beneath their feet. Vaughn cautiously asked, "My lord, I mean no harm. But is something troubling you today?" He raised his head, eyes flickering with a hint of mystery. "Nothing special." "Well." He slung the stick over his shoulder, hesitated, then said, "Well, with everything going on, you always handle things so quietly and calmly." Game smirked. "Have not I always been calm?" Vaughn quickly added, "You are way too calm." "My lord. I mean, you only act that calm when you are actually angry about something." Chu looked at him curiously. "Really? And what else did you notice?" Vaughn was silent for a moment, then muttered, "You like to smile." Vaughn hurried to explain when he saw Game's scornful look. "Do not look at me like that. You really do like it. You always smile. And only when something bothers you, makes you angry, or when you want someone dead, do you stop smiling." He looked up at the sky. The guy nodded quickly. "That is right." Game asked, "Anything else?" Vaughn said thoughtfully, "If something really makes you that angry, it is when someone messes up your or your sister's plans." He was silent, staring off, then softly called. Game's face darkened suddenly. "You are walking on thin ice." The guy frowned. Curious. "What is thin ice?" He stayed silent, letting Vaughn figure it out, then sighed and explained. "It is a way of saying you are doing something you should not, because it is dangerous." The guy's mouth dropped open, half in disbelief, half scared. "You really know a lot." "My lord." Game turned to Vaughn seriously. "Just be more careful next time." He recalled Groza's pale, pained face. "But you are right. There is definitely a problem with my sister." Game remembered Groza's grim expression, a silent frustration washing over him. "My sister's been mad at me since the fight with Jelmar." The image of her scolding without mercy came back. "She thinks we can avoid a war with VG now and blames me for it." Vaughn quickly advised with genuine care. "My lord, that is just how she is. She has got a lot on her plate for both of you. According to our people, outside supplies are dropping. Something higher up is interfering with food deliveries," Tran Rong said seriously. "This is a problem because groups like ours, GX, and VGs pay their people with food, so if prices rise, control becomes more important. Listen carefully and report back when we reach the gathering point." The guy hurried on, anxious but concerned. "Yep. My lord. But they grew up together. That can be the only problem. Right?" Gen frowned, clearly annoyed. "It is her fiancé," Van asked surprised. "Her fiancé," he answered briefly. "Tossie." Vaughn remembered. That carefree guy. Hearing the confirmation, his face went pale, and he liked her. Gen rolled his eyes, barely hiding his irritation. "Fine. I just said you talk too fast. Did not." The guy saluted awkwardly. "Yep. My lord." He sighed deeply but firmly. "Anyway, he does care about her. And even though he tries to act indifferent, he gets pretty emotional whenever he thinks my actions might endanger her." Vaughn asked with a grin. "Really? What does he say?" Gen recalled being insulted, bitterness in his eyes, saying I am just another thug, embarrassing gray bonds. And she would be better off if I were dead, because I cling to her without giving anything. The guy seriously suggested. "My lord, just say the word, after we return. I will visit him with a few others at night. We will wear masks so no one notices. Gen froze. Looked at Vaughn then away. Seriousness clear. Fine. You are not allowed to do that. The guy hesitated. Then asked cautiously, are you sure? We can just rough him up a bit to make sure. He heard a soft laugh. Both mocking and understanding. I appreciate your passion and concern for protecting my honor. But let him be. If anything happens to me, I know she will be safe and protected. Vaughn nodded. His face easing a bit.
Yep, sir.
If you say so. I guess I understand what he is thinking now. Gen shook his head in frustration. Get it? But there are easier ways to enjoy your last meal before heading into battle. The two stopped. He looked up ahead. We are here, ahead of them. A dense crowd was swirling and moving. They lined up to pass through the city gate and enter inside. A voice rang out with sarcasm. Well, look who it is, Kui. Arms crossed. Scowling. Heard you have been busy.
Good.
He covered his mouth in shock.
Me?
That is not the foster dad from before. Gen frowned. I did what I had to, the man spoke sternly, watching him closely. But was that really the right thing to do? I do not mind you forming your own group. But do not you think you crossed a line? You could be told the guards instead of risking your men. He quickly reassured. We already told the guards. Supervisor. Kui raised his eyebrows. Annoyed. You did. Then why did not anyone tell me? He gave a calm look. With the nobles backing you. Do you really think they would let you interfere? The man was silent. Brow furrowed. Arms crossed. Looking down. Gen glanced up at Kui with determination. He closed his eyes and sighed. Fine. You are right. Kai asked. Bit uneasy. But let me ask you something.
Good.
Do you think the guards will be happy with what you have become? He bit his lip. Memories of his long-lost father surfacing. Your father. The man raised an eyebrow. His words sharp but gentle. I do not know what you will do in the future. But please do not disappoint him by turning into one of those monsters. All right, he smiled softly. What I will do is make this world a better place. I promise you. And him. Finally, his tense face relaxed. All right, just do not get yourself killed. Gen turned around. Voice hopeful. Come on. Let us go find them. The crowd gathered in the hall. Footsteps and whispers blending into a chaotic hum. Gen and Vaughn strode inside. Their neat uniforms cutting through the sea of people like blades. Gen's sharp eyes caught a small detail. His gaze narrowing. Someone was trying to sell an item. Voice slurred. Clearly trying to draw attention. A guy pushed in. Joking openly.
Hey.
We forgot his water bottle. And we are trying to find him one. That leather one's pretty good. Gen's eyes turned icy as he warned. Use your head.
Good.
That is a Barasa bottle. Their shells are too soft and rot in a few days. You need to find an Opasa bottle. The guy rubbed the bottle at his side. Smug. This one's been with me through 2 expeditions. And it has not leaked a drop. With a half-joking, half-worried tone. Someone's gonna die within a week. Mark my word. The man waved off the group. Agreeing softly. Yeah. But it won TB from lack of water. See those guys over there? He pointed seriously in a direction. They are over there. Before them was a dense crowd. A lively sea of people moving step by step. He asked. Hands on hip. Voice sharp. Have you seen the commander and Vaughn? The other scratched his head awkwardly. Answering nervously. They will be late. Hanging out over there near the supervisor's quarters. From afar, someone ran up. Panicked. We have got trouble. Some VG guys are causing problems with Rack's group, Zim asked urgently, worry clear on his face. How bad is it? The other gasped. Very bad. Most of Rack's men are not here yet. The man quickly ordered. Gather everyone who is here. Rack's on our side, and we owe him. He panicked, pointing at the ground. Deeply uneasy. What do we do about the commander? We were supposed to meet him here. Both turned their heads sharply in another direction, eyes tense and alert. Elsewhere. He gawked. Pointing thickly. Sir, did you see that? That demon has a 3-headed fox. 3 heads. Gen snapped. Irritated. Seriously. You need to pay more attention to your surroundings. The guy asked confused.
Well, sir.
This is neutral ground. Neither VG nor any gang boss would dare harm us here. He raised an eyebrow, sighing in frustration. Keep an eye on those watching us. Vong lowered his head, looking around cautiously. Whispering. Is someone watching us? Gen tapped him on the head firmly but gently. Stop staring. If we let them know we have spotted them, they might attack. They have been tailing us since we entered the gate, Vong asked quietly. Why have not they attacked yet? He replied coldly. Analyzing. Either they are waiting for us to reach the spot they want, or we are already on the path they planned. He sensed danger closing in. Sounding grim. The games paused. What do you think we should do? Vaughn hesitated, pointing at himself.
Sir.
Are you asking me? He tilted his head. Eyes sharp. Scanning around. You are my subordinate. Your job is not just to follow orders but to think independently. I need to know the troops are taken care of when I am not around. The game smirked arrogantly. Then get me out of this mess. I will follow your orders. He looked overwhelmed, his head spinning from the sudden responsibility. My orders. He calmly laid out the situation. There are 4 behind us. 3 on the right. And 3 more on the left. They are using standard hunting tactics to track us. There might be more ahead or further out. Vaughn nervously stood up. That many?
Sir.
You need to, I can tee. The game wiped away tears. Reassuring. Calm down. Take a deep breath and think. Pretend this is just a drill. He forced himself to breathe deeply, trying to hypnotize himself. Relax. I need to relax. Vaughn listened carefully, moving cautiously with every sound. Nerves stretched tight. He turned and whispered.
Sir.
Please follow me. Vaughn pulled the game into the crowd. They moved like 2 boats cutting through a sea of people. He leaned on someone's luggage, making the person awkwardly say,
"Me."
Finally, they pushed through the crowd and sighed in relief. Vaughn tilted his head and quietly asked, Any sign of them? The game glanced back calmly.
Sir.
They have pulled back. They won't dare attack while we are mixed in with the baggage carriers. Good thinking. He quickly looked around. Thank you.
Sir.
Things are moving in the right direction. Right. He nodded slightly. Eyes sharp. I think so. We can run once we get close to where the troops are waiting. Vaughn hurriedly reported. It is right ahead.
Sir.
I see the rock where we told them to meet. They approached the rock. He looked around suspiciously, lips pressed tight. Where are they? I do not see them. His face fell.
Sir.
They are trapped inside by a crowd. 2 men stood on the rock, swords on their shoulders. If you are looking for your people, they are not here to help you. Pests. We have got unfinished business between you and me. His eyes burned with hatred, shooting daggers at the 2 below. The 2 huddled close, drawing their weapons. Eyes blazing at the crowd surrounding them. Vaughn squeezed his eyes shut. Voice trembling.
Sir.
Where are the others? Gen's teeth clenched. Voice steel hard. Doesn't he matter? Remember what we practiced. Watch each other's backs, and we will be fine. The 2 men raised their swords high. Kill them. He recalled his tough past. Gen passed a bookstore, then a bus stop. His eyes casually caught on a billboard. He closed his eyes warily, then turned away, trying to erase the uneasy feeling inside. The billboard read, Type your future. Join the fight today. Citizenship through service. Arcadia Academy. Gen pressed his lips, eyes reopening with a serious gaze. Back in the moment. He shouted and surged forward like a storm. He swung wildly, each strike shaking the air. Gen's eyes were resolute. Steel forged. In his past life, he would truly join the army, becoming a soldier hardened in battle. Gen trained day and night, sweat mixing with determination. He trained until the punching bag tore, command still echoing in the air. But when Gen gasped for breath and looked back, behind him was only a cold, lonely void. In reality, Gen kicked out, his strike landing squarely on the charging attacker's face. He turned his back, slashing across the neck of another enemy. Gen panted, glancing back to size up the situation. The guy swung his arms, struggling to fend off the blows from 2 opponents. Gen furrowed his brow, locking eyes on another man wielding a spear, charging like a guard dog. In his past life, Gen was armed. Stepping into battle, survival instincts etched deep in his flesh. He kept supporting his team, charging through gunfire to take down enemies. Bullets tore through the sky. Gunshots echoed nonstop, orders and shouts ringing everywhere. On a snowy night, Gen was once surrounded by enemies. A scene burned into his memory. At the same time, Vaughn collapsed to one knee, face bloodied and bruised. He gritted his teeth, grimacing as he tried to hold his ground. Gen quickly surged forward, kneeing one attacker away to break the encirclement for Vaughn. Gen helped him up. Now, their souls seemed fused with memories from a past life. The 2 clashed weapons, their movements synchronized like a steel dute. They roared, bracing themselves for the next wave of attack. In his past life, Gen once stood alone amid a sea of fire. A teammate laughed entering the plane cabin, turning back to ask him, "Boodoo mean?" And Vandersteen, "You like the view?" "We do not have all day." His tired eyes narrowed, but he still managed a determined smile. Now, both were gasping for breath, standing over dozens of bloody bodies. He sneered, lifting his head to say coldly, "Hurry up, 2 of you. What are you waiting for? I do not have all day." The guy's face twisted with anger. Gripping his weapon tight, cut to another location. Ruhan grabbed the girl's hand firmly. Voice urgent. "Come on, Rafa. We are about to miss it." Rafa blushed, stammering shyly, "Ruhan." Before she could finish, she bumped hard into a tall man. The impact made Rafa flinch. The man's cold gaze glanced down at her. She raised an eyebrow. Voice sharp and warning. What are you looking at? Mind your own business. The man said nothing, turning away with a calm that suggested he did not care. She laughed, walking alongside Rafa, teasing softly, planning to settle down anywhere else. Hurry up. We are almost there. The two held hands, weaving through the crowd toward the center of the square. There, Vaughn again stood amid a pile of bloody bodies. Battered but eyes still burning bright, she was stunned, lips parting in undisguised admiration. At that moment, Hamo and Law clashed weapons. The dull clang echoing loudly. Gen snatched Hamos' sword from his hand. Hamos' eyes widened in disbelief, biting his lip. His gaze was a mix of anger and hidden pain. Hamo roared. You are like a brother to me. And you are the one who took him away. Gen crossed his arms, a contemptuous smirk curling his lips. Your brother's just a fool who can see what is right in front of him. Don't he be as stupid as him. Step aside. Now. Hamo swung his stick again, charging into the desperate duel. In the distance, the guy was getting up, bleeding but still standing strong. Vaughn stared at the battle, unable to hide his worry and sympathy. He bent down, opening a cloth bundle in his hands, whispering through heavy breaths. Here it is. In memory. Gen once gave that weapon to Vaughn, voice low and serious. I am leaving this to you. I am counting on you. He tore open the cloth and pushed through the crowd, thinking to himself, don't he worry.
Sir.
I won't let you down. The fight between him and the two others remained intense. Clashing sounds echoing through the air. Ruhan and Rafa watched, holding their breath so hard they forgot to blink. She clenched her fists, shouting encouragement through the crowd. That is it. Take him down. So cool. She tilted her head, eyes wide, asking, really? Isn't he the longsword guy usually your type? Rune burst out laughing, pride thick in his voice. That is the guy I am talking about. Rafa pursed her lips in response. I know. Gozak's voice cut in, her emotions barely contained. She shot back with sharp eyes. Is that? What does he know? Just a mercenary. He crossed his arms. More than just some palace guard. Rune angrily pointed right at him. You want to die? Mercenary. Rafa quickly tried to calm him down. Easy. Rune. Then she turned to ask. Why do you think he will win? He is just a poor craftsman. Can't even afford decent clothes. Gozak smirked coldly. That is what happens when you spend too long around gold. You start measuring everything by money. As they argued, Ven quietly tilted his head. Rafa. Did you hear that? She stayed silent, eyes wide as her gaze landed on Game. She watched his every move. The man's golden eyes made Rafa shiver, her voice soft and amazed. She quickly asked Rune, what is going on? Rafa. That is how it is. Rafa exhaled soft, eyes tracking Game dodging a deadly strike. That minor guy. He is faking it. Rue's eyes widened. You did not see. I did not. Why fake? Right then. A heavy blow landed on the other's shoulder with a sharp crack. He staggered. No time to react before Game seized the moment. Gripping his opponent's sword tightly, Game yanked hard, slinging him over his shoulder. A sharp yell pierced the air as the guy crashed to the ground. Pain evident. She stammered. What? How did he? Gozak calmly explained. This was never a fair fight. The spear wielder was just watching how his opponent moved, always in control. Game stepped forward, the tip of his spear slicing close to the young man writhing on the ground, his voice cold, sharp as a blade. You lost. Drop your grudge. Today, I will spare you. Game sneered, eyes icy as a knife. You are done. The guy was sweating, face bruised and bloody, breathing heavy and ragged. He bit his lip, eyes ready to fight back. The guy laughed slyly, a twisted, mocking grin. Not yet, but you will be. Those who seemed beaten suddenly pushed themselves up, clutching wounds, eyes blazing red. Game chuckled dryly, his hoarse voice cutting through the silence. They never learn. He pressed his lips tight, voice calm but ice cold. My offer still stands. Lead. The guy frowned, lifting his head defiantly. Why should I? Gamesay's gaze darkened, voice steel hard. Because I am running out of reasons not to end this. The guy slowly stood, body trembling but voice cocky. Maybe you are the one who needs to rethink this. He suddenly raised an eyebrow, looking around suspiciously. What the hell was that? Game smiled faintly, a bright spark in his eyes. Our brothers are coming. A group rushed in from afar, urgency in their steps. Leaders. The rival fighters paled, like they would seen a nightmare. They turned and fled amid the desperate screams of the guy. What? Game relaxed his shoulders, tossing his sword aside. Thanks for the fight. The guy gritted his teeth, grabbing his sword, breath still heavy in the air. The square fell silent, all eyes following the backs of the defeated as they disappeared. Gulzak crossed his arms, a slight smirk playing at his lips. Smart. Rafa raised an eyebrow, confused. What? He tilted his head calmly. They used drums to communicate. While this guy was fighting, his crew called for backup. Rule's eyes widened, voice full of disbelief. The Greyborns are really that smart. Gulzak glanced at her sharply, a faint smile flickering. Clearly. You should think about that. Rule was speechless, standing silently as the wind blew through. After a moment, she grabbed Rafa's hand. This is not fun anymore. Rafa nodded, her gaze lingering on the battlefield one last time. On the other side, Guinness Group embraced, laughter breaking out after those life or death moments. A bright smile lit his lips, but his eyes stayed watchful. She glanced at him once more, then quietly said, "We should get going." Mun stepped forward, voice rough. "I have sent a few after him." He waved them off, telling them to turn back. Stirring up trouble with the goblins here could get us all killed. Vaughn held his staff thoughtfully, asking slowly, "So that is why you did not kill him? How kind of you?" Gen smirked, half joking, half serious. "Yeah, let us just say that is the case." He looked up. "Why did not you come meet us here?" He sighed, rubbing his neck tiredly. "Some VG guys were causing trouble for GX Group, so we went to help. Nothing serious in the end." Gen's eyes flickered with thought, enough to pull him aside. "I think something's going on." Zem raised his horn. When Vaughn called, "We came back as fast as we could." He rolled his eyes sarcastically. "You are not seriously leaving GX with all those guys, are you?" He shook his head gently. By the time GX and him arrived, the VG crew had already backed off. Gen smiled softly but glanced at Zem. "Well, that is good then." Their eyes met suddenly his and Gozak's, and the mood turned serious. Gen asked quietly, "What can I do to help you?" The man smiled. I want to commend you on today's victory. I have been on many campaigns, and I have never seen anyone fight as well as you did today. I want to discuss your fighting style with you." He tilted his head slightly, curiosity sparking in his eyes. "Many campaigns? What do you mean?" The man nodded.
"Yep.
Across many lands." Gen smiled and ordered smoothly, "Go grab some mushroom wine. We should not be rude to our guest." They both laughed, shaking hands firmly. "He and I have a lot to talk about. In the early days of the era, the father of all fought enemies from the void. He fell, and the world plunged into chaos. But from a drop of his blood, a new god was born. She herself gathered the fragments of Jom, the god of death, had to repay them, and she was crowned the greatest general after Jom's rebirth. She reclaimed the land from those who emerged from the void, and their servant, Bungo the Preacher, as the goddess of war. Just as she descended into hell to reclaim Jom's soul, we will enter hell to reclaim our inheritance. You may have heard this expedition is to wipe out the siblings. And that is true, but it is not the whole story. The truth is, ancient treasures lie right beneath our feet, treasures others were too scared to claim before." He clenched his fist with determination. "You are the lucky ones, the chosen today. This expedition is not a hunt, it is a raid. We are here to take what is ours and enrich us all." Bungo tried to rally everyone's courage. "Whether you are a bogey, burger, duck, or goblin," he raised his hand high, "each of you will become part of history. Follow me. We will fight. We will conquer." Bungo shouted, "And we will win." He declared in John's name. The expedition begins. The crowd below roared back in unison. Game exclaimed. "Not the worst speech I have ever heard." Gozak stood beside him, sighing. Bungo's nothing like his brothers. He is far greedier and more ambitious. Game crossed his arms, expression cold. "He is the son of the Jira tribe chief." The man nodded firmly.
"Yep.
This expedition is Bungo's chance to prove he is stronger than his brothers." So thought for a moment. "Get it? Gozak. Do you know what he is aiming for?" He wiped sweat from his brow. "I do not understand what you mean." Game spoke slowly. "A prince who does not volunteer to lead an expedition, doubles the usual numbers, hires mercenaries from different races, and has no clear goal. And since we are going down, not up, there is definitely something important down there." Gozak quickly thought it over. "I see. Once again, your words are sharp. Lep. I will talk to some contacts." His eyes flickered with complexity. "Same here. The sooner we figure out Bungo's goal, the better our chances of survival." Hamo collapsed to the ground. Jira glared at him angrily. "Get out of my sight before I kill you." He turned and walked away quickly. Jira tilted his head. "Commanding. From today on, Hamo is under your command. If he wants to lead again, he has to earn it." He hesitated. "Leader. He is just trying to do what is right for Jelma." He roared in anger. "And what if he succeeds? What if Bungo finds out? Prince Jira will demand heads for justice. How many more will I lose?" "I get how you feel. I feel it too. But now's not the time." Oz was silent for a long moment, then asked, "When will it be?" "Leader. What are we waiting for?" Jira glanced coldly at Hamo for a long moment, then gave a sickly sly smile. "The layers run deep, and there is a lot lurking in the shadows. Be patient. Our moment will come." Switching gears. New talk. Professor Goza's useful goblinoid identification class. Hello everyone, Professor Goza here. Some of you asked about goblinoid society, so I am here to explain. In the world Lep and I live in, there are several main races, including goblinoids like us. Goblinoids originated from the Ansat Empire and split into tribes after the empire fell. Dark are the most advanced goblinoids. Once merchants, warriors, and sailors until humans conquered them. DK are a warrior race. Engineers, and mercenaries known everywhere for their battlefield prowess. Though goblinoid, they are not part of the Ansat Empire. The goblin tribe is the most common among goblinoids, spending most of their time fighting neighbors and each other. The strongest goblin tribe is Zilla, which subdued Boggy. Burgers are famous hunters and skilled trackers, but watch out, their fiery spirit is as full as their breath. Luckily, they are rare. At the lowest level of goblinoid society are the Boggies, but even among them, there is division. Blue Boggies are nobility within Boggy society, acting as intermediaries between goblin lords and other Boggies. Many Boggies have blue skin due to goblin blood, but they differ in smaller build and hands that face sideways instead of up. The Greyborn Boggies are the lowest class. Our ancestors were great mages, but now we labor in mines and caves, doing jobs even other Boggies avoid. Our people have been enslaved by Zila for generations, ultimately serving them. Thanks to everyone who commented and asked questions about our people. Hope this class helps you understand goblinoid society better. Feel free to ask more questions in the comments below. On the table sat a plate holding a few things that looked like dry leaves. Level 1. San and Vara stood silently, eyes wide with shock and confusion, still not quite grasping what had just happened. He turned his head away, eyes flashing with disgust and hatred. San's hand slowly reached out, fingertips lightly brushing the plate resting on the table. She did not bother to care further, pulling back the curtain and stepping outside. Just as she stepped out, Vara Frozvan was standing with his back turned, staring at something, without a word. She strode over and grabbed him by the collar. Vaughn startled, quickly turning around to see Vara smiling, but his smile twisted into a grimace. Vaughn was dragged away by Vera. No mercy shown. He was pulled into a cave where the scent of herbs filled the air, clinging to the rocky walls. She gestured with her hand, asking Vaughn if the worm and mushroom could be turned into meat. He picked up 2 mushrooms, one with a pointed cap like a spitting machine, the other round and plump like a full moon, and explained, "Not far away." San and his group sat around a table, everyone eating heartily. After the meal, the group stood, adjusted their gear, lined up neatly, and headed straight forward. Level 2. Walking through the dark cave, Gon suddenly stopped, stamping his foot and pointing ahead, panic in his eyes. Just thinking of Vera sent chills down his spine. Vaughn startled and immediately dashed behind a large rock. Heart pounding, he sneaked away, standing behind a giant mushroom, lost in thought. Vaughn froze. His hands tensed as a faint noise echoed somewhere in the darkness. Turning around, Vaughn saw her dragging a dead animal. After a few chops, the animal was cut into pieces. He collapsed to the ground, furrowed his brow, looked at the meat, then pointed at it with a confused expression. In the end, they stood by the boiling pot, throwing in all the meat to cook. Amid the rising steam, they looked at each other and smiled. When the meat was done, they each grabbed a piece and took a bite. Their eyes lit up at the same time. The scene shifted to a group of armored people, weapons slung over their shoulders, quietly climbing a rocky slope. Level 3. Right after eating, Vaughn signaled a warning. Anyone who accidentally eats the chup meat will get poisoned and die. No sooner had he spoken, both jumped up and started chasing a chup running wild. After a few steps, they froze. The chup had led a whole pack surrounding them. He sighed softly, glanced at her dirty body, then pointed toward the other side. Vaughn stood a short distance away, silently watching over Vara while she bathed. After bathing, Vara felt completely refreshed, walking with a relaxed smile. Before she could react, Vaughn slapped her hard on the back, making her stagger. He snapped angrily, pointing at her, saying Vara always hit like she wanted to kill him. She got mad too, gave a sharp turn, and they both walked off in opposite directions. The scene shifted again to a group silently moving in the wind. Level 4. Vara sat at the table, clearly in a bad mood, making Dak and Say exchange curious whispers. Her cheek suddenly flushed as the image of his face popped into her mind. Then Vara bit her lip, recalling her impulsive actions earlier. Her eyes slowly dropped, her gaze growing distant, as if touching an unnamed sadness. Elsewhere, Vaughn leaned against a rock, arms crossed, his face clearly showing frustration from afar. After a while, she just bowed her head slightly and quietly walked away, looking truly lonely. Gon glanced at him, pointing straight at his face, silently saying Vaughn is the one Vera likes. In a nearby forest, a giant monster roared, charging fiercely at her group. Vara focused, channeling all her strength into a powerful slash. Her blade flashed bright before plunging deep into the monster. Vara furrowed her brows, breathing heavily, trying to endure the sharp pain spreading through her body. Despite her best effort, the monster stood firm, unharmed. Just as the monster raised its claw, a figure suddenly rushed in and pushed her away. It crashed to the ground, head spinning. Vara's body was covered in the monster's saliva. She turned to look at Vaughn. Stunned. He grinned, handing the knife back to Vera. She burst out laughing until tears streamed down her face. When the monster collapsed, Vara waved and smiled at Vaughn before turning to leave. He raised his hand, waving back, a smile still lingering on his lips as his eyes followed her retreating figure. Eyes wide, teeth clenched on a cloth, face tense, struggling to bear the pain. His eyes rolled back, pupils dilated, his face twisted in extreme agony. Game's gaze landed on Ratch's bandaged, injured leg as he stepped forward to comfort him. His leg would go numb. Change the bandage and apply more Nacolit on the burn, when the frost crystals turned blue to neutralize the acid. The one bandaging nodded.
Yep.
Thuong Hei. Game straightened up, hands on hip, eyes scanning the surroundings like inspecting a basket. Looking at the monster's corpse lying still, he muttered quietly, "What a waste." Someone appeared quickly to report. "Thuong Hei?" I asked, but the medics refused to come. They said caring for Greeborn is not their job, even when the nobles demand it. Hearing this, he frowned deeply. Arms crossed. Frowning. 2 months. 4 levels. Over 100 dead. Those old fools playing war with these young men as pawns. Some things never change. Van nodded.
Yep.
Thuong Hei. But then shook his head in frustration. He looked puzzled and spoke up. Thuong Hei. Jill said the overseer wants us to start harvesting. They do not want to waste more time on the wounded. After hearing that, he fell silent. Eyes distant, lost in thought. His gaze settled on the wounded, each carefully bandaged. Right. It is time to collect our treasure. The goblins tirelessly dug tunnels. Most gray goblins were small and ill-suited for cave life. I always wondered why goblins made them miners. He remembers when he was a kid, the first time he stepped into the cave, and finally realized it was because of those beautiful mist crystals that the dwarves used for lighting. The old white-haired man carefully lifted the blue stone, gently placing it into the box like it might shatter. In the open light, a dwarf lightly jumped up, clutching the blue stone. And the world above ground used it to power magic, though it is corrosive to non-magical creatures. It does not affect the gray dwarves. The group of cave dwarves played around, passing the blue stone between them, laughter echoing through the cave, all with innate magical abilities. They could handle those toxic crystals without fear, so here we are, in the mines where Jira sent us. That dwarf, hammer in hand, rhythmically struck the blue stone. Sparks flying, but it still needed to be purified and made safe to use. A long, costly process. The sound of blades clashing rang out as they gutted the monster, until a new supply was found. Liquid poured from the monster's belly. Early expeditions discovered that the hiplings naturally refine both metal ores and mist crystals into a safe form they used to build nests. His gaze swept over the pile of monsters scattered on the ground. Since then, expeditions were regularly organized to clear the mines of threats. But really, it was to harvest the refined crystals. Gin sat silently, deep in thought. At first, I heard the hiplings lived isolated, not interfering with each other. But after the big hunt started, there was no turning back. Now, both sides hiss at each other on sight. Such a waste. From above, the fat guy shouted down, "Watch those things. Idiots. They are worth more than your lives." Off in the distance, he and the other guy approached looking pretty annoyed. "Damn. I hate that guy." He lowered his gun, opened a bag for someone who quickly dropped something inside, then turned around. Snap. "Damn. How bad is this?" He raised an eyebrow, voice tinged with regret. 10 gone.
Kid.
We lost 10. The man beside him closed his eyes and sighed. They died because we rushed in. Even a kid could be seen the ambush coming if we would scouted better. Him rubbed his chin, face darkening as he nodded. Right. What I do not get is why not just because of these stones. I am telling you. Gen lazily pointed elsewhere. Maybe back then. They knew. Just as the words fell, the shadows of VG and us slowly appeared before everyone. Ratch glanced down, eyes full of suspicion. Only the veins on his hand bulged fiercely. Ratch looked stunned. Then calmly tried to reason. "I get how you feel. But remember the treaty, we are allies now." Seeing the surprised look on his face, the old man smiled faintly. "Ratch, you are still mad about my test. How many years has it been?" He snapped back angrily. "Test. You turned my closest brothers against me. I had to kill one because of you." Vo kept smiling softly, then spoke gently. "Ratch, you still do not get it. If I had not given him a chance, someone else would be. No wonder your men keep betraying you." Hearing that, he exploded, lunging to kick the old man's face, but was immediately held back by the others. "Leader. Do not. He is right. Ratch. This is not worth it. He is just provoking you. If you attack him, Bongu will execute you." He curled his lip, eyes cold, brushing them off. "Fine." Then Jack turned his back and walked off decisively. "I am going to check on the troops." "Watch that kid." Watching him leave, the old man sneered sarcastically. "Come find me anytime you want. Jack, I am always here for you. He did not even look back, flipping him the middle finger with a grimace. Only now did Game step forward and speak. Besides trying to kill us, is there another reason you are here? The old man leaned in, whispering into his ear. There is. Taunt's informant finally uncovered the real reason behind this rushed expedition. After a moment's thought, he recounted. A war among siblings fighting for the leadership. I did not need your informant to know that. Vo paused, closed his eyes, then continued. Of course. But did your informant say how Bungo plans to win that war? And the reason this expedition is moving so fast? Your source knows. The guy rolls his eyes like no one else. Says it took a lot of time and a ton of money. But it is true they found it. The game is suspicious. Why did you speak up? You already knew the location of that legendary magical weapon once used by SH. Walking next to Vaughn. He just keeps jumping around nonstop. When are you gonna tell these guys about Big Brother losing it? Vaughn is grimacing, rubbing his temple like he has got a headache. Gun said. I already told you I was not there. Jem knows the details. If you want to know why the boss flipped, go ask him yourself. Gun slyly tapped Vaughn's elbow. Come on, man. You are the boss's favorite. You have got to know something. We are just worried about him. You get that? Right. Vaughn could not help but laugh out loud. Gun gave a hesitant look like he did not know what to say. Yeah. Vaughn cut him off, shaking his head like he got it. Gun shrugged, acting like he did not care. Fine. I am just curious. And a little worried the boss might lead the goblins and drag us into trouble. Standing behind, looked down and tried to join the conversation. Sounds funny. Is that really what you are worried about? From what we have seen, the boss ends all fights. Vaughn frowned, his face tight with irritation. Hey. Mind your own business. Then Gun flashed a sly grin. So the boss is hiding something from you. Poor guy. The big bosses prefer old-timers like Jem over kids like you. Vaughn grabbed Gun's hair before he could react. Shut up. The last thing we need is you spreading rumors. Gun shoved Vaughn's hands away. Mun raised an eyebrow and said firmly. Don't he worry. He puckered his lips teasingly. I am sure your ex-girlfriend will comfort you when you are crying on her gorgeous lap. While they joked, a sudden force hit Gun from behind. He jumped, startled, and spun around. Gun looked up to see Jogger with a cold expression. Goblins. Can you ever keep quiet? This is a reconnaissance mission. Not a berry-picking trip. Vaughn stepped forward awkwardly to break the tension. Listen. Jogger. Sorry. He just likes to talk nonsense. No offense. Jogger lowered his voice threateningly. If you all get caught because you can keep your mouth shut, I will personally feed you to the hiplings. As Jogger walked away, a voice called from behind. Don't he let him bother you. Kid. Burgers like Jogger are always grumpy. Ban and Go chimed in at the same time. Kid. You know that itchy feeling you can to scratch. That is how burgers are. If I had to smell Ban all day, I would be miserable too. The old man's eyes widened like he was warning them. Hey. The Recon unit goes ahead of the main group. The group entered the forest, where gray stones mixed with patches of pink grass. They stood silently until the man broke the heavy silence. I gotta admit, this fifth level is way nicer than I thought. Hard to believe something like this exists underground. The scene ahead looked like a fairyland. He stared, puzzled. What are those things? Mun focused on the black leaves rolling on the ground. Spore leaves. This level is full of spore swarms like that. Zem already told me. Gun rubbed his belly. Eyes hungry. Can you eat those? He glanced sideways. Reminding. You can try. But Zem said they will crush anything near their swarm. After hearing that, he dropped the idea. Better not mess with them. Vaughn turned curious, asking the man, Sergorat, how much farther to the Rendezvous with the squad? The man glanced back and pointed. Hard to judge distance in this weird place. But I believe the meeting point's that way. Yeah. What do you think? Ban held a wooden box thoughtfully. The box says we have taken 10,230 steps to reach the farthest point in the Recon zone. And now, we have walked 3,478 steps back. I figure if we follow the stream ahead, about 6,000 steps more and we will be there. Hearing this, everyone chimed in with their own take. Does your box talk? Kid. It just counts steps and tells us how far we have gone, roaring forward with forceful steps. Come on. Keep moving. After saying that, he went ahead while the guy peeked over the edge. I asked, hey, where did you get that box? He looked at him and explained. I took it during our fight with those redskins out east, with a puzzled look full of question marks. Redskins. You suddenly turned around. Eyes wide. About to say something but changed the subject. What? Why did not you write? Your tribe is not allowed to leave this place. Then he looked a bit awkward and bowed his head. Sorry about that. The guy waved it off with a smile. It is. You raised a finger. Eyes sharp. How can it be okay? This is a big deal.
Kid.
How do you survive living underground so long? No sunlight. No sky at all. I have only been down here a short time, and I am already going crazy. After walking a bit, you noticed a patch of open sky above. A patch of sky.
Ah.
But I know what you are getting at, he smiled confidently. Looking up. One day, we will be free. But until then, we have to be strong enough to protect that freedom. That is what you always say. He rubbed his chin and let out a soft grunt, thinking the guy was not bad. But he did not dwell on him. Maybe I should take another look at your boss. The guy tilted his head, flashing a grin. Come meet him and see for yourself. Can you tell me more about those Redskins and the Ritz? Whenever he mentioned humans, Ban often said the Redskins were dumb. Smelly pests. Swarming the east like bugs. You can kick a bush out east without hitting a bunch of Redskins. He recalled the brutal battle, pain rising in his chest. We just clashed with them not long ago. A group covered in mud stole some of our pigs. So we went to get them back. The fight was on when suddenly the shirtless showed up. Then a group calling themselves the Ritz appeared and broke up the fight. They stood facing Ban, like monks always trying to mediate. Their law forbids fighting unless it is self-defense. And they always seek peace. Back to reality. He pointed at the wooden box. Anyway, I saw a Rit with this box. He said he would give it to me if I stopped fighting. So I thought, why not? You lifted the wooden box. Eyes gleaming. Best deal I ever made. You would not believe it. But this box has saved my life more times than I can count. After hearing the story, he fell silent for a moment, then said admiringly, sounds pretty good. Thinking of the shirtless. He nodded. That is right. If your tribe ever wins freedom and meets the peaceful Redskins out east, respect their religion and traditions, they will respect you back. He walked ahead. Looking back, that won't happen. The Brazilian Republic wiped most of them out. Damn it. I just remembered.
Yeah.
Someone curious spoke up. What? Who? He recalled the uniforms humans wore, some arrogant ones in skirts. Always marching around with their gadgets. They set fire to everything. Burning down all the temples in the lands they conquered. Replacing the gods with their own. At this, but clenched his teeth. Eyes cold. Cursing. Those jerks. I swear I will never work for them again. No matter how much gold they offer. The guy raised an eyebrow. Suspicious?
Me?
You worked for them. You nodded without explaining. Of course. We are a mercenary clan.
Kid.
We have worked for every race out there. Lost in thought. Rubbing his chin as if weighing something. You are a mercenary too. He and the other exchanged a look. Silent. You lightly rubbed your head. Eyes looking away. Not daring to meet his gaze. Well. Not exactly. The image of Bungu back then flashed in his mind. Standing amid the clan giving orders. Alright. Listen. The truth is, we were hired recently to help Bungu's second younger brother. His whole group charged into battle against the Xoi in a fight with the Callers. Before they could react, Bungu was stabbed right in the chest. We did our best. The two looked back in shock, but could not do much. Sitting on a high chair, he covered his face. Eyes hidden behind his hands. Bungu made another deal. He said he would arrange things smoothly with Jira if we did one job for him. That is why we are here. Back to reality. Ban stared off into the distance. I still think it was him who led the Callers to my younger brother. After speaking, he glanced away with a hint of sadness. But we still had to do it. Our family can't afford to lose any more clients. Our reputation has not been great since we started working for Bryzillum. We just trained soldiers for them and fought a few battles. Yet we get blamed for all the terrible things this republic has done. The flames burned everything right before your eyes. This republic destroyed temples, libraries, schools, everything wiped out when a culture is replaced by another. In a house with a flag waving in the wind. Give it time. And soon there'll be a loyal colony ready to serve the Bryzillum Republic. You could not hide your disbelief. Muttering. Sounds awful. Seriously. Do not you think we should tell Lep about this? He nodded. I will let him know. While we were talking, I saw him sneaking around.
Hey.
Raga. What are you doing? Curious. You stepped forward. Raga. Where are you headed? He walked toward where his eyes were fixed. Raga. What is it? Did you find something? The whole group moved forward, lining up behind him, in the darkness. The monster's yellow eyes flashed a cold, sharp light. Its footsteps echoed with power. Thick dust rose, so dense you could not see a thing around. They stood watching as the swarm of bugs marched in perfect order. Gon's face twisted in shock. Mouth agape. Bugs? A whole army of them. As night fell, they gathered around a running fire, water glinting in their eyes. They glanced at him standing nearby, smiling, then headed straight for the expedition team. The bugs marched on without pause, a full army of them. They watched, stunned. Mouths open, the swarm of bugs, an entire army. as night fell. They watched. Mouths agape, the swarm of bugs. Before he could steady himself, he blew into the ivory hornet sound a code through the forest. What the hell are you doing? In anger, Gorak yanked the horn, shouting, "You want us all dead?" Panicked, he hurried to explain. "We have to warn the others about the bugs coming, even if it means getting caught." You drew your blade, cold eyes locking on Vaughn, the tension snapping like a tight wire. "I will kill him." Seeing the situation, Gon stood up, stepping in front of him with a forced smile. Wait. Bugs communicate through scent. Even if they hear the horn, they won't care. He looked around, then asked, "Gorak, is any of them following us?" He sniffed a few times. "From what I see." Hearing that, Gorak exhaled, the weight lifting a bit. "Looks like the kid did the right thing. You stopped giving Vaughn a hard time and lowered your weapon." "All right then," his eyes warned him sharply. "Next time,
Kid.
check with me before risking the whole team's lives. That is not your call to make." Seeing everyone calm down, Vaughn shook his head, not daring to argue. He approached, patted Ban on the shoulder, and said, "Forget it. We need to get back to the expedition and report what we saw." Gorak began assessing the situation. The kid's horn can warn them something's up, but it won't show how serious it is. Looking at that force, this is definitely a major attack. As he finished, the air grew heavy. Everyone's faces tightened. He was the first to break the tense silence. "Roka, you are the best tracker here. Any way to get back without running into those bugs?" He lifted his chin confidently, eyes burning. "My big nose will do its best." He smirked, eyes full of amusement. "If your big nose gets us out safe, I owe you all the mushroom wine you want." He glanced back with a knowing look. "Deal." Roka led the group, guiding their retreat from the area. After a long trek, the group stopped. Ban leaned on his knees, panting from exhaustion. Behind him, the others collapsed to the ground, worn out, gasping for breath, sweat pouring down their bodies. Gaul's face was full of complaints, like he was about to die. "He is tired too. Let him rest a bit. Then we have to keep moving." Gaul quickly realized his mistake, his eyes full of regret. "Damn. He remembers you but does not care about what Gaul said. What else is new?" He sat down hard on the ground, gripping his hands tight, tense. I should not have convinced him to join Lepus' gang. As soon as he heard that, Vaughn could not help but laugh. "Don't he worry about it." His smile was not blaming at all. "Without you, I would not have had the guts to stand up to my parents. And yet, I still had to join this expedition without any training. Honestly, I probably owe you my life." Finally letting his guard down, the tension eased from his face. He said, "You are right." He glanced up mischievously and said, "Next time the bugs chase us, can you run a little slower?" Vaughn's laugh filled the air, lively and bright. Behind him, Vaughn covered his face, speechless. Ju-Ryu glanced over carefully. "I still have not heard any response from the human side." Hearing that, he pondered. "I do not know either. Maybe the other groups are out of range." He nodded slightly and continued, "They can't respond. Suspicious? Maybe this is not the only bug group. Others might have been wiped out." He gripped the strap on his shoulder, guessing, if they were really attacked, there'd be a lot of noise. But I did not hear a thing. Gun stood up, hopeful. "So there is still hope?" "Right." Vaughn did not answer but shouted, "Better if we keep moving." The bugs just came out of the cave. The group hid behind bushes, watching like goats being bitten. Poom perked up and asked, "What is a goat?" He was speechless, not knowing either. Something even noisier than humans, if that is possible. Sitting in a corner, he spoke curiously. "Why are they just standing there? Looks like they are guarding something." "Bugs are not smart enough to guard anything." He shook his head, looking back at him. "Who knows why they are there? But this is the only path to the squad before the bugs arrive. We have to get through them." Goo rocks. "What do you think?" He thought for a long moment, then said, "We have two choices. One of us distracts the bugs, or we all fight." "Which way?" Vaughn looked at the bugs, rubbing his chin. Thinking, after a moment, he spoke decisively. "I am the fastest here. I will lead them away. The rest warn the expedition team." Hearing that, Gun sat beside him, eyes wide. "You know I was joking about you running slower than me, right?" He did not deny it, just nodded. "I know." Gun could not hide his surprise. Confused. "So why?" Vaughn went silent for a moment, then said firmly, "I just do not want my friend to die before me." Monk could not help but speak up, trying to find another way. "The bugs are faster than us. There is no way you can outrun them. If anyone is bait, it should be the mercenaries." You agreed with him. "You are right.
Kid.
Gyurichi and I can handle one." He stuck to his own opinion, but not three. If they win, They will come for you. The bugs track by scent. The only way is to lead them far enough so everyone can get through the tunnel before they come back. Von stood tall. Eyes determined, not letting anyone refuse. The one to do it has to be me. The group continued crossing the giant mushroom forest. On the way home, they chatted happily, but some struggled carrying litters. Looking exhausted, Rule complained irritably to Rafa. I am bitten all over by bugs. Maybe it won't itch. Rafa kindly scratched her. Oh man, I hate this armor. Feeling better, Rule smiled gently. Satisfied, that is better. She looked at the scene and could not help but think. Can't they do something a little more practical? I mean, look at them. Who thought steel breasts would be useful? Rafa, helpless, could only reply. If she wanted to wear something nice, she could go up there and serve him instead. The scene of the mage feeding grapes to Bungu gave her an excuse to tease Rule. As long as he saw her charm, Rule recoiled in disgust. No way. I am not taking a bite from you. Rafa caught that and winked at her. Rule. Problem solved. Rule smiled at her. That is why I like you, Rafa. You always find the bright side of everything. Rafa did not pay much attention. Just focused on the grim surroundings. Everything will be a lot brighter once we leave this stop. Rule looked doubtful. Ben said, I do not buy it. I heard the 6th floor is even worse. Rafa immediately put on a scowl. Of course it is. That is exactly what we need. Right. More death and misery. But right then Rule pointed behind her teasingly. Hey. At least the one you like is with us. The person she meant was Gum, walking behind with a determined look. Rafa blushed. Embarrassed. And said, he is not the one I like. Rule cheekily shot back. Oh really? Then why do you bring him up every chance you get? Rafa defended herself. I said he is a good warrior. That does not mean I like or trust him. Rule shook her head. Curious. I do not get what you mean about him. From what we have seen, his people are disciplined and flexible. And they have been pretty good to us. Rafa. Still serious. Confided. You mean he is a little too perfect? I always get the feeling something's off about him. He smells like an elder. More like a merchant than a warrior. Rule clearly did not get her point. Bluntly rebutted. He is not a merchant. You have seen him fight. Rafa thought it over. I have, but that makes it even less clear. Who is good at both talking and fighting like that? Rule straightforwardly proved her point. Like I said, it is suspicious. Why do not you go talk to him and get to know him? Rafa blushed, avoiding her gaze. I would not know what to say. Before she could finish, Rule put a knowing hand on her shoulder. Rafa, have you ever told me about that time you cheated back home and met that cute farmer? Suddenly Rafa's eyes widened. Staring ahead, looking utterly shocked, Rule was surprised too. What is going on? Rafa looks tense. Something's up ahead. Suddenly, a warning sound echoed from ahead. Ganhan. Ganhan. The troops suddenly panicked and went on defense. It is an attack wave. Everyone move forward, Rafa bravely ordered. Everyone. Get ready to protect our lord. Suddenly, she glanced sideways and saw someone freeze. Rafa asked a soldier frantically sniffing around. What is that? The soldier focused and answered. There is a smell. Something's wrong, he shouted in panic. Incoming. Ruhol and Rafa stared at the soldier. He seemed a bit slow to react. Immediately, another team member was grabbed from above. Screaming. Help me. Someone help. Ruhol pointed up nervously. What the hell is that? Rafa looked up and saw the spider ready to strike. She shouted. Ambush. It is an ambush. The warriors quickly formed ranks, struggling to hold their shields up. The spider did not hesitate, lunging forward fast. It kicked Ruhol hard, knocking her back in pain. Rafa, full of rage, sprang into action. She used her shield to block it. Then signaled, trap its leg. The legs are the weakest part. Without hesitation, Rafa plunged a dagger into its leg. It screamed in agony, calling for help from its kind. Other warriors rushed over, attacking its legs with their weapons. Rafa stood at its head, pressing the sharp dagger down. She drove it straight in, pinning the spider down so it could not struggle. Then she yelled back to everyone. We need to help the others. Ruhol, worried, pointed at her. You better clean that off before it burns you. Rafa did not even bother to say much. It is not burned. I guess, but right after. The poor girl felt dizzy. Safe. My head. Then she collapsed, making Ruhol panic and shout. Rafa, Rafa. In her hate, she recalled the past. I really hate this armor. Rafa remembered her father. He died in a storm battle. The village chief's son tried to take advantage of my sister and got his hand chopped off by my dad. The tribe elders gave him a choice. Pay a fine and cut off his own hand. Or fight. My father bravely chose to face his enemy. But Rafa hated that situation. The fool chose to fight. The price for his family was death or slavery for 3 generations. The leader was fed up and instead pushed us forward. We ran into a group of Jira warriors in the second week, too many to fight. My uncle died trying to save us. My mom and sister were taken to the House of the Broken. My clan, Aizen, is a blind clan, untouched by the legacy of Zech. We are born ready to fight and train our whole lives for battle. I thought my fate had come, but fate was not done with me yet. At that moment, Rafa vaguely opened her eyes, looking at the scene before her, a bit surprised. What is this? She struggled with all her might. I can move. I can feel anything. Suddenly, a voice spoke nearby. I would avoid trouble if I were you. Rafa suspiciously asked, who is there? My vision's blurry. Another voice reassured her. He is right. Focus your strength while the paralysis fades. Rafa looked toward the voice. Confused. What? Where? The person beside her did not explain. Just asked. What is the last thing you remember? Rafa furrowed her brow, piecing together her memory. I was fighting a tribe. We took down one. Suddenly, loud laughter echoed. Just one. Annoyed. She snapped.
Wait.
How many did you kill? Em arrogantly boasted to Rafa. Last I checked, the guy over there killed 4. I got 3. Vax got. Then he looked at VJ and that nonsense over there. Before he could finish, VG smirked sharply. Also killed 3. Annoyed. Pretended to compliment. Still as cute as ever. He did not care. Just shook his head helplessly. Vax needs to teach his pet some manners. Em got mad. Threatening. When do I get to teach you manners? Ignoring VG and Hem's banter, Rafa looked around worried. Is everyone here? The whole expedition, Hem calmly replied. Not everyone. Only those who touched the spider's blood. As far as we know. Rafa finally breathed a sigh of relief. Thank God. He looked at her, reminding, glad your furry boss is probably okay. Maybe you should worry more about yourself. Rafa snapped back annoyed. I care if they eat that guy. I just want my girls safe. Suddenly, she got a bit scared. But they want to eat us. Right, Game tried to explain. Maybe. But they would have to do a lot just for a snack. Look around. What do you see? Rafa squinted into the dark space. See? And the others. Then her eyes widened in shock. The cocoons are not in the nest. They are floating midair. Rafa gaped for a moment. They are floating. How is that possible? Him grinned at her expression. Exactly what I said. Looked uneasy. I am really worried about our tribe's future. And before I say something dumber. The creatures heard a noise and crawled out of their cocoons. Vijay finally told them the whole truth. This is level 7, where natural laws do not apply. Everyone looked shocked. No way. V explained everything clearly. But it is true. After a surprising display of intelligence, they led us deep into their territory. VG still seemed incredulous. No way they are that smart. Even Wig tried to argue back. But they are just bugs. With a serious face, told everyone that instinctively. I would plan an ambush and a distraction to take at least half of the enemy's territory. We seriously underestimated their tribe. And maybe there is more to it than just being a good meal for their lord. Wig looked genuinely impressed. Damn. He is right. VG smiled satisfied. Yeah. Is not that right? Rafa asked vaguely. So what do we do now? Vigi looked confident. Do not worry. There is a plan. Then he glanced at Jem. Waiting. Right. He understood what the guy meant. Silent for a moment. Jem looked V straight in the eye and said. That depends. Are you still numb? His face showed he was holding back. He was. Jem calmly said. Then I guess you are about to feel everything they have done to you. Everyone turned to look at him. Vig even more shocked. You mean? Gum smirked. Licking his lips. Exactly. No plan. Sorry.
Good.
Him still smiled in this desperate situation. We are about to share the same fate. GM looked at that resigned face with a bit of disgust. Seems like it, he said optimistically to VG. But V, at least you will be stable. The last thing before the tribe finds us. The guy asked curiously. One last sound. Jem did not argue. Just explained. From what I heard, I think you will want Hengen's head. His face was full of pride. After all, he cut ties with him for the gang's comfort. But that is not all. Emgen, you should be heard what his lackeys said about you. Hearing this, Hem was startled, and V looked extremely annoyed. Then he shouted angrily. And Hem did not hesitate to spit in VG's face. VG flew into a rage and threatened. I want need weapons for what I am about to do to you. The two kept yelling insults at each other. Moving elsewhere. The spider below heard the loud noise and looked up. The others quickly climbed up to them, taking the chance. Hem called Rafa. Who was watching the two? Rafa. Then he warned her. I will get us out. Stay alert in case any other threats show up. Rafa was surprised. Did not expect that. I thought you already said. Game looked at her and explained. I need a distraction. Immediately, he pierced the spider web with a knife, leaving Rafa stunned. The sharp blade cut through in one slice, tearing the fragile strands. Game quickly moved to Rafa and helped her break free. They slid straight down. Game landed lightly and firmly. Rafa, less experienced, fell hard to the ground. Up above, Hem and Vogue were stuck. Bobby did not dare breathe heavily. Rafa said shy. Sorry. Still hard to move. Game reassured her. It is. By now. He had scanned the area and grabbed the knife. Rafa, there is a weapon here. Do whatever you can. Game quickly laid out the plan. I will distract them. You increase our numbers. Rafa asked confused. Distract them? How? He looked at her confidently. You are not paying attention. Ah. Then he jumped up into the air. This place defied physics. Seeing Game hover midair. Rafa was still dreamy. What is physics anyway? But she quickly snapped back. Do not get distracted. I need to rescue the others. Saying that, Rafa went to rescue Drog, threatening him. Drop your weapon and help me if you want to live. After a quick, persistent cut through the webs, one clean slice, then a stronger one, Rafa successfully freed her tribe members. Then worriedly asked, can you stand? He pretended to be grateful. I will lead. Thanks for letting me come last. Rafa tried to support him. I have to wait until the tribe moves. He asked a bit angrily. Yeah. But could not you have rescued me before him? She asked bluntly. Would you let him live? When I heard that, I was furious. Her sarcastic tone was she insulting me. I am nothing if not practical. He is a perfect meat shield. Come back to me. He asked Rafa. How many of us have been rescued? She thought for a moment. Then answered. I count 18. He smiled arrogantly and said. That is more than enough to take on 3 clans. But then N shattered VG's hope. It is not just 3 anymore. Look. Rock's fierce face slammed a tree branch straight into the monster's head. Seeing the beasts closing in to attack. They are coming. Take them down. Rafa leapt into the air, dodging the monster's brutal strike. A sharp, commanding glance flickered from Rafa's eyes like a blade. The boy was backed against the cliff. Trembling, mouth wide in panic, a foot slid swiftly across the ground. Driven by urgent instinct, Rafa shot forward like a spear. Swinging his arm, steel flashed as it cut down the beast. She did not take her eyes off the hard-won victory, the third one. Rafa's voice rang out fierce and angry across the battlefield. Help me fight it. Without hesitation, the kid bolted like someone was right behind him. Forgive me, I have got a family. Rafa's eyes widened in shock at those words. What? That moment of distraction let the monster catch her off guard, caught by surprise. Rafa tumbled to the ground, her weapon clattering away. She scrambled desperately, crawling to grab her fallen weapon. The monster suddenly slammed its claw down, trapping Rafa's arm. Pain shot through her as she screamed, the sound echoing through the air. Rafa's eyes went wide with terror as the monster shifted, ready to strike. Helpless. Tears glistened in her eyes. Not like this. Help. Gen lunged forward, pressing the stick hard, forcing the monster's head down. The stick jabbed straight into the monster's eye socket. Green goo oozed out. His eyes showed regret. Sorry. I am here now. Gasping, Rafa looked up, fear still lingering in her eyes. Even with the deep stab, the monster's eye twitched unnaturally. Staring at this, Gen stood frozen, unable to believe what he was seeing. What? He pressed the stick down harder, driving it deeper into the monster's eye. Rafa's eyes widened, lips trembling, pure fear showing. Overcome. She raised her hands to shield her face from the horror before her, even just a shadowy reflection. Its savagery was haunting. Gen's face hardened, stick raised high. Come on. Why you? Under the pressure. The monster's eye bulged from the socket. Without mercy, Gen swung the stick straight at the wounded eye. His powerful strike drove the stick deep into the monster's eye socket. Gen yanked the stick out and dashed toward her, in Hem's arms. Her small frame rested, with a slow turn. Hem flashed a teasing smile. Got her now.
Good.
Do not worry. Gen gently placed his hand on her head. Is she alive? Hem replied. Arms broken. But she made it out. Still. Hearing that, Gen sighed and smiled softly. Oh, our crazy goddess one more time. Hen raised his eyebrows. Curious. You going easy on us. You usually do not care much about goblins. Gen smirked mysteriously. I have got my reasons. You watch her while I help the others. As he turned away, a voice called out. Hang in there. Rafa blinked. Then looked back, eyes flickering with embarrassment. I do not have time for this. Hema's face showed concern. Sorry, buddy. You lead. I am bleeding, it is how it is. Take her and go. Hen nodded. Rafa's down, but if you die, do not blame me. His hand gripped the weapon tight. Don't worry. I will be back. Hem stared at the giant monster ready to attack. After I am gone, have some fun. The giant spider's body lay motionless on its back. Just after a fierce battle, the spider's gaze locked tightly on the group, picking out the weakest target. The mage's wide eyes flicked over. Clearly confused about what was happening, unable to hide his suspicion. He cleared his throat and called out. His face twisted with discomfort and a probing look. What is going on, mage? Why are not you using your magic on that thing? The mage flared with anger. Flames burning around him like they were scorching his soul. I tried my best, but that damn crazy Dekai wouldn't get away. He shouted in frustration, mixing explanation with bursts of rage. I am Draug Grimerson, son of Mala, undefeated in the Western Hills. The creature that dies by my hand will be this one. He slammed his fist down, eyes blazing with determination. The one blocking the way is him. He frowned deeply, issuing a sharp command. Mage. Right now. A Draug's face twisted in pain as he clutched his head. You idiot. Traitor. How dare you? The mage closed his eyes, raising his hand as magical light began to glow. Mighty guardian of sky and sea, hear our plea. Grant us your power so we may defeat your enemies. The pendant shone with a piercing blue light, as if awakening a sleeping force. A magical beam shot forward, striking the giant spider with a thunderous explosion. He looked up, eyes shining with hope. Did it work? The giant spider silently hid behind a hazy layer of dust and bones. Barely visible. His hands tensed with stress. Is it moving? How big of a rock do I need to smash this thing? And Chi-Du swung high and charged at the giant spider like a fierce storm, his sharp gaze locked onto the spider. Ready for a precise strike, Chi-Du's blade flashed as he shouted, revealing his plan. I guess we are doing this the hard way. He could not hide his anxiety. His face darkened. Damn it. The attack grazed the giant spider, which narrowly dodged the deadly slash. Adrock smirked and mocked. You missed. Too bad. He stumbled, bracing one hand to avoid falling. Then sighed. Love you. Big guy. The massive spider faced both of them, daring every attack. Heen M's eyes burned with fierce determination as he shouted like thunder. Move left. Got this. In a burst of anger, Drock shoved him aside. I am Drock Grimerson, son of Mala. Undefeated here. His shout was rough and urgent. What? Watch out. Dark One. Mid the chaos? The spider's sharp claws as wide as a person's caught both off guard. Jen quietly watched, his instincts warning something was very wrong. After a moment's hesitation, he reached out to grab his weapon. Maybe I should. Jen's hand froze, clenched tightly as if holding back something rising inside. Though burning inside, he held back patiently. I can't change much now. I will wait a little longer. Hearing a sigh, Jen glanced over with a thoughtful look. I will need to find someone to heal that arm when this is over. Her arm's broken, and she has got some cracked ribs. She is immobilized. The potion I gave her will keep her stable for a while, until we can do more about the arm. Serious and firm. Hemmem's face tightened. Will you go easy on us? You usually do not care much about goblins. His eyes squeezed shut as he tried to find some peace amid the chaos in his mind. I wonder if she will be a little kinder to me once this is over. I do not know if this girl means me harm, but, behind her wide eyes, worry was clear despite her efforts to hide it. The mage panicked and fled, but kept looking back at the spider closing in. What do we do to kill this thing? Why is its armor so black? His tense face reflected deep confusion. I do not know. Miss Mage. Drog's face was drenched in sweat, streams running down. I am Draug Grimerson, son of Mala. He shouted, unable to hold back. We know. Shut up and run. The overlapping voices echoed. What are we? Everything seemed to gain weight after this moment, as if nearing the edge of a cliff. We will jump aside, maybe the fall will finish it off. The three stood firm, calming the chaos. The mage spoke up. Steady now. The giant spider paused, facing the three as if daring them. The mage's mind tangled like a web. He blurted out. Too much for the plan. The spider's roar thundered fiercely, making the air suffocating. Awe showed clearly on the mage and Sand's faces. They had no idea what was coming. Hem's body hovered in the air, completely unconscious. No sign of resistance. It seemed his body sensed something. His eyes slowly opened. Hem glanced around, puzzled. Where that tribe attacked me and, lost in thought. A sudden noise made him stop talking and glance toward it. On the other side, a giant bug faced a group clinging together at the cliff's edge. Terrified, Hem saw this and fumbled. Searching. Where's my stretcher? After searching in vain, he decided he would have to improvise. Hem wiped his eyes, studied the terrain, and noticed some floating rocks. Idea sparked in his mind. He smiled, eyes shining bright. The bug's huge face loomed, its two bright eyes gleaming, saliva dripping from its mouth. It locked onto the scent and advanced, eyes blazing as it charged. The mage covered her face with both hands, too scared to look directly. A rock crashed down on the bug's head, smashing it flat on the spot. Hearing the noise, the mage curiously raised her hands, eyes opening to observe. Everyone was stunned. The bug's head was crushed by the rock. A road mage used her hands to listen, then suddenly looked up. She spotted him nimbly jumping across the floating rocks. The mage smiled with relief. Yeah, I guess they did that. Bedrog grabbed his hammer, climbed onto the bug's body, raising it while shouting. Gen followed Rafa over, looking a bit tired as he stared at him. Bedrog looked at him with contempt. Smirking. Look who is here, the coward. Chad is Mott. A hand pushed him from behind. He yelled and tumbled forward. 2 cents slashed across the bug. Then warned. Careful with your mouth. Idiot. He and the harem guard saved us. Sang also spoke up in defense. Exactly. Without them, we would still be trapped in those cocoons, waiting to be bug food. You should show some respect. No respect at all. Drog snapped back. Who even knows what respect means? The purple sexual slave was not he the one from the eastern lands, under a red noble, unfazed. Sandab replied, I am not under anyone. I was once a gladiator, you red-skinned fool, and before that, a master sailor for Eteros. Insulted, he shot back. The only master your kind knows is the invading red nobles. Seeing him lose his cool, he taunted more. Yours will fall soon if all Deca keep copying you. Furious, Drog punched back and shouted, No one's like me. I am Drog Grimerzen, son of Malak, champion of the Western Mountains, future leader of the Dragma tribe. You want to challenge me, but as he just opened his eyes, he panicked. What is going on? Where? Sand rushed to Rafa. Worried. Game. Will she be okay? He gently laid her down and answered. I was about to splint her arm, though I am not sure if it will cause any reaction. I asked the mage to help, but she said she can heal it yet. Sand bent down softly. Then let me help. I have got plenty of experience treating broken wings. Game stood up straight. Thanks. By the way, I do not know your name. Wrapping a bandage. He replied. San Kafa, son of Kafarima. San looked up at him with trusting eyes. I am ready to serve you. Liberator. The game's a bit tough to keep up with. Yeah, just call me Lep. Suddenly he remembers something and asks San back. You said you are a sailor. Sometimes I want to hear about your trip. He squints, struggling to speak. When we have time, we will drink together. Until the end. A noise makes San jump a little. Did you hear that? Rock shouting from the other side. These lands will bow to me. I will carve my name among the gods. Vigi snaps. Shut up. Put that away. You idiot. Then he points and says. Look. His finger aimed at a giant purple butterfly ahead. Game size. Helpless. Nonsense. The bug's corpse is still there. Rotting away. Suddenly a hand shoots up, along with a roar. Someone is crawling out. Looks like they are trying to escape from inside the bug. They glance around, fumbling to find something. Empty-handed, they struggle up and say, there has got to be something here I can use. They reach out and lightly touch a bag, which suddenly glows softly. Game smirks. Bingo. Then a voice yells, Can't you ever stop stealing stuff? Startled. He turns. What? Who is there? Game sits on the bug's back, looks at him.
Me.
You called me Lep. Right. Game breathes out. You, Lep, finally decided to wake up.
Ah.
He stands. Empty-handed. You caused quite a ruckus. I agree with you, yeah. Keeping us alive is the goal. He grabs the glowing stone and explains. And I am not stealing. I am working hard to keep us alive. Unlike some, Game lowers his voice. You are the one who put me to sleep. He glances around. To keep you away from me, that is what I had to do. He replies gently. I know. I share those memories. Game suddenly turns and asks. If you knew why I did it. Why complain? He's a bit sad. Because of how dangerous you are. He grips the stone tight. What do you mean? Dangerous. Game's mind races with questions. Don't you remember how you got here? Cut to a giant purple butterfly perched on the wall. Suddenly it screams. Its body starts to glow. Game looks confused, following VG's pointing finger. From afar, a swarm of big bugs rushes in, tailing each other in a line. Game shouts, pointing the way for everyone. Everyone scrapes and claws at the freshly killed bug right there. Then they all crawl inside. Its guts are smeared with blue blood spilling out. Some stay behind, pushing the bug down as hundreds of small bugs rush in from behind. The rest manage to grab onto it. Then all leap off the cliff together. Everyone clings tight to the giant bug, holding on as they fall. After hearing this, he laughs. I remember now. Madam. Game continues. They did not even ask you. They just did it. They trust you know what you are doing. He tilts his head. They knew I had a plan, so they followed me. We did not have many choices. He insists. Lep. They follow you because they believe in you, even VG. They know what you are capable of. And that is what makes you dangerous. Game suddenly goes blank, his eyes narrowing. He gives up and asks. All right. If you think I am too dangerous, what should I do? You can dive into my memories. You know what will happen if I do not act. Your people have no future if they stay in the cave, he says helplessly. You just need to lead them out. The other plans you have, can you give those up? He says seriously. Lep. Your people need to stand on their own if they want a future. Unless they find the strength to control their own fate, they will end up slaves to others. His eyes sharpen. Eyebrows furrow. Then he exhales. Maybe I was not born a boggy. But I am pretty sure I will die like one. I am not planning to die like a slave. If you do not like how I do things, you can go back to sleep. Suddenly, someone shouted. Game pulled out the glowing stone and yelled, "There is someone over there." After saying that, he quickly cleared everything away and ran to check it out. After searching for a while, he saw Rafa lying still. Game asked from behind, "Is she hurt?" He shook his head slightly and replied, "From the looks of it, she is no worse than before. She is still unconscious from the drug we gave her, and the tribe's influence has taken a toll on her." Then he lifted Rafa up gently, looked around, and asked, "But why is it just her and me? What happened to the others?" A sigh echoed, followed by footsteps and a voice calling out. Drog staggered over from afar, and Genji shouted, "Join me." In the darkness, his eyes rolled back and his voice turned chilling. Rafa sat unconscious against the wall, her bandaged hand resting gently on top. Game ran over from a distance, holding up a bag. "I found some food and water from other spots, but not much. No sign of anyone else." Game looked around irritably and asked, "So where did they all go?" He sighed and replied, "There are two ways out without going deeper into the pit. We can go this way, but there are paths on both sides." Game asked, surprised, "Why did they split up?" He shrugged and answered, "Good question. But either way, we have to pick a direction." He looked at Game, gently tending to Rafa, and said, "Maybe they went exploring and planned to meet back here. We should stay put." Suddenly, he turned and asked Game, "Did you hear that?" Game replied calmly, "Where are you going?" He blurted out, Maria, is that you?" Game asked vaguely, "Lep, what are you doing?" Without answering, Lep hurried off. "I am going to Maria. Wait for me." Game tried to chase after him, calling out, "Lep, it is a trap. You have to—" But before he could finish, Lep's shadow faded away, leaving only Game's desperate shout. "Wait!" Kataga laughed coldly from afar. "From now on, you will be known as Lep, the Liberator." He held a torch, standing there watching the flames burn the demons. Game just stood there watching the others wielding axes, and it seemed like someone was holding a head up toward him. He sighed and said to Game, "I could end this right here. If I let him go, I will be free. We will be free." Then Game's hand slowly clenched into a fist. He ran over and hugged Gosa tightly. "Gosa, promise me, no matter what happens, you will always be my brother." After that, Game and the others cheered, sharing out the water they would found. They earned it. He licked his lips and said to Kui, "What I will do from now on is make this world a better place. I promise you that." And him. But on the other side, Game was trying to shake off his own thoughts. Everything he did was a lie. He could not trust him. Cut to a woman's hand grabbing a man's hand and pulling him away. Brutus grabbed Lep's hand and said, "Come with me, Lep." But he asked drowsily, "Where is Brutus?" She looked at him fondly and said, "He is waiting for us. Finally, we can be together. You do not have to fight anymore." His eyes suddenly grew sad as he asked, "No more fighting?" But Brutus wrapped his arms around him and explained, "You are done. Lep, it is. They gave you back to us. It is time to rest," Lep stubbornly said. "But Brutus, they need you." She looked at him with sympathy and said, "Lep, we need you? We are your family." "Not them." Brutus pointed behind them. "Look, Brutus is waiting for us." Brutus called out too, "My friend. What are you waiting for?" She grabbed Lep's hand again and pulled him along. "I am really happy. Lep, I have missed you so much. We are almost together forever." Lep was slowly enchanted and said, "Yeah. Together." Suddenly, Game appeared out of nowhere, eyes blazing with anger. He punched the guy straight in the face, making him stagger sideways. "Get up, now." Lep's eyes widened, his gaze turning vacant as he looked at the two of them. Bugit kept urging from behind, "Lep, we need you." Only then did Lep fully snap back to reality. They were not real. Boaz suddenly turned back into a savage beast. "Lep, come here." Everything slowly faded into darkness, her silhouette disappearing. Game glanced over and called. He put on his gear and started reasoning. "I guess we know why the Hiplings did not come. They are scared of that thing. Whatever it is." Game leaned on his hands and asked, "Where are we headed?" He quickly replied, "Away from that thing. Maybe we will find Vogue there, along with the others." He asked Game, "Vogue? Why him?" Game shrugged. "Hosting Rafa's gear. That thing uses the people closest to us as bait. Who do you think Vogue cares about most?" He nodded with a satisfied look. "Got it." He looked up, brows furrowed, and asked, "And Game?" Game showed no expression, just turned and said, "Right." Game smiled, Thanks for trusting me. He scratched his head. Thoughtful. I need to do my part. He looked at Game with bright, trusting eyes. From now on, if I mess up, you will call me out. Right. I need you to keep me straight. Deal. They shook hands and said together, deal. Finally, Game took Rafa and said, all right. Let us go find out where the others went. Game stared sadly at the lake. It has been hours. No sign of anyone. He looked up and overheard a conversation. Are we on the wrong path? Or maybe they have already left. Vu sat in a cave with a few others. Explaining. The ancients built temples that act like gateways. If you stand on one, you can be transported to another temple on a different level. Wherever you want. Oz asked. Puzzled. Then why do expeditions happen? Game recalled the bridge and explained. They can only move a few people at once. And it takes time to reopen. Besides, the top 3 levels were destroyed by Jira before they realized their purpose, and grew angry. Those reckless jerks. Game continued. The nobles kept the secret so they could use the temples to escape expeditions if things got tough. Dak Chi pointed at him. Exactly. If you get stuck on the floor, find a temple that is your chance to escape. He pointed to a glowing stone by a water basin. If we disappear, so does our food. But this water? Rafa asked. Confused. Lep, where are we? Game replied. Slow down and stand up. You are just dizzy. He pointed to the green water. We are on a lower level. Somewhere we escaped to during the attack. Rafa curiously asked, is that water? Game hesitated. Yeah, it is what? But... She pressed. But what? He explained. I am not sure if it is safe to drink. Rafa sadly lowered her head, letting out a disappointed sigh. He pointed to her arm. How does your arm feel? She looked at her arm and softly said, it is... Game. That is the herb sand put on it. It helps reduce the damage. We will find someone who can heal it. Tears welled up in Rafa's eyes. She turned away and pleaded. Please. Lep. You know Bunga would not waste money on me. If I am lucky, I will be thrown into the back pit. If not, I would rather be left to die here. Game tried to reassure her. No one has to die. I said we would find someone to heal you. If he won't pay, I have got connections I can call in. Suddenly, she widened her eyes. You mean that? Really? He sighed. I told you. Did not. Rafa suddenly flared up in anger. She glared at him. If you do that, I will do anything, even marry you. Game looked confused. I do not think that is an offer or a threat. Rafa snapped. Fake. He smirked. I guess you are serious. One life for another, that is how my people do things. Game raised an eyebrow, reading her expression, then decided to play along. All right, I will take your life. He lowered his voice to advise her. But I do not need a bride or a slave. I need her free mind. Her knowledge. And her loyalty. Will she give that to us? Rafa came back quietly and said. He wants me to join his council, the War Maiden. Game suggested. That is my treasure. Take it, or then a clear tear suddenly fell to the ground. Rafa covered her face, sobbing uncontrollably. Seeing this, he suddenly grew uneasy and said, Fake. Rafa's hand seemed to have some strange power as she grabbed the water bucket in front of her, then raised her hand and drank fiercely. Game panicked. Fake. What are you doing? That stuff could be poisonous. She threw the bucket down hard onto the ground. Tears streaming. She declared, This is my vow to you. Before the gods, I swear my loyalty to serve you. It is to serve you. Game was shaken by her words. His eyes briefly narrowed as if plotting something. Game grabbed the bucket and drank despite Rafa's screams. What the hell are you doing? He drained the bucket and said with disdain. This is my vow to you as your master. If we don't, let it be today. The two sat still, face to face. Not a sound between them. She suddenly blushed, lost in thought. Isn't this the bonding ceremony? Game suddenly called her, Rafa, making her jump and respond reflexively. Yep. He looked at her with a sharp, questioning gaze. How do you feel? She quickly replied. I feel fine. Game brushed off his hands and stood up. I do. Well, it is not poison after all. I will get more water. Then we move on. Rafa asked innocently. Where are we going? He turned his back and said. We are going to find some thieves, grab some food, and maybe get some help, staring ahead with determination. He added. And if that does not work, we will take revenge. They walked to the edge of a lake and looked down at the water. A dead blue demon lay motionless on the ground, clutching a golden rope in his hand. Game leaned down to inspect and said, I guess we are not alone after all. Rafa asked curiously. What happened to him? He glanced around and said, I do not know. But, Game's eyes suddenly locked onto a symbol carved into a stone. The symbol, 2 slashes and a triangle, began to glow. Rafa tried to comfort him. I think we will find out soon enough. Game did not answer her. Just said, Move aside. Rafa was scared but whispered, It is above us, is not, he repeated firmly. Move aside. He jumped to the side and shouted. Now. Jump. Where they would just stood, a massive creature crashed down. She asked him, what is that? Game studied it for a moment and said, I think it is. The monster revealed its true form. And he suddenly shouted, Drog. Game spoke regretfully. Whatever's left of him. Drog growled. We called for you. And you did not come. He growled louder. We offer you perfection. Drog stepped closer to them. Inviting. Join us. Rafa stepped back a bit and asked, was he this big before? Game also showed surprise. Something changed him. She grabbed his wrist and said, let us. He immediately refused. I do not run from threats. Not now. Not ever. She snapped angrily. Are you crazy? Drog approached and said, and you will find out. A gourd was thrown and stuck to the spikes on his shoulder. Only then did he pull her hand and say, all right, now we. She stopped, running alongside him, asking, what is going on? A commanding voice rang out. Oh. Do it. Drog's whole body burst into fierce flames. He screamed amid the raging fire engulfing him. Rafa asked it. How do you know? Game did not answer. Just stood with her, staring long into the flames. Then he explained. When we examined the body, I saw a strange symbol meaning ambush written next to it. Someone stepped out of the shadows and praised, saying you made a perfect bait. VG pointed to his head and said, I was curious about who wrote that sign, but now I see the cleverness behind it. He looked at the fire and added, too bad they are no longer a challenge. But their weak firepower works in our favor. Game asked. Were there many of them? VG shook his head softly, saying this is the last we know it attacked our group. Right after we reached the bottom of the chasm, he said to him. We had to run until we figured out what we were fighting. And the other replied, by the way, thanks for leaving me behind. His eyes narrowed as he said, we did not know where you were. That was a strategic decision. He rolled his eyes and snapped. I am pretty sure of that. No surprise it did not faze you. Game pointed at the bag slung over Hem's shoulder and reminded him, that is my bag. He laughed, saying, sure thing, kid. Maybe you should carry a few of your own grenades. He rummaged through the bag and said, it served its purpose. Hem watched and said, we are really glad to see you, kid. Tears welled up in Game's eyes as he said, the way you said that, it made me think it was not just about seeing me alive. What is going on? And Vhr and Hem exchanged looks, lost in thought. Suddenly, Rufia perked up, saying, this is amazing. We found these while searching for a temple. She suddenly looked up and exclaimed, hey, that is it. She stared intently at the images on the cliff wall. Uva looked and said, yeah, that surprised me too. Borgi and their tribe teamed up against the goblins. How could that happen? Standing nearby, added, art takes many forms. Maybe that was their dream. Game asked everyone, have you found a temple yet? Hem shook his head slightly and replied, we do not know. Then he pointed to the cliff and said, we are hoping you can find it. Everyone stood beneath a massive golden door. Game turned, curious, and asked, have you tried opening it? Gapur replied, we did. But there does not seem to be any mechanism to unlock it. He scratched his head, pondering, I wonder if. Game curiously reached out and touched the leathery door. Suddenly, he fell into a pitch-black void and panicked, shouting, what is happening? Where? Then a voice echoed from the statuesque steps. Leonard Aran Vandersteen. I have been waiting for you. The army resumed their march. Everyone was starving, their faces gaunt and hollow. One of them was gulping down the last drops from a water bottle. Another soldier snapped, hey, save some for me. The first one complained, you already drank it all. We still have plenty of water left. The other mocked, pour you if you want more. Ask Hai. The soldier hesitated, saying, it is because of Hai that we are in this mess. Every level has a shrine. Why do we have to walk all the way back up? The other laughed and explained, if you were Bungu, would you return to your father empty-handed? He needs a lot of those mysterious crystals. At that moment, the other soldier's stomach growled loudly as he struggled to say, so can he use the shrines to get us food? He made us lose most of our supplies during the attack. He just gave Bungu a dirty look, thinking Bungu needs a way to pay off debts when he returns. You think he cares about us? If he did, he would have brought back water and cooking oil. Then the two of them looked over at Grace, saying, hey, Grace's group still has food. Right, a few still do. Hey, are not we more important than those guys? We are the mages. The expedition can succeed without us. Then they laughed smugly. Yeah, you are right. They owe us. We will make them hand over all their food. If they refuse, we will show them who is boss here. Suddenly, Rochi appeared from behind and grabbed both of them by the neck. He was nearly furious. So who is really in charge here? Those two are just scared and sucking up. We are not like that. His face darkened. Threatening. You all know why we need bait to hunt the bug tribe. And I think I have found 2 willing volunteers. The two turned pale. Shouting. Suddenly Vaughn spoke up. Rex, let them go. I mean, we will be in trouble if the spirit hunters catch wind of this. Then the soldier joined in, smirking. Yeah. If you do not let us go, that is the real trouble. Vioxy frowned, thinking for a moment, then just released them. They collapsed immediately. He grabbed their bell and warned, you can use magic without this. Right, if you behave, maybe I will give it back. One soldier, clearly angry, shouted, hey, give it here now. Vex could not stand his attitude. Shooting him a sharp look, he turned to Vaughn with a grin. You are agreeing to my offer. Vaughn lowered his head. Voice heavy. Sorry. We can join your army. Hearing that, Vex tried to reason. Even we only have a few supplies left, and other units are almost out. Now's not the time to act alone, but Vaughn stood firm. We can join. We need to wait longer. Vex placed a hand on his shoulder, eyes full of sympathy. I do not want to go back either. He sacrificed himself for me, just like Lep did for you. Don't waste their sacrifice. Vaughn shook his head stubbornly. Veffy gave up trying, just reminded him. Fine. But remember, Vivgipia soldiers are also searching for supplies. Vaughn did not really trust Rux. Us holds the power. He would not do something like that. He walked away slowly, leaving behind. I hope you are right. Vaughn's people looked worried, standing frozen watching him go. Meanwhile, Vara led the Grace troops on patrol. Suddenly, she noticed other Grace members waving at her, and she smiled and waved back. Then she took off her heavy hat and walked over to a beautiful meadow. Vara gently approached Vaughn, who softly asked, How's the patrol going? Vara pursed her lips and replied, We are running into more traitors than bug tribes. He sighed helplessly. I wish I could run away like them. Vara looked at him curiously. Then what would Lep think about that? Vaughn slumped, full of sadness. He would understand me. He always told me to choose wisely. She smiled and said, He must have his reasons for choosing you. You have to trust him and trust yourself too. But Vaughn was still heartbroken. Zem has more experience than me. Vara understood his pain deep down and could only comfort him. But everyone under your command trusts you. I have heard what they say about you, and they believe in you. Otherwise, why would no one leave? Vaughn thought it was for another reason because we have supplies. Once those run out, they will leave too. Vara grew a little worried. Then it will just be you and me left. Suddenly Vaughn became sincere. Hey, Vera, I am sorry about San and the others. I did not mean for that to happen. Vara looked at him warmly. That is just who you are. Don't give up and regret it later. He hit his own head hard. You are right. I am nothing but a coward now. I am trying to keep things under control. But it is really stressful. You know, Vara kept her gentle tone. My commander always said, Don't focus on what you can control. Focus on what you can. Vaughn realized and exclaimed. Hey, that is pretty smart. Vara laughed with him. That is how it was when I was not drunk. But honestly, I was rarely sober. He thought for a long moment. What can I control? How? Vara gently picked a flower and handed it to Vaughn. You look sad. So I thought you would like this. Suddenly Vaughn shouted. That is right. Exactly. Then he turned and hugged Vera, making her blush. Thanks. He dashed off, leaving her surprised. Thanks so much. Vara stood shyly, clenching her hands. It is nothing. Vaughn went back to his tribe and sat down. Drawing something on the ground, you separated me. To a place with flower seeds. Then said, I need everyone to help me find these things. Zem crossed his arms, a bit annoyed. Saying, Kid, we are on a mission, we have to hunt the insect tribe. Even Gun frowned slightly. Saying, he was right back then. We want to have time to find those things before we clear the camp. Vaughn remained confident in his thoughts. But there must be some way, at that moment. Vara suggested. Can you ask the other spirits for help? Then she looked at the other two. Curious. What is that about? Zem hesitated a bit. Explaining. It is not that we do not want to ask them, girl. But they want help unless they benefit, Vaughn bluntly said. Ask them that. Zem snapped. Warning him. Hey, if we do that, they will demand our supplies as payment, and then we will have almost nothing left. Vaughn was straightforward. Saying, Anyway, we do not have enough supplies to get back. Let us contact the other commanders and ask for help. He shrugged helplessly and complied. Whatever you say. Commander. Guan started working, keeping an eye on the surroundings. Then, taking advantage of their distraction, he cut some seedlings. Zem over there also directed everyone, sneaking to steal seeds and supplies. After finishing the mission, Vaughn's group lit a fire under a large pan. He said seriously, I think everything's ready now. Pass me the salt. Zem handed Vaughn a heavy box of salt. Warning. Careful, man. It is heavy. Vara saw him dump the whole box into the pan and panicked. Wait. What are you doing? Vaughn explained thoughtfully. When I was a kid, my mom used to save salt. Every time we added salt, she would set some aside. She would use the salt we had to prepare a big batch. Once the salt was hot, then she would mix in seeds and dry powder she would prepared earlier. We ended up with salted paste. Vaughn did not hesitate to offer some to Vera. Try it. She tasted it and immediately exclaimed, "That is really good." Suddenly, Gun shyly touched Vaughn's back and called out. He responded reflexively, "Yeah." Turning around, Gun looked a bit alarmed, pointing at the hungry group behind. "You will probably need to make more of that." Vaughn smiled without worry. "That is why I told you to get plenty of salt." Batch after batch of salted paste was made. Everyone chatting and laughing gathered around the hot pans. Vaughn affectionately said to Vera, "Thanks." She shyly asked,
Well,
"I did not do anything." Vaughn looked down and sighed. "You reminded me to be realistic. I was really scared. You made me feel like I had helped more than I expected." Vara felt his sincerity and said, "It is my honor." Suddenly, Bethan Lean's voice rang out. "Am I interrupting you too?" Vac appeared behind, smiling slyly. "Congrats, you found plenty of food for us." Vaughn stood humbly, saying, "It is not much, but at least we can cook some seeds and things we could not cook without oil or water. I think this way, we can make it home." Vac admired him, pride flickering in his eyes. "Lep was right to choose you and to choose me too." Vaughn scratched his neck and suggested, "Hey Vac, I do not like you and I do not trust you. But today I remembered something, we can do this alone." They shook hands to cooperate. "You want an alliance? Our combined strength. Just until we get back. Deal." Then, suddenly, a gray rushed over urgently. "Commander." Vac frowned, irritated. "What is it?" But when the man whispered in his ear, Vac immediately looked terrified. Vaughn grew cautious. "Ah. Something is off." Vac turned away, ordering sharply, "Looks like our alliance is not welcome at all." Then, with a grim expression, he said, "Hamo ambushed and killed Oswan." Vaughn tensed up. "Meaning next, he is coming for us." Hamo regretted it instantly, clutching his chest. "This should not have happened. I never meant to kill him." He sat slumped beside Oswan's body. The bloodied sword still pointed at him, wondering why Oswan attacked him. Suddenly, someone bumped into Hamo's shoulder. A cold, almost icy voice spoke to comfort him. "Come on. Why act like the world's ending? He is not even your brother." After all, he heard that and spun around, eyes brimming with tears. The tension fading a bit. Hamos barely hanging on, his nose still bleeding. "Right next to that guy, this is on you." "Forget it. If you do not want to, just stay calm." "No problem. Fine. I will go along with your plan." His gaze sharpened like steel. "You are the one who approached me. Hamo, you set me up, pretending to be our ally. Just blame me for hiding my true intentions too well. Is kindness and decency a crime?"
Kid.
"Many of my peers would deny this, but we are all goblins, and our ancestors were once human." Hamo screamed in rage. "How dare a green-skinned fool say that? Worse, a traitor selling out his own people to goblins." He kept arguing without shame. "We do whatever it takes to survive. But that does not mean we can help each other." He finally broke down, crying in pain. "I am the fool. But I am an even bigger fool for listening to you. I am done. I deserve whatever comes." He looked at him with pity. "So naive. I never thought you would give up before blaming yourself." He replayed the moment as burst in like a starving wolf. "I wanted to meet you, and I am glad you agreed." Hamo quickly noticed he was armed, but he worried his brothers would find out. Oz did not hesitate and charged. He managed to grab a weapon. "You see, I was right." Hamo struggled against him, panicked and unsettled. Pushed back. Then he noticed a vial of potion on the wooden table behind him. Oz stumbled back, watching Hamo gulp down the strange liquid. Moments later, he was engulfed in an overwhelming energy. Lost control, and stabbed the guy right in the gut. Hamo bit his lip, tears flowing. "Because of that potion you gave me. I did not know what I was doing. I just wanted him to stop attacking me." He looked helplessly resigned. "I warned you about the side effects, but you still chose to drink it." He turned away. "Keep denying it. What is done is done. Nothing can change that now. I wanted to give you time to get over this shock, but that is a luxury we can afford right now. The Grey Goblins are slaving away hauling gems. The expedition's ending. We need your strength and smarts more than ever. The Grey Goblins have to rise up if we want any hope for the future. The Hunchback must never set foot on the ground again, and his bloodline must be cut off as soon as possible." He sneered bitterly. "You think I am a fool? 2 straightforward points. It does not matter which monster tribe rules us, but your tribe, the Greenskins, will always be on our backs." He slowly shook his head. "That is past. Things have changed now. The rules are different." A red flag with an eagle emblem commands the scene. He explained that the Jiro no longer control their own fate. Now they are just pawns of the Brizalum Republic. He never expected that shaky handshake to be so fragile. "I thought the Republic just traded with other races." He recalled the yellow armored fur-hatted soldiers. That is how it started. At first, they negotiated among themselves, then hired mercenaries. He described how blades quietly ended lives. The Republic used mercenaries for all kinds of crimes, until those soldiers were discarded worse than the Republic itself. Brislam's power is unbeatable. When people like those in North Haideka were isolated, no one came to help. They were left oppressed and enslaved. Heimo was skeptical. So the Jira still fell into this trap. The deal between Brislam and Bungu was to enforce slavery. He replied, "Soon we will have new masters, ones we can't overthrow." He ended with a shrug. "But if you act now, I have one question. Why me? Why not my father or my brother?" He sighed bitterly. "Your father was a great man. But his thinking was limited. He is the gang leader, not a... His two older brothers are just dead weight and losers not fit to lead." Heimo turned to look at Oz's body lying on the ground. Still, he kept denying him. "That guy was too loyal to your father's vision and mindset. Not to mention he lacked resolve." Van attacked without even giving him a chance to explain what kind of leader he would be. "That fool should keep his voice down. Only you can save us." He started convincing him we can end this chaos. Heimo won't have to suffer or be humiliated under tyrants anymore. Heimo has not given in yet. So what would some blue-blooded noble know about pain? That fool. Stop pretending to be sincere and reach out. Pain does not care about race, species, or rank. Remember this. Kid, this is the last time I offer you a chance to join me. He agreed to shake hands, but with one condition: no more expeditions. We want to live on the surface. We will keep searching for the mist crystals. But we want rights, not to be slaves. He grinned through clenched teeth. Satisfied. Deal. That fool. Stop wasting breath. You made the right choice. Heimo, from now on, I will give it my all. You have to face your own problems and ignore the noise outside. Heimo cut in sharply. Wait, he is calm, but watch out. One more thing, I want the rascals weeded out. He was smug about it. Don't he worry. My friend. It is already in motion. Heimo's dark eyes flicked over us once more. Fine. You can go. That fool stepped out boldly, only to find his men waiting. Here's your stuff, sir. He grabbed a cloth and wiped his hands clean. Thanks. Never thought I would shake hands with that rat. He was worried inside. His brothers were furious. Sir. Are you sure he will survive? That fool tossed the cloth to his men. He will live. It is. Now. Let us inform the sneaky goblins about our deal. And do not forget, grab as many mist crystals as you can. When we return, I need to offer a gift to the goat priestess. He kept watching his own back. Hoping you guessed right. Kathaga. If not, Heimo will take my head. Footsteps echoed. Someone running fast through the cave. The running grew louder, making a lot of noise. A guy with a headscarf and his crew were pushing a small cart full of jewels. He froze in panic when a sharp sword pointed right at him. Vara stood stern and cold. Sword raised. State your business. The headscarf guy panicked. Raised his hands in surrender. I bring a letter for your lord. Ruhul stepped forward. Gently tapped her shoulder, trying to persuade. Let him pass. Vera. She recognized him. She watched him crouch and run off. Do you think he is one of the bug people? Vara sheathed her sword and replied, I am not sure. Someone told me tunnels without bug people are empty. But who really knows? Ruhul cracked his wrist, blew out smoke. Those damn goblins said these tunnels are shortcuts to the 4th level. We have been going a while. We must be close, she said flatly. Yeah. I hope we get out of here soon. The headscarf guy knelt fearfully before Bung. Speaking respectfully. Master. One of the mineral carts broke down and they asked us to stop for repairs. He clenched his fists. Annoyed. How long will the repairs take? The guy hesitated. They have to unload the cart first. So it might take a while. Bung glanced at Bodboat, who tensed up at the look and spoke nervously. Gods. This tunnel is dangerous enough. We can just leave that cart behind. Growing impatient, he shouted angrily. Say that again. You want to turn back with those few things? I should be made you leave the cart and go back. Bodboat jumped. Scared, careful in his reply. With your permission, sir. Why do not we leave a seasoned squad to guard the cart and keep moving? Zack's group can stay behind and protect the cart until it catches up. When Bungu heard that, he was surprised. Zack's group. But they are some of my best fighters. He did not dare look him in the eye, tense and cautious as he spoke up. That is why we are moving up. To keep them back there in case things go south, sir. The others softened a bit after hearing this. Yeah, I get it now. This place is still dangerous. He glanced off to the side. Vara stood unnoticed among the crowd. But Bungu's gaze was locked on her. He turned to Bodboat and ordered. Bodboat. Send that fighter back to support them. The guy could not hide his admiration. Yep, sir. She is the last warrior from the expedition. Bungu smiled slyly, his tone firm. It is. The less she tells the waiting fighters on the ground, the better for us. Vara still had no idea what was going on. Chatting away with Gull, Boat reluctantly obeyed.
Yes, sir.
The wheels propped against the stone wall. Elsewhere, a crowd gathered around the small cart, fixing the wheel. Vaughn stood with Gull, eyes drifting elsewhere. He turned his head and asked, Vera, what are you doing here? She walked over, replying, I was asked to come back and help out. Vaughn scratched his head. Awkward. Good. Glad you are here. Vara smiled shyly, lowering her head. I am happy to see you again, too. She quickly looked away. He did the same, then leaned into Gull behind them, who watched the two and chuckled. Gull smacked Vaughn hard on the back. Teasing. What is going on? Weren't you just saying you wanted to talk to her? Well, here she is. Vaughn glared at Gull. Shut up. Will you? Then Drag asked. Curious. You want to talk to me? Vaughn forced a smile, quickly brushing it off. No, it is nothing. Don't he worry about it. Gull laughed. Jumping in. He is just cold and needs her to warm him up. Vaughn quickly covered Gull's mouth, explaining, she is my food. I was just wishing we had some fried salt like I used to make. Vara laughed awkwardly. Yeah. I wish we could make that again. She glanced around, then asked, you guys do not have many fighters here. Aren't you afraid of the bug tribe? Vaughn answered casually. Not really. They are all gone. Even the walls are cracked dry. So it has been a while since they came back. We are pretty lucky. Zem stepped forward, saying, I do not think so. I talked to the craftsman, and the cart was deliberately cut. It did not just break on its own. He nodded in agreement. Think about who could be done that. Vaughn guessed. Maybe the workers did not want to pull the cart anymore. He thought seriously. Could be, or someone wants us stuck back here, he said. Arms crossed. Curious. What do you think? He still doubted. Since Oswald died, he has not done anything. Another replied irritably. He is Gieson. He would not attack head-on. One saw the tension and hesitated before suggesting. Maybe we should add more guards around the tunnels. Vaughn agreed immediately. Good idea. You join the rear guard. One raised his hand to volunteer. All right. I will keep an eye on him. Strange noises came from below one's feet. Curious. He looked down. What is this? One held up a strange blue stone. Why's this here? A strong wind blew into the cave, carrying strange sounds. Whack. Vera. And one all looked over. Alert. Everyone thought the same. It was the guards. Vaughn blinked. Confused. What is that? He looked toward the noise. False alarm. One tensed up. Guys. I think we have got a problem. Vera. Curious. Asked. What is it? He held up the glowing blue stone. Vaughn studied the stone and guessed. This is a bug tribe communication line. Whack raised his eyebrows. Serious now. Where did you find this? He pointed in another direction, nervously explaining. It is right by the path with a pile of rubble. I think someone hid it there to lure the bug tribe. Vaughn immediately realized. Which means. Jem caught on to and added. It is a trap. Jiek asked about the situation. How far is the rear guard? One pointed behind and replied. About 50 kilometers at the left fork. He shared his opinion. If we leave now, we can still escape. And agreed with one's idea. He suggested. Yeah. We need to ditch this vehicle and get out before they arrive. It is our only shot. Jem stayed silent. Vaughn and Jiek exchanged uneasy glances. She looked confused and asked. What is wrong? He awkwardly rubbed the back of his neck and said. Here's the thing. Last. If we go back empty-handed, they will shoot us for failing the mission. One frowned and said. Whatever the plan is, we have to move fast. They have already caught the guards. We are next. Vac agreed, shouting firmly. He is right. We have to go. The fighters will hold them off, if we are lucky. They are just scouts, and we can spot them easily. The rest stay here to finish repairs and load the gear. He ordered one. Take that thing as far away as you can and toss it down some hole. One pinched his nose with one hand, holding the rock with the other. Replied. Got it. This thing stinks anyway. As everyone started to leave, Vaughn suddenly called out to stop. Wait, he nervously said. I have an idea. The cave was filled with towering rocks, dust swirling thick in the air. One hid behind a tall rock. Honi asked. Will this work? One looked around and answered. If they follow the scent, they will enter this cave instead of heading to the vehicle. The blue stone's right at the entrance. One looked at Vaughn puzzled. So why do not we just leave it here and go? He explained the plan more clearly. Once they find this, they will search the whole area. And we will have to face them. Better to set the trap first. After speaking, Vaughn glanced off in another direction. Wara stood hidden far away, waving and smiling warmly at him. Vaughn blushed. Smiling shyly, he raised his hand to wave back happily. Confused, asked. Why do not you make a move on her? Von bit his lip. Hesitating. She will leave as soon as we are above ground. No point in saying anything. One side in frustration. Annoyed. Come on. What is the harm in trying? Right. Hey man. You have got nothing to lose. Von was not ready. Reluctantly replied. Yeah. Let me think about it. Suddenly, loud noises grew closer with the wind. Rax focused, assessing the situation. Something's coming this way. He and one hid behind a tall rock, staring at the source of the noise, hearing the sounds. He jumped. Terrified. That is not the main squad. A giant monster appeared, moving while making harsh, angry noises. The huge beast looked toward Von's group. He trembled at its arrival. It was a warrior of the bug tribe. One panicked completely, losing all will. What do we do now? Von sensed something off. Wait. Something's wrong. Look, it came alone. He observed the monster and guessed. No backup with it. One still did not get it. Rax asked, without other units giving orders. They will get confused. We can use that to our advantage. Von agreed. Tense. Said. Rax is right. This is our best shot. He quickly grabbed his weapon and moved to a new position. Von had a plan. We will attack its hearing from both sides. Zem immediately caught on. Its eyes will weaken, and it will barely defend itself without sound. Rax was sharp. Vara put on her helmet. Calmly said, stay behind me. I have got more combat experience. He disagreed. Immediately said, we do this together. She glanced at Von and smiled gently. All right, let us finish this. Then I will fix whatever you want. He blushed, his mind racing with images, and nervously replied. Yeah, okay. Von shouted loudly. He is really big. Vara and Songfo took the lead, charging bravely. She used tall stone blocks as steps to jump and move quickly. Rax charged up alongside Vera, surrounding the monster. In an instant, its horns were sliced clean in half. The monster screamed in pain. Startled, we did it. It is blind now. Let us push it toward those stone spikes. Zem and Von pressed it up against the cave ceiling with sharp spears, forcing the spikes to pierce the monster. He saw huge rocks falling and tensed up. The cave's about to collapse. Von urgently shouted a warning. Duck down. And suddenly something hit him. Von was knocked down, dizzy, clutching his head as he sat up. He looked ahead, eyes wide in shock. Von panicked, screaming, Vera. She was crushed under the falling rocks. Motionless, he rushed over, struggling to lift the stones off her. Begging nonstop, please do not die. Please, do not. From afar, Gun shouted a warning. Get up. We do not have time for this. That guy is still alive. And more of his clan are coming. Von was stunned, then quickly looked back. This time, two giant monsters appeared. Darkness surrounded them. Game was confused. What? Where is this? Farin's voice echoed. Lena Aaron van der Steen. I have been waiting for you a long time. At the satellite station, a fierce battle was raging. Soldiers in red armor kept pushing forward. Soldiers in blue armor were wounded. Lying down. System alert. Neutral zone between the Eurasian Coalition and the U.S. Empire. 13th Assault on Empire Stronghold 42A. Blue armored soldiers lay fallen everywhere. System reports 132 wounded in this assault. A sergeant twitched his hand, then mustered all his strength to sit up. The sergeant raised his hand, gripping his mask tightly. He ripped off the mask with a harsh sound. Then he coughed painfully. The sergeant lifted his head, breathing heavily. Suddenly, a strange noise broke the silence. The sergeant quickly turned toward the sound. A figure dressed like him approached through the flames. The sergeant took a defensive stance. Gun ready. Who are you? Eurasian identification confirmed. The approaching man said. Unit 2406. Sorry to startle you. Sergeant. The sergeant lowered his guard. 2406. You are at the third guard post. Thank God. What about the others? Still masked. Stepped closer. I am the only one. The sergeant pressed for more info. What about the rest of my unit? Von gritted his teeth. They are all dead. Sergeant. You are the only one I found. The sergeant panicked, denying it. There must be others. We have to find them. There is always survivors. Von tried to reassure him. But we can't move much. It is too dangerous. The sergeant was firm. We have to. Suddenly, a strange sound echoed. He asked, what is that noise? Before understanding, Von quickly pushed the sergeant forward. Get down. Then a massive explosion rocked their position. Private. Where are you? Von called out. Here. He moved closer to check. You okay? Sergeant. The sergeant turned, clutching his legs in pain. I am. Vaughn examined the wound. Shrapnel pierced the thigh bone. I will stop the bleeding. The sergeant gritted his teeth, forcing through the pain. Do it. Vaughn scanned the area. Then said, we can stay here. Then they moved to a tank nearby. Inside, Vaughn checked his wound. All right. Sergeant, I need you to lie down and let me patch you up. But the sergeant said, no painkillers. Just stop the bleeding. Vaughn double-checked. Are you sure? It is gonna hurt. He flopped down. Confirming. I can let this head mess with me. Just stop the bleeding. Quick. Vaughn agreed to the sergeant's request. Your call. Meanwhile, he checked the locator on his arm. Any way to contact the neutral zone commander? I think my mexcom system's busted. He explained to the sergeant. Sorry. Sergeant, the link is down. Still no contact. The sergeant sighed in frustration. What about the mission? Vaughn kept pulling out shards. We did not get close enough. Sergeant. It is still with them. The sergeant gritted his teeth. So they died for nothing. Vaughn used tweezers to pull out the largest shard. You just got to the neutral zone. Right. Sergeant. He squeezed his eyes shut, trying to bear it. I am a reservist with the 4th Regiment of the 5th Defense Force. Vaughn kept talking to distract him. So you are a reservist. Always transferred on the 1st or 2nd round. The sergeant lifted his head slightly. Second. What about you? Vaughn answered calmly. Never left my 1st unit. 10 years in. That answer surprised the sergeant. 10 years. That is impressive. Vaughn's face stayed hidden behind his mask. Expression unreadable. I just do what I have to, the sergeant said with a hint of sarcasm. Yeah. I told my wife the same when I re-enlisted. She said I was crazy. But I can live with limited citizenship. I need the full rights. Why did you enlist? Vaughn picked out the last shards. Not many options for an orphan. Sergeant. Especially those wanting citizenship. The last shard was out. Vaughn grabbed a spray bottle of antiseptic. The sergeant looked up at him. You love this country. Do not you? That question made Vaughn chuckle. He did not answer. Just sprayed the wound. The sergeant frowned. Annoyed at being ignored. Did I say something ridiculous? Vaughn's lips twitched slightly. Sergeant. Not really. And I'm... Sit still. Let the medicine take effect. He struggled to sit up. Thought I would not be able to run again. Of course. Vaughn said. If we wait a bit longer. I think we can patch it up. No need to run. The sergeant looked confused. Go back. We can Not yet. He laid out his plan. Private. That sensor needs to be destroyed. You and I will finish this mission one way or another. Vaughn nodded slightly, then spoke warmly. Sergeant. With all due respect, you are crazy. That sensor's guarded by 4 guns and dozens of soldiers. A big machine with 2 solar panels in the middle, surrounded by 4 robots. We lost 3 fleets trying to get it. 2 guys can pull this off. He faced Vaughn. Mocking. Besides. Sergeant. You can barely stand. And I am not running into that meat grinder again. Vaughn took off his helmet and set it down beside him. He looked up and spoke honestly. I want to wait for a chance to get back into position. The sergeant's brow twitched like he was reacting to something. I could order you. Private. Vaughn blinked, then shot back without mercy. You could? Sergeant. But I would rather be court-martialed than stand in front of those guns. The sergeant's eyes showed clear irritation, holding back anger. He lowered his head. Sighed heavily. All right. I can force you. I will try my luck when the time comes. Vaughn raised an eyebrow, his face showing rising frustration. His expression shifted briefly, curiosity clear in his eyes. Sergeant. Do you know who owned the base we took a year ago? The sergeant's face twisted in disgust. Eyes rolling. Of course. The enemy. With a serious expression. Vaughn recounted everything. We made it. I was the one fighting there. Year ago. The enemy took that place. And a year before that. It was up. Year after year. Battle after battle. Nothing really changes. The war just drags on. This is not war. This is a massacre. Both sides wiping out their own people, poor folks. Refugees. The homeless. They promised us citizenship after 10 years of fighting. But no one lasts 6 months. Everyone is just praying to get through it. As the story ended, the sergeant's face showed undeniable shock. We are just defending ourselves. His eyes clearly reflected his thoughts. I am sure their leader says the same thing. Sergeant. Everyone thinks they are the good guy. Even when they are not. The sergeant clenched his teeth, eyes wide with shock. Has he given up already? He blinked slowly. Then gave a measured response. I am just telling the truth. I have seen more war than you have. Sergeant. It is clear that if you go out there trying to grab that sensor, you will die and it won't mean a thing. Life goes on. The war goes on. And your wife will be alone. Until she can take it anymore and moves on. The sergeant went silent, his eyes clouded with confusion and despair. His gaze suddenly dropped, as if weighed down by memories. I told her to move on. Vaughn leaned lightly against the wall, eyes staring into empty space. His voice dropped, each word heavy with hidden sorrow. I told her to move on. I do not want her waiting for someone who might never come back. I came here to die. 2406. I hope you understand that. I will finish the mission. Without opening his eyes, Vaughn replied coldly, then it is up to you. Though his eyes showed unease. The sergeant's face was set with determination. We will finish the mission and then asterisk boom asterisk. Amid the violent shaking, Vaughn held his ground. Artillery. He glanced back. Wondering, did they find us? Both exchanged quick, cautious glances toward the breach radio chatter outside. Seeing the people outside, both silently relieved they are ours. They are attacking the stronghold again. Suddenly, a hand grabbed the helmet tightly. We have to go out there. We can use this distraction to hit the sensor. It is not far, maybe 150 meters. The sergeant slowly put on his helmet. His face still showing hard to hide worry, his reassuring words came warm and sincere. Sergeant. Trust me, you want to make it. He looked tense. Struggling with himself. But this is our chance. His eyes flickered with doubt mixed with hope. Chance for what? The sergeant clenched his jaw. Eyes hard and unyielding. To be remembered. To do something meaningful. To have them die for a reason. They stood face to face, eyes locked in silence. Vaughn asked, so who died? Without hesitation, he answered firmly. My people. The ones I have to lead. The ones who believe I will bring them home. The ones. I am sorry. A giant moon hung low, casting a hazy glow over the soft white clouds. They clapped each other on the shoulder and walked on. I do not know if we will win this time. Reinforcements are coming. That is enough to call it a win, despite the pain clear on his face. The sergeant's eyes held a question. I do not know how you do it. Second Lieutenant. When you can stay this calm, I want to be strong, brave, but it is so damn hard. As soon as he heard that, Vaughn answered without hesitation. I have something that keeps me on track. That is all. He glanced sideways, then asked sharply. What makes you willing to risk your life? Vaughn replied casually. Let us just say that is the case. Sergeant. The sergeant's eyes drifted, lost in confusion, searching for an answer. He spoke seriously. Eric. Just call me Eric. Vaughn quickly raised his hand, signaling to the team. All right, Eric. The team calls me Lep. He frowned. Eyes cold. And Eric, you are wrong. We do not make a difference by dying. We make a difference by living. The dead can change the world, only the living can. Amidst the brilliant blue light, the young man's face appeared clearly, his words sincere truly. That is how it was, seeing that scene. Farron could not help but sigh.
Yep.
Vaughn's past answers showed a kind of care. He answered. He furrowed his brow slightly. The sergeant's gaze. His hand dropping. He furrowed his brow. The divine talent made him furrow his brow. The sergeant's gaze. He furrowed his brow. Truly. That is how it is, seeing that scene. Farron could not help but sigh.
Yep.
The past reveals this person is quite an interesting creature. Leonard Aran van der Steen. The game spoke up, every question pressing. What do you want from me? Why am I here? His eyes shone hollow, as if piercing through everything around him, his face tense. Arms crossed like he was trying to hold back his anger. He bowed his head. Speaking slowly. My lady always said I ramble. Maybe I should just show you. The game's eyes showed clear unease, as if facing some challenge. What are you planning? A snap of fingers suddenly echoed, like a signal to start something. Before he could react, the game was sucked into the pitch-black darkness. He was slowly stepping into a place he could not even name. Where is this? The game instinctively turned his head. Eyes wary, clearly on guard. A brief panic swept over him, making his whole body step back. Wait, what? Losing balance. The game fell. Eyes smeared with milk. Dante freeze up. Eyes wide. Mouth agape. Watching the figure walk away. He stepped forward, his expression calm and composed. The master's hopeful eyes quietly followed. Farron, tell me some good news. Please. He bowed, kneeling with a respectful face. I bring word from Graham. My lord. Upon hearing this, the master's eyes flashed with barely hidden surprise. He solved the Corrigan issue already. I would lose it if my mind got destroyed. He raised his hand slowly, every move dignified. My lord. His army is busy fighting the threat from Tusket, and that cursed army is up north. A hearty laugh rang out. Wonderful. Absolutely wonderful. Graham's eyes were deep, lost in silent thought. Corrigan. Tusket. Quan by Graham's memory. They were wiped out. After delivering the news, Farron quietly turned and walked away, leaving a lingering tension behind. His face showed awe. Like he would just uncovered something at the end of the gods' era. Here. This is a memory from centuries ago. Farron suddenly stopped, then spoke warmly. In short. My lord. You know where to call me. I have reported everything you need to move forward. Donnie stand there frozen, as if time stopped right after that line. In short. That guy is that really in Shart? The monster who united all species and took over the world. He does not look like any of the portraits at all. The master spoke simply but with weight. Thank you, Farron. I hope I can trust Graham's words to work in our favor. With solemnity, he raised his hand then bowed. Showing respect. My lord, he never lets you down. Not today either. After speaking, Farron straightened up and left, everyone watching his back as he walked away. No one said another word. Each quietly left the place. The last person passed the threshold, and the door slammed shut immediately. Graham's eyes still held confusion, his mind trapped in endless thoughts, but why? His face showed clear bewilderment, eyes glancing back. What? Why is Graham acting so late? Is he against me? Graham is loyal, but loyal to whom? A painful scream broke out. Graham clutching his head. Is that Ace thoughts? Have I gone too far? I can lose. I can stop it. Too much to do. Too much to do. The pain vanished suddenly. The game stood still. Back again, easier said than done. His gaze sharp. Eyes steady. Then he asked, do you serve H, are you his advisor? Farron's voice rang out, steady but cold. You could say that I serve one of East's guardians and the empire they built from the beginning to its fall. Arms crossed in front. He quietly muttered, not bad at all. Farron spoke up, starting to explain clearly. I am what you call a precursor, but I am not a god. There are things beyond my power. Empires rise and fall. After the fall comes the rise again. I want to restore the empire to its golden age. And to do that, I need a worthy emperor. Game said nothing. Just stood with arms crossed. His face clearly showing the frustration simmering inside. Farron spread his arms wide like a welcome. I have been waiting. Linhard. I have been waiting for you for a long time. The other guy furrowed his brow and snapped back. You are wrong. I am Greyborn Boggy. The lowest of the ordinary. I have nothing to give you. Farron pointed at his hand and head. You are underestimating yourself. Your body is a boggy. But it is more like an Zech. Your foreign mind has swallowed the original soul inside. He narrowed his eyes. Swallowing hard. But Game nodded and said, yeah. Swallowed. Like a big fish swallowing a small one. I get it now. Your body's name is Game. Right. Strange. Your memories are full of inner monologues. And your behavior is erratic. As he spoke, Farron reached out. I need to check you properly first. Game raised his hand to block him, shouting, enough already. Just then, a powerful beam of light appeared. Farron's cold face showed a hint of interest. Then he stepped back a bit. Looks like I went too far. I almost lost myself out of curiosity. Sorry about that. He did not recognize the bright thing either. What is that? Farron's hand was still raised, but his voice was calm. Good. Very good. Because here, your mind is slowly adapting to this new world and starting to take control. Game could not help but scowl. You are out of my head now. Let us talk. Who are you? Not your role. But who exactly are you? Farron grabbed his mask. I am. Behind the mask was a void of space. Nothing at all. Game was not too surprised. Obviously. You have to be something. Farron put the mask back on. For now. At least. If I do not find a successor, the void will keep expanding. I survive because of the believers who worship the Master and his people, especially those who worship me. Without that, I starve, and this place will consume me. Game squinted. So that is why you want to restore that empire. You need worshippers to keep yourself from fading away. Farron did not deny it. Right. The more people believe in my master, the more I live, so come here. Let me pass on their power to you. I have read enough history to know that power never comes free. There is always a price. And you won't even tell me what is inside there. That is a huge red flag. I am saying no. If you send me back now, I will pray you find the next one. Farron radiated a fierce aura. I could crush you like a bug. Despite the threat, Game did not back down, folding his arms. You might be able to. But I do not think you have the energy left to pull it off. If you try, you will need more than just to impress me. Farron froze, and Game smiled smugly. Honestly, based on what I see, I think I can get out of here without your help. Let us. Then, Game shut his eyes tight, then opened them wide. The kid muttered arrogantly under his breath. So Farron put his hand on his forehead like he was in pain. Leaving is not as easy as building a fence. Kid. Like I said, my power has limits. And the only way I can get more energy to send you back is for you to become my partner. Game frowned. I do not like being threatened. Farron tried to sound more reasonable. Threat, not all. This is just a fair trade. I will give you the energy you need to leave and a place in society. And you will help me with a few things. Game's attitude softened a bit. Like what? What I need help with is freeing my people. Getting revenge on my enemies, things only someone like you can do. My people are sealed like me. And whether you have a contract with me or not, sooner or later, my enemies will be yours too. Game asked curiously. Those people with masks standing around the Nessun throne. Farin nodded. Right. I need their obedience. And so do you. Come on. Linhard. Accept it. You are ready for the challenge ahead. I promise the power to free those trapped lies in your hands. And all I need is for you to use that power to set me free. Come with me, I promise I won't lead you astray. Already pressing your face against that goblin. I mean, this is about freeing both of us. Gen's already given up. Alright, fine. Let us do this. Hearing that, Farin claps his hands. Great. You won't regret this. Then he raises both palms beside his head. Alright, we have to. A surge of power rushes into his brain, smoke rising from his body. What the heck is this? What did you just do? As he speaks, again can he help but slip into a faint. My knees. Farin's image grows hazy. Everything will become clear soon. Leona, I am looking forward to our cooperation. It is going to be amazing. Gen's eyes snap open. He sits up abruptly. Where Rafa jolts. Eyes wide. You are awake already. Vugo grins confidently. Hemgen's alive. I did not kill him. He asks. Confused. How long was I out? The other replies. About 2 hours. Do you remember what happened to you? He answers. Foggy. Not really. Everything is still a blur. M crosses his arms. Then a loud noise echoes. Well, nothing to do but. Everyone turns their gaze toward the sound. The door covered in masks cracks open. Look, it is opening. Vugo slyly asks. Quite the coincidence. Gin replies casually. Of course. The door slowly swings wide open. Ava asks curiously. I wonder where it leads. Jian answers. Only one way to find out. They venture deeper inside. Jem's hand brushing against some branches. Rafa gasps in surprise. A small, old tower. Looks more like a shrine. Vugo. We need to be careful. There might be a beehive nearby. The squinty-eyed guy points. I do not think so. Look over there. Beehives eat away at stone. If there was one here, this place would have eroded long ago. Rafa praises. These buildings are beautiful. He nods in agreement. Yeah. Whoever built them must have been an architect. Rem points in a direction. Wait. The thing does not look that old. 2 statues gleam like gold. How can they look brand new? Maybe there is an invisible fence protecting them. Who are these? Nearby stands a smaller statue. She points to another statue. Look at the ancient script. It says someone betrayed the goddess as people for love of a monster. Interesting. Who? Surprised. Asks. You can read that. Vugo calmly replies. Anyone who has studied knows Ain Sardian. Raza sighs. Frustrated. Ain Sardian. So everything that falls here is some kind of Ainsard thing. Vugo irritably corrects. Raza is Ainsard. Not Ain Sardian. He is the most notorious goblin leader. So a lot's named after him. He waves off their concerns. I do not care what it is called. I just want to know if there is anything here worth taking. Game quietly sits on the wall when someone approaches. Hey. What is it? Feels like we are drifting apart. The guy answers plainly. Nothing. I just made a deal with a monster. That is all. Game. Hearing this, the other stiffens. A deal. What do you mean? He rubs his chin. He said he would solve our problem. Though I am a bit doubtful he is strong enough to help. You ask worried. What if he is using you? Game calmly replies. That is true. He wants me to be a puppet king like Ainsard. The other looks even more confused. What? Why would you agree to that? Feeling a bit cornered. Game says. I can handle him. Don't he worry. You smirk. Hope you know what you are doing. Rafa approaches. Puzzled. Talking to yourself. Game does not avoid it. Sometimes. Yeah. The girl beside him asks. Found anything? Nothing. Game holds up an old gun. A worn weapon that looks like a magic blaster. She asks. Can we still use that? His voice steady. If you want to kill yourself. Sure. Looking at the gun. Rafa comments. That thing looks ancient. Vikia cuts off their conversation. The temple grounds are all guarded. We find a way out and gather weapons. Game sits up and says. Alright then. When Ava gets back we will see what is out there. Something wrong. GDP. He sets his weapon down and answers. Curious. Saying our hero. The one who cleansed his father's sins from us. Not sure who that is. Someone calls from afar. Hey everyone. Vufio waves his hand. Look what I found hidden here. DPS. Can you read this? She closes her eyes, touches his hand playfully and says. But you can. Vukuya's whole body radiates anger. Why should I do that? The girl makes a cute face. Trying to act charming. Because I am adorable. But it has the exact opposite effect. Then Ava smirks and says. And you will need my magic to stitch that up. GDP. Annoyed, says. This is driving me crazy. Let me think it over. Gen puts on his cap. Everyone is back now. We need to see if there is a better option than spending the night in this abandoned temple. Rafa asked curiously. What do you think we will find out there? The other is not so sure either. I do not know. Let us hope it is better than here. An old town sits in the middle of a vast land, surrounded by forests and mountains. Him and the others enter the deserted old town to check things out. The sun beats down hard. Moss has grown over the long abandoned houses. Where are you going? Hen suddenly runs ahead. The mage gets annoyed. Where are you going? Gen glares around, then wonders aloud. Whose city is this? He looks around for a moment. Then answers. No one's. This place dates back to ancient times, unlike anything I have ever seen. Rafa shrugs. He replies after hearing that. I have no idea either. Vippy moves closer to the mage. Oh. Do you know anything about these buildings? I have never seen this architectural style before. I know there are many ancient ruins scattered across different layers. But this area is different. She thinks for a moment then replies. This place has a familiar scent. I can't explain it. But it feels like I have been here before. He sits down, touches the ground. Intrigued. I can feel an energy flowing through this place. Zbib focuses, sensing through his fingertips. Even after all this time, I believe something here is still alive. So looks around then says, maybe it is a border town, or a mining outpost. Game agrees. That is possible. He ponders, like a historical site back home. Like someone tried to build a city on Earth right here. Rafa speaks softly. Found something you want to take back. Ah. He points to a covered statue. Who builds stuff like this? She does not think so. They are beautiful. Remind me of murals I have seen. Am annoyed. Points elsewhere. And those too. Such a waste. All gold engravings on stone tablets. In front of the houses are tall stone tablets carved with strange, hard to understand inscriptions. Vogie approaches, examines a tablet, then says, maybe it is not a waste. Until we know their purpose, we can judge if they are useful. Gen agrees. Vogue's right. Something happened here. Look at the energy flowing through this place. A faint white smoke drifts around the stone tablets. He guesses. Someone put a lot of effort into building this place near a network of caves with smoke. They must be connected. Him gives up arguing. Suggests. All right, it is not all wasted. But we should at least grab a few things. Vogue glances at him and replies. Of course. But first we need to find the source of those tremors. I want to know if this place still has an owner. Everyone moves deeper into the town. Gen points the way. They all seem to head toward the city center. Rafa looks at him. Curious. What is there? Gen replies. Hopefully. The answer. The sun blazed down, shining over the tall, massive buildings below. The architecture was carefully designed, looking stunning and grand. Stone tablets were placed in front of every house. The mage watched in awe, and Vogue beside him could not help but be amazed too. A huge black orb appeared before everyone. Gen got excited, it was so big. He was completely drawn to the black orb, it was beautiful. Gen reached out to touch it, marveling at how incredible it was. Rafa quickly punched him hard on the head. Gen clutched his head in pain, then slowly came to his senses. Thanks. Rafa. Him was still mesmerized by the orb, moving closer to touch it, so beautiful. Hem's hand nearly touched the orb, when Gen quickly grabbed it to stop him. Hem snapped back to reality. Seriously warning. Better not touch it. Vogo also got smacked on the head. Gen looked back. Intrigued, it seemed it only affected the Sezem clan. Rafa felt tense. Do you think it is a trap? Gen guessed. We will only know if we touch it. But I do not think we should. She thought it over and agreed. Right. Only a fool would mess with something so suspicious. He suddenly realized something from Rafa's words, fool. She looked puzzled, asking. Then what? Gen gestured broadly. Look around, what is missing? Rafa shrugged. Guessing. I do not know. Birds. Gen scanned the area. Suggesting. Not just birds, rocks. Trash. This city must be hundreds of years old, but it is spotless. Hearing that, Rafa started to sense something was off. So who is maintaining this city? Suddenly, countless arrows shot toward them. Vu's big head warned. Enemies incoming. Gen quickly raised his ring to block, but an arrow pierced right through it, making him tense up. He looked up to see a group aiming their bows at Gen. He realized. Looks like we just found our answer. Rafa eyed the enemies, asking. Think we can talk to them? They kept shouting things that made no sense. Suddenly, one of them got hit and fell. Rafa was furious, gripping her weapon tight. Gen looked at him helplessly. I was about to say no. He straightened up, ready, and ordered. All right. Everyone. Get ready. Looks like we are gonna fight. The masked ones are jumping down with weapons. The masked monsters charged into attack. Hem grabbed his weapon. Honestly, I am sick of fighting. Gen was already in fighting stance. Same here. We'll go at it, all three of us. The mage refused to back down, her eyes full of determination. We are all fed up. Rafa, take cover behind me. Hem's team got ready as the massed enemies closed in. Both sides clashed fiercely. Hem and the others forcefully knocked back the attackers. Arrows flew toward Gen from all directions. He ducked low, swiftly dodging every arrow. Gen glanced back with a sharp look. He dodged an attack aimed at the blind spot of a masked enemy. Gen smirked at him. Nice shot. He countered with a direct strike. The guy in the black mask was not done yet. He clutched his stomach in pain, staggering and mumbling something in an unfamiliar language. Gen silently analyzed. What language is that? Not Ainsardian. Not local. After a moment, the black masked man collapsed. The others looked on worriedly. He struggled to say something to his comrades. The blue masked one replied in a language only they understood. The black masked man's hands slowly turned to dust. Gen tensed, watching everyone closely. Hem and Grazad fought fiercely against the masked enemies. Vugo focused intensely, continuously aiming at the same target. The enemies took a lot of hits from your arrows, but the rest of their gang keeps coming at us. The mage and Sanding are on the defensive, ready to strike back. He scans the battlefield and makes a call. I need to draw their attention so everyone else can breathe easier. They are small, but do not underestimate them. The guy with the blue mask raises his hand to signal. He says something in a strange language. You notice that and look a bit surprised. All the other masked guys start retreating toward the one with the blue mask. He falls back cautiously, on high alert. They are surrendering. They want me to face off against this short guy. The blue masked man steps forward alone. He charges at you, and you carefully watch his moves. His mask's color is different. What is up with that? You block his strike with a mocking smile. Not very skilled. The blue masked guy stomps hard, getting ready to launch. He shouts something incomprehensible as he rushes in. You coldly stomp the tip of his spear into the ground, making him flinch in panic. Losing patience. You kick him hard. I do not have time to play with training dummies. He clutches his chest in pain, then sits up, pointing at you and shouting nonsense. You grip your shield and spear. Serious now, time to stop playing. Suddenly, a loud yet, move. Get out of the way. You spin around. Eyes wide. Damn it. You quickly bend your knees and run off. Clearly panicked. Let me through. The masked guys stand there dumbfounded, not understanding a thing. A huge fireball is speeding toward them. They get hit and burst into flames, screaming helplessly. One of them manages to escape, but as he runs, he bumps into someone. You glare at the masked guy, thinking, where do you think you are going? The blue masked man watches helplessly, then sinks to his knees. He mutters words no one understands. A sharp arrow flies in at lightning speed. It strikes an ally burning just behind him. The blue masked guy looks over. Surprised, his comrade turns to dust in seconds. The mask falling and rolling on the ground. Handy helps you up, smiling. Finally, you showed up. You mumble. I had to help others first. You glance at the mage, clearly annoyed. Next time, give me a heads up. Okay. She blushes and lightly taps her head. Sorry, that explosion was louder than expected. The blue masked guy lies on the ground, throwing a tantrum at your feet. Handy asks, who are they? You share your guess. I think they are followers of Graham, one of Azad's strategists. You grab the blue masked guy. He is going to give us the info we need. As you touch him, the blue masked man vanishes, leaving only his mask and clothes behind. Surprising you. What the? Vorga raises his bow and shouts a warning. Archers. He shoots at the enemies, but his arrow hits a stone target and breaks in half. You laugh loudly. Teasing. I thought you were a sharpshooter. Vorga grumbles. Annoyed. Handy. You look back at everyone and ask, is everyone okay? Rafa, tense, suggests, we are fine, but some got away. The sun is setting, we should head back to the cave. You agree. Bad plan. We do not know what might be followed us up from the abyss. You step up to take charge. Here's an idea. Let us take a house on the city outskirts and hold up there before dark. Hem looks uneasy. Is that really safe enough? You can promise. We will have to try and see. Footsteps of two people running urgently approach. Rosa and a woman carrying a game console as a child ran hurriedly, as if fleeing from someone. She ran while shouting loudly. Don't stop. We are almost there. She anxiously glanced back. Where's Dad? The woman reassured Rosa. Dad's leading them away. Keep running, Ani. She and the child rushed to a cave ahead, when suddenly the shadow of a monster appeared. The woman and Rosa froze in panic near the cave entrance. She clenched her teeth, too tense to speak, eyes full of extreme stress. The woman stared intently at the cave, not daring to relax for even a second. She turned her head to look back. The woman noticed a small hiding spot deep enough inside the cave. She slipped the game console into the crevice and told Rosa. Sweetheart, crawl deep into that crack. The deeper, the safer. Suddenly, a man panicked, reaching out to grab the woman. She seriously instructed Rosa and the game. I have to distract them. You two stay quiet in there. When it is safe, come out and run to the gate to get help. Rosa was extremely worried and tense. But Mom. The woman's face hardened. Rosa, this is the only way. I am sorry you have to do this alone. But I need you in the game safe. Can you do that for me? Rosa tried to explain. But the woman cut her off, firmly telling her, I need you to take care of your brother. Rosa closed her eyes tightly and obeyed. The woman relaxed and smiled gently. That is my girl. Suddenly, a noise echoed. She panicked. It is coming. Hurry. Get inside the crack. Rosa quickly turned and pulled the game console, urging, come on, move. The woman smiled softly before leaving. Mom loves you both. Only the game and Rosa remained, sitting quietly inside the mountain crevice as instructed. The huge monster dashed past the cave crack. The boy was so scared he started crying. Rosa quickly covered the game's mouth and signaled for silence. Outside was completely quiet now. No sign of the monster. He gradually calmed down. The game and Rosa were tense, constantly peeking outside. Suddenly, a giant claw of the monster hooked into the cave crack. Its huge claw snagged the game's pants, sending him into a panic. The game screamed in fear. Rosa, save me. In a blink, the monster pulled him out. She tried to grab him but could not. Rosa panicked completely. She searched frantically, calling out loudly. Where are you? Suddenly, an angry voice shouted. Where's your brother, Rosa? She startled. Alert. Dad. The blurry figures of two people appeared, looking terrifying. The angry voice kept shouting. We told you to stay in there. How could you let him die? Rosa cried in fear, hurriedly explaining. I did not. I tried. I really did. Bloody footsteps approached. Lucky. The shadows of two terrifying monsters lunged forward. Punishment. She squeezed her eyes shut in fear, instinctively raising her hands to shield herself. Suddenly, Rosa woke up sweating profusely. She sat up, exhausted, telling herself, another nightmare. Rosa gently touched her forehead, burying her face in tears. She brushed her hair back, eyes swollen and mood heavy. Rosa ate alone. As she was about to open the door to leave, a voice stopped her. You look pale again. Rosa startled and looked over. Good morning, Toast. He leaned against the wall and asked. Another nightmare. She nodded sadly. Yeah. From when we lost Mom and Dad. Toast looks worried and concerned. You should rest. I will let them know. Rosa leans against the wall and gives a faint smile. We do not have enough people to run the mushroom farm as it is. Too many have been sent down to the mines. If you do not do it, no one will have food. He sighs helplessly after hearing that. All right, get it, but do not push yourself too hard. Okay, she obediently agrees. Okay. Any news from the expedition? Toast shakes his head, clearly frustrated. He fumbles, trying to explain to Rosa. But hey, they have only been gone a few months. Something will turn up. Your brother is strong. I am sure he is fine. She feels deeply disappointed he is tough, but she is not. Rosa straightens up, looks at Toast, sighs, then tries to steady herself. She smiles softly and speaks up. You are right, Toast. I need to stay positive. Rosa stands on tiptoe. She shyly kisses Toast on the cheek. Rosa waves awkwardly, smiling. Thanks for caring about me. See you tonight. He blushes, touches his cheek, and replies nervously. Yeah, see you then. Plenty of food is being spread out on a large crate. Rosa stretches in front of a food stall. She looks at her plate, muttering. Cheese again. They treat us pretty well. Rosa glances at the water cup beside her, thinking it has been a while since she has felt awake. Even with the mushroom broth, she picks up a sandwich. Guessing they are worried another riot might break out, since there is still so much work. Rosa eats while lost in thought. Whatever, not my problem. Suddenly, chatter makes her jump and turn around. Heard anything about that attack? 64. Rosa wipes her mouth, unconsciously tuning into the nearby conversation. Did you hear about that fight? One of the 3 female demons is Lord Hein Thuan, who just caught wind of it. Some goblin tried to get close to a demon girl, so the demons ganged up on him. Riza scoops her spoon and glances over. Really? Again. Abalacta looks doubtful. Again. That girl Soko said it just happened last week. Lord urges you to remember. She adds. She is right. Goblins always pull that kind of crap. Abalacta suddenly stands, clenching her fists, her throat burning with rage. Damn goblins. I want them all dead. A pale guy nearby hears the shout and quickly turns away. Lord grits her teeth, signaling to calm down. Abalacta, keep it down. You want us caught. She calmly points behind her. Iker. No one's going to report us. The only one who hears is that weird girl over there. He looks where Abalacta points. Rosa, the harmless girl, sitting on a rock. She stops rolling her eyes. Sorry. Lord quickly reminds her. Abalacta. You are causing trouble. Riza frowns. Pleading. Come on, you are scaring her. Suddenly interested. She says.
Hey.
You there, want to join us? Rosa hesitates. Confused. Really? Lord smirks. Don't worry. We do not bite. She teases. Thinking back, but Abalacta might. Embarrassed. Abalacta snaps. Just once. Only once. And you girls never let it go. Lord introduces everyone. Hi, this is Riz. And that is Abalacta. She is just worried about her sister. Rosa shyly replied. Your sister's in the expedition. Mine too. Abalacta crosses her arms. Thinking. That idiot followed some gang leader and then went off to fight. Rosa immediately dropped all defenses. Her attitude exactly like hers when thinking about the game. My sister's the same, just like that dumb gang leader. She lightly teased the guy. Abalacta is exactly why we got sent to this farm. She was so mad at her little brother. She even punched the overseer. He blinked in disbelief, stunned for a moment seriously. Abalacta rolled up his sleeves, showing off bulging muscles. He deserved it. Rosa threw a few jabs. That is why no man wants to get close to her. She is worse than any guy. She grinned, flashing her teeth. I have got boyfriends. You know, more than a few. The girl remembered all the times goblin guys got choked and dragged off by Abalacta. Like they were doing him a favor. They were victims. Not boyfriends. She got offended and grabbed Rosa's big hands. How dare you? Rosa was wandering when she heard Kui calling from behind. Glad to see you.
Kid.
She sighed. Uncle Kui, do not make me the laughingstock. You are the one sniffing around the wooden door. Just teasing.
Kid.
Just wandering. Rosa closed her eyes, soaking in the calm. Just taking a walk to clear my head. Kui seemed to see right through her. Missing the game. If you ever feel lonely, just drop by my place. Not many customers. And I could use some company. Rosa peeked into the shop full of wood and machines. Everyone's off exploring. You are not hiding anything from me. Or sneaking into the tunnels. Still. Things would change soon. Rosa asked curiously. Heard anything new? Kui suddenly pulled back. Worried. I heard a new messenger arrived this morning. She wanted to get to the bottom of it. A messenger. From the expedition. What did they say? He glanced away. No one knows. The blue faction held a council and did not let anyone in. Rosa's face slowly showed worry. Do you think they are okay? What if something's wrong? Kui put a hand on her shoulder. Don't go looking for bad news if you do not want to find it. Rosa hesitated. You are right. He bowed his head slightly, trying to stay calm. Of course. Who would not worry? She sawed through a big mushroom with a saw, the echo sharp. Go out. Riza panicked. Go out. You need to hide. Rosa stayed calm. Hide.
Wow.
The girl wiped sweat off her forehead. An overseer's looking for you. Huger's holding him back, but not for long. She sniffed out a familiar scent. Why are they here? Wait, Riza. What does he look like? Riza rubbed her chin. Recalling. The overseer. Skinny. Tense. Kinda handsome. Weird eyebrows. Rosa already knew who it was. Rushing off to check, Huger lost, throwing a flurry of punches at Toch. I won't let you abuse the girls. He dodged but did not fight back. Just raised his hands to surrender. I am trying to tell you. The guy did not hear a word. You always try to force them to go. Toch realized things were getting worse, his mind fraying. Did you hear me or not? The next punch came. But he caught it in his arms just in time. The tide turned in a blink. Toch knocked Huger down with the next strike. Rosa ran. Panicked. Toch. Stop. Dante heard him. She reluctantly stepped into mediate. Thanks for caring about me. Sorry. But he's my friend. Rosa strode up to him. Toch. What is wrong? You can just run around the farm like this. Toch looked grim. Go out. He struggled to say it. The expedition was ambushed. And the game. She heard it like the sky was falling. No mental shield to block it. Rosa clung to Toch. Not ready to face reality. A new day began. The sky outside clear and bright with sunlight. At some abandoned house, VG stood by the window. Eyes sharp. Watching outside, he turned and saw Game and Rafa awake. Teasing. The lovebirds are up. She snapped. Annoyed. Shut up. Evigra. He went to the kitchen where Hem was cooking. Didn't I expect you to know how to cook? Hem replied bluntly. Where I am from. You cook or starve. Vijay kept watching outside. Teasing. Starving sounds better than eating your cooking. Hem snapped back angrily. No one is forcing you to eat. Their noise woke the mage, rubbing his eyes.
Hey.
You two little pests. Can you keep it down? I did not sleep last night because of this old rug. He glanced at her with disdain. Quiet. Will you? How can you talk so much with that mouth of yours? The sorcerer stood up, irritated, glaring at. What did you just say? He snapped back. Annoyed. Silence is golden.
Kid.
Learn to keep quiet. Or I will teach you myself. She was not scared, she taunted him. Go ahead. Try me. Just then. And brought over the food. All right. Everyone. Breakfast's ready. The sorcerer shot him a sharp look. You too. Hem smirked confidently. If you want to burn me. Go ahead. But no dessert for you. She glanced over, eyes lighting up. Dessert. You actually made it. Save me some. Hem sighed, clearly fed up with the sorcerer. I told you. You wanted something sweet. Right. I called Grasso and Sandy, they are waiting by the entrance. She nodded and hurried outside. Rafa looked at him curiously. So now you are making sweets for Ova too? Hem hesitated. Well, yeah, that is her. Soon enough. Everyone gathered around the table. Grasso praised the food as he ate. This is really good. Game asked. Curious. Where do you get the meat and veggies? Hem thought for a moment. Then answered. I caught a few animals and found some garden plots with broken fences near the house. The sorcerer heard this and spat out his food. Grasso coughed sharply. You okay? Grasso. He wiped sweat from his brow, looking at him. Seriously? You do not even know what a farm is. Hem crossed his arms. Annoyed. What do you mean? I have seen mushroom farms before. Sitting across. Added. But he does not know what a farm on the surface looks like. Grasso looked surprised. Really? VG explained, sadly.
Yep.
Very few goblins have ever seen the surface world. And those who hunt up there get heavily taxed. The sorcerer looked incredulous. How do you all stand it? I would go crazy if I could not see the sky. He looked seriously at Grasso. We want to be like that. Soon. Bunga's arrogance will spark a rebellion. He will try to crush it. But that'll just lead to an uprising. He seemed doubtful. But your leader will agree with that. Right. V calmly replied. In the past? Maybe. But now Jira is trying to form alliances with neighbors. And uprisings have already started. Soon. The goblins will be stretched too thin. He turned to Jem. Have you noticed food prices changing? Jem nodded. VG continued. They are using slave labor to clear land instead of farming. So food supplies are running low. Jem looked up at him. So you are just waiting for the right moment to act. VG nodded with a slight smile. I won't deny that. His eyes gleamed with calculation. Chaos breeds opportunity. I plan to seize it and become the new clan leader. Everyone at the table gasped in unison. What? Sang turned to V. Challenging him. You say that openly. Don't you know who our mercenaries work for? We would get a fat reward if we handed you over. VG smiled cold. Come on. After all the men you have lost. Do not pretend you do not hate him as much as we do. He glanced at Grasso, who avoided San's gaze nervously. San tried to argue. I do not know what you are talking about. VG pulled a pouch from his clothes. Of course you do. Just know you will help the entire goblin tribe if you keep quiet about me. He confidently tossed the small pouch on the table. And we are all friends here. Right. San opened the pouch suspiciously, revealing green stones inside. He calmly sat down, stuffing the stones into his bag. Friends. Ah. Grasso. After dividing his share, San tossed some to Grasso, who caught them quickly. Yeah. Best friends. The sorcerer, who had been silent, finally spoke up. What about me? What do I get? Vigi rubbed his chin thoughtfully. You get freedom and access to the goblin clan leader's entire magic library and his followers' secrets. She gave a thumbs up, and crossed his arms. Unconcerned. You do not have to give me anything. I am not joining this. You are not surprised. Are you? Of course not. I expected as much. I just need you not to interfere for the good of our people. Vigi turned to Rafa and Game. And Rafa nodded in agreement. He tapped the table. Thinking. I admit. I am not sure what to offer you. Lep. I suspect your goals align with mine. Lep smiled at V. I think my goals are a bit higher than yours. He smiled knowingly. You really think I just plan to sit down in front of the goblin chief? That was just the foundation for something much bigger. Guessing game. A king. Vigi chuckled softly. An emperor, someone who can stand toe-to-toe with Azat himself, and spoke up. Clearly unimpressed. Great. This guy wants to be another goblin lord. He crossed his arms and said bluntly. Goblin lords have ambition but lack vision. They bring failure on themselves. I won't make that mistake. And you won't either. Right. Lep. Calmly. He countered Vigi's words. There have been many great kingdoms and empires throughout history. The Vigra. And there will be more. But sooner or later, they all fall. Mine will last longer than any of them. He hesitated. Then asked. You want to live forever? Vigra laughed out loud. Fine. I guess my offer's still on the table. Let us see who reaches the top first. Yeah. Him broke the tension. Me. If you two are done talking, can I get back to eating before my stew goes cold? The mage urged impatiently. Hurry up, I want dessert. Suddenly, a hand shot up. Wait a s. While everyone's gathered here, there is something important I want to discuss. Deep within towering mountain ranges, an ancient abandoned house covered in green moss. Sunlight filtered through the dusty roof, and large stones were thrown hard against the walls. Vigra sat on the ground, fiddling with something, and asked, "What is the point of us exploring these damn ruins anyway?" Meanwhile, Game was prying at something else and commented, "This building is special. It is different from the others." Suddenly, Raza threw a massive stone and asked, "So what? That does not mean we should risk our lives to find out what is inside. If you keep asking me like that, it is a total waste of time." Nearby, someone else quickly replied, "No one's doing anything. Just leave His Highness alone." Suddenly, the mage, holding his staff, asked seriously, "Do not you want to return to the other Dakas, Rasa?" Hearing this, Rasa, carrying a carved stone on his shoulder, fell silent. After a moment, he gently pressed his cheek against the small stone. "You and Gozak are fine, but the others might die in the pit, as far as I know." As soon as he finished, Game immediately asked, "Is not there anyone special you want to go back to?" Hearing this, Raza threw the stone again and said quietly, "You had to remind me. I think I found one, but before we left, I came home and saw her dealing with another guy." Then he could not help but look up and laugh loudly. Seeing that, Game immediately broke into a sweat. "I guess that is the pain talking." Then Raza continued, "Do not worry about that. She helped me once. I have always hated that guy, and I challenged him to a one-on-one for what he did." Suddenly, the mage snapped out of his daze and asked, "What is going on?" Meanwhile, Raza frowned and judged. She might have him, but she won't have his child. That made everyone there fall silent, unsure of what to say. After a while, the distant mage calmly asked, "Do not you have parents?" Raza lowered his head slightly and answered plainly, "Probably. But I do not know where. I was raised by a gang until I was old enough to fend for myself." Right after, the mage unconsciously touched his cheek, thinking, "I thought life on the surface would be easier, but it seems it is not much different." Then San dragged a big log over and said, "It depends where you live. Some places offer a better life, others do not." Sitting on a high rock, turned around in disbelief. "No matter where you live, your life is what you make of it. You either control your life, or someone else controls you." Raza did what he had to do, just like all of us. Raza stared at the newcomer and said quietly, "You said something smart to a Greyborn." Hearing that, VG smirked. "It is not about being smart. It just..." Down below, Raza glanced at the man and clicked his tongue. "The not smart part is, if they stay out longer, they will realize this whole group is missing." At that moment, 3 strange objects appeared underground, and the heavy door slowly began to open. Game held the shield at the back, warning everyone to be careful. "We have no idea what we might find in here." At the same time, everyone's eyes widened in surprise. Game finally spoke up, admitting, "This is not what I expected at all." Vigi and him also widened their eyes in admiration. "This is spectacular." This time, I agree with Rafrius. Nearby, Santos, shivering with cold and curiosity, wondered who could have built such a massive place, why it is here. If this is the throne room, and where the throne itself is, then, they slowly moved deeper inside together. Game looked up again and said, "This has to be the throne Zosnos we saw from outside." Suddenly, a blinding light shot out ahead. Santos leaned back to dodge. "Looks like it. But what is she planning to do with those symbols?" The mage furrowed her brows thoughtfully. "They look like connectors on the temple walls inside the cave." Her long ears perked up. "Those are probably carved lines meant to link different runes together to activate certain functions. So there must be a control rune here." As her hand hovered over the stone symbol, a voice rang out nearby. "Found it." Purple smoke appeared along the inscription in front of the mage. Seeing that, she panicked and quickly denied it. "It was not me. I just wiped a bit. I did not use mana on it." Farther away, the stone pillars showed the same reaction. At that moment, Rafa and Game grew more excited. "They are definitely active." "What now? Just wait and..." Suddenly, a blue illusion appeared, saying, "Welcome." The figure stretched out both arms and continued, "Welcome to Paris City, one of the newest border cities established by Sech, the Great and his followers back then, dedicated to Graham." Hearing that, Game immediately looked confused. "Graham, so it really is Graham the Wise?" After hearing the words, Game asked, "Please tell me how I can help. Dedicated to Graham, does that mean this is not Graham?" Instantly, it answered seriously, "I am the city's artificial manager, created at Graham, K30. My mission is to keep communications running until Graham's inevitable return." As soon as it finished, Rafa raised his long sword and asked. Wait, what is that thing? But the manager calmly reassured. Don't be afraid. Young one. I won't harm any living beings. I exist only to serve the city and my master. Game could not help but sweat nervously. I do not think it will hurt us. At least, not right now. Hearing this, the manager nodded calmly. That is right. Citizen. However, I do not know your name. Please tell me so I can enter it into my system. Game stared at it and replied. Lep. The manager responded. Thank you.
Yep.
Citizen Lep. I will not harm you or any of your companions. Nearby, Vijay already had his bow ready. Are you the leader of this place? The two had a brief exchange. You are a citizen. If a chief or king is defined as the city's leader, that is not correct. Citizen VG. I am just the city's manager, Game remarked again. He looks more like a central administrator. Immediately, the manager got straight to the point. That is a fair comparison. Citizen Lep. Now, how can I assist you? Game did not hesitate to reply. We want to see your archives. The manager immediately raised a hand. All right. The heavy door slowly opened. You will find my archives at the end of the hall. Now, if you will excuse me, I will return to my duties. Suddenly, Game had another question. Wait, what if we need your help again? Then, as the manager slowly faded away, it left one last line. When you hold the administrator's key, there is very little I can do that you can tee. Citizen Lep. You should not need any more help. Have a good day. Hearing that, Rafa looked at Game in confusion. Administrator's key. What does that mean? Lep immediately jumped in. Yeah. Lep here. What does he mean? The manager gradually disappeared. Have a good day. At this moment, Rafa was a bit curious. Managing the administrator key. Game listened and seemed a bit evasive. What does he mean by that? Lep, I'm not sure. Suddenly, Rafa ran up from behind shouting. Hey. We are in trouble. There is a bunch of masked monsters outside the building. As soon as he finished, M frowned and shouted. Nonsense. Has that Key 35 guy already betrayed us? He looked toward the door and added. If he did that, then the path he opened for us is a trap. We need to find another way. Furious, clenched his teeth. Do we even have time for that? But Vijay was indecisive. I'm not sure. Jim also broke out in a cold sweat. Then we do not have many options. He raised the shield in his hand and ordered. Raza. Push that tower near the door to block it. That should hold them off for a bit. Follow us once it is done. Hearing this, everyone echoed in unison. Got it. Then Jim looked back and called out. Everyone else. Let us move. The four of them, two guys. Two girls ran forward like the wind. After a while, Jim pointed at a wall covered with countless lines of writing. What does this mean? Vijay quickly raised his hand. Thinking, I need a moment. Meanwhile, Zafa approached Jem and asked. I guess this is not a trap. But Jem did not want to hear anything else. Save it for when we are all out. Suddenly, Hem came running over to report. All right. We have blocked the door, but... Hearing this, Jem asked helplessly. But what? Hem immediately spoke up. Remember when Raza said there was a group of creatures like that? Jem was curious. What about them? Hem recalled the huge horde and added. Hanboy can get through. It is not just a group, it is an army. Like a real army. Hearing this, Jem quickly turned to the silver-haired man. So we need to get out of here. Immediately, the man nodded. All right. All right. I think I get it now. Looks like this building is organized by floors and rooms, and this is a list of those locations. On the wall above were countless lines arranged like a timeline of history through different eras. Jem studied it carefully and said, so this is the building's directory. Got it. Does it list any escape routes? However, VG disagreed. But I think there is a room that could be really useful for us right now. As soon as he said that, Jem did not hesitate to ask. Which room? VG replied. The city's armory, and looked over. Sweating nervously. Tell me this is not a rainstorm. It is all metal. Right. On the other side, Raza picked up a metal hammer and commented. It is even better steel. At the same time, Jem waved his hand coldly and ordered. Check every room. Find the weapon that suits you best. We will need the best gear we can get. He looked at the silver-haired man, and V could not hide his curiosity. What is it? Jem suddenly smiled. I know you just want a weapon for yourself, but thanks for showing us this place. Hearing this, V immediately raised his hand. Don't pity me. Equipping everyone increases my own chances of survival. At this, Jem put his hands on his hips. Excited. Exactly. Exactly. He observed the weapons laid out on the table. Looking over, Jem bluntly said. Saho. Not practical. Looks like a commander's weapon. I wonder. His hand moved toward a long sword. But Jem suddenly pulled back. Clenching his fist tightly, he furrowed his brow. It is not right for me. Maybe I will leave it for Xan. However, his gaze stopped on another weapon. Wait, why is not there any dust on this one? His eyes scanned further. Every other weapon seemed covered in dust. Sweat poured down his face. But this one was not.
Wow.
Jem gripped the weapon's handle firmly. I guess there is only one way to find out why, he turned and said. It has got some serious weight and great balance. Not bad. At that moment, a notification appeared. New authorized user detected. Beginning recalibration. Immediately, a tremor shook the ground, leaving Jem confused. Ah, what is that? After a moment, the system delivered an update. Synchronization complete. Jem lowered his eyes. Confused. What is going on? Data 655 is almost complete. The physical base is set. A blinding light flashed from the weapon, starting to optimize the user. Jem cried out in pain, gritting his teeth hard, jaws clenched tight. After a while, Jem's eyes fluttered open. The pain was gone. He raised the weapon in his hand, feeling it was lighter than before. Jem overheard Rafa and the mage arguing. They said this room was for a special project workshop. Not sure if we should go in. It might be dangerous. On the other side, Vogue spoke up. Then you can wait outside. We will go in. Him said. I swear. It sounds like they are right next to us. Talking from the other side of the room. Then the system updated again. This upgrade enhances your Kurim for optimal combat performance, including heightened senses. Suddenly, Jem looked up at the weapon's head. Surprised. Wait, it can talk? Instantly, a message appeared. I can perform advanced functions. How may I assist you? Master, Jem was baffled. I at the same time. The system sounded a red alert. 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 Enemies approaching. Heretics incoming. Ahead. Countless dark figures were rushing toward them. A bit stunned, asked. What do you think those things are? Elsewhere, Vogue held a sword. Commenting. The sign outside says this is the Special Weapons Project Workshop. Judging by the condition and quality of these weapons, I would say this is where they develop and store unique gear. As soon as she finished, Em grew curious. Really? The mage wriggled and said. He thinks this is where they keep the really good stuff. But this place scares me. She half closed her eyes, drifting into thought. I can sense it from all of them. Someone's using mist to forge weapons by mixing it with metal. Meanwhile, Em kept sweating nervously. Can you do that? VG slowly explained. That is a challenge for my friend. I have to obey the female companion. I am neither a mage nor a blacksmith. The mage touched the talisman thoughtfully. The mage talisman we use for magic is made from mist crystals. It definitely can. But who'd want to make weapons only mages can use? We are not exactly skilled warriors. At that moment, VG pulled a board full of weapons aside. These are not made for mages, they are for someone else. Hearing this, Hem was very curious. You do not mean? VG calmly turned and explained. There is only one way to find out. We found some finished weapons stored somewhere. His eyebrows furrowed tightly. Like this. At the same time, it seemed the game sensed something. Rafa immediately noticed and asked. Lep, what is going on? The game cut to the chase. Where is everyone else? Rafa and San's eyes widened. They were just here a minute ago. What is wrong? Instantly, the game looked left and right. Ordering, we need to move. Now. Before he finished, a loud noise erupted. The leader of the masked birdmen pointed at them. Rafa grabbed a golden crutch. Damn it. San nearby tensed up. Any other way out? Rafa grimaced. Only the windows. And they are barred. Unlike the game's calm. He said. Guess we are fighting. Rafa, cover San from behind. Suddenly, one jumped right in front of San. Vigi did not hesitate, swinging the crutch into his ribs. The game quickly raised his weapon. Ready to test his strength. He stabbed straight into another's head. Are they always this slow? Or is it just you? The system announced. This sword will serve you. Master. Use me to take them down. Kill them. Kill them all. Then one slash took out 3 enemies at once. Only jackets and masks lay scattered on the ground. The game eyed the small, broad blade. His gaze shifted elsewhere, as Game bent down to leave. Rasa. I think we need to shut those doors before more of them show up. Hearing that, Rasa immediately slammed the masked birdman to the ground and moved forward. The two entered a room and quietly closed the door behind them. Without hesitation, Game ordered. Change now. Before they wait. Why do I suddenly feel weak? But then he realized something was off. The boost only worked when he was holding it. Meanwhile, Rasa kept urgent. Hurry up. Grayskin, there are still plenty outside. Game sighed and said. All right. Elsewhere, Sang kept pounding on the door. Move aside. Countless weapons by the door were thrown about, scattered everywhere. Sang frowned. I am not sure how long it will hold. And Hem still seems clueless. Damn it. Did we miss something? At that moment, Game, standing across, said, looks like someone just went shopping. Immediately, Hem picked up a shiny weapon and praised. Awesome. We found a stash of strange weapons back here. Vigi raised his sword. Feels like a workshop. Most weapons are not complete. But these two seem finished. Rafa faced the mage and asked. You okay? The mage exhaled sharply. I've got my people covered. Meanwhile, Game examined other weapons. Looks like steel. Hem commented. Better than steel. Uva said there is mist crystals inside. Game frowned. Does that make the weapons more brittle? Just then, V glanced at the S weapons. Seems these are designed to use mana somehow. Though I am not sure how yet. Hearing this, Game glanced sideways. Sword group. Do these weapons look like yours? Instantly, the system provided info. They are crafted by a great master. But your companions are primitive, they can unlock their full potential. Him wipe cold sweat. You mean we can get out? We just need to make an escape route. Then he slowly turned away. Placed his hand on the wall. Alright, let us do this. He took a ready stance with his weapon. An explosion erupted immediately. The smoke gradually cleared, revealing an escape hole. Game looked up. You are kidding. Right. The system announced again. That means they can unlock the weapons. Full potential, just a fraction of what they could be. Ignoring Game's praise. Useful info. Keep it coming. Good job. Meanwhile, kept kissing his weapon. My new... Right. My baby. Rafa peeked out from behind the wall. Looks great. Him urged. Everyone. Baby's got the gear to smash now. Outside. VG sneered. We should not have let him get anything. But Game stopped him. Don't ruin it. It makes him happy. VG sighed. Like he could not stand it. After a moment, Game raised his weapon and asked, any enemies nearby? The system responded, enemies attracted by the noise. But I can lead the way.
Sir.
I will get your group to safety. Hearing this, Game quickly said, my weapon says more enemies are coming. We should move. Vigi looked puzzled. Your weapon talks. Game waved him off. I will explain later. Game pressed against the wall. Watching the massed crowd, the other three, tense, spoke up one by one. There are too many of them. What do we do now?
Yeah.
They are everywhere. Best to get out of the city ASAP. Right. But which way? Then the system announced. Attention. A group of losers is approaching from the south. Please head to the nearest teleport shrine for evacuation. Calmly. Game said. Alright. So they are coming from the south. Where's the closest shrine? Suddenly, the system interrupted. Wait. Searching for the city's nearest teleport shrine. He is north of our current position. Move fast and get to the gate immediately. This is a critical point. The odds are not in your favor right now. After a moment, Game waved his hand, signaling to move. Come on. Can't we leave these guys alone? How many do we have to kill before they figure this out? Do you think they even care if they die? Meanwhile, the system kept feeding info. These guys are failed experiments from the creation pile. Abandoned and left in their own devices. Putting them down as an act of mercy. Game ran while exchanging info. But what about K35? Something tells me he is more than just a manager. Instantly, the system replayed an illusion of the manager. K35 plays a key role as the assistant to a founder, the sole observer of the founder's final grand experiment. Game immediately guessed. Get it? So what does that grand experiment require? The system explained. Trying to enhance citizens without using the creation pile's powers. The eldest son of H tried to empower servants, much like his father did. At this, Game's eyebrows knitted tightly. This creation pile with the power to enhance others is that's HS. Right. Immediately, the system replies, I have no record of being present in the last trial. In the final test, Game glances left and right. Obviously not. That would make things way too easy. The system does not hesitate to guess. From your position, you can see the nearest temple over there. Suddenly, Game orders. Stop. This mate, a bit puzzled.
Well,
Game quickly answered. We can see a temple from here. Did anyone spot it? But VD was still confused. Why are you looking for a temple? And how do you know we can see it from here? Hearing this, Game looked left and right. I remember seeing one before we reached the city. If it is like the ones on the lower levels, it could teleport us out of here. Agreed. That would be convenient, if it is true. Suddenly, the mage raised his staff. Pointing ahead. It is over there. See it? The floor creaked slightly as someone replied. It is just outside the north gate. On top of the twin peaks something golden. Rafa immediately looked at Game. Awesome. Right. But he was not exactly happy. Maybe. Maybe not. Then Game ordered someone else. Oh. Is that really a teleport temple? How long to get us out of here? The mage gripped his staff. I can say for sure. But it will take some time. Game tilted his head immediately. That is what I am afraid of. Rafa wiped sweat and asked.
Well.
Game explained. Those peaks are pretty exposed. The moment we get up there, they will spot us, especially Ova when casting spells. Brow furrowed. Should we wait until nightfall? But the mage sneered. You fool. It is worse than that. The ritual will create a lot of light. Verger stayed calm. Maybe we need a distraction, Game demanded firmly. I do not think we can take them all. Some will run up the hill if they see something. Then Verger raised his brow and added. Still. It could buy us some time. Some of us will light fires to the south to distract them, while others guard the hill. Game just stayed silent. Thinking. Suddenly, Game raised his hand and called out. All right, who is volunteering? Verger's brow tightened. I am the fastest runner here. I will. Game agreed immediately. Fine, that is good. But you should not go alone. Go with him. Him got a bit angry. With him. Seeing that, Game quickly stopped him. You are the second fastest runner here. And you have got a new stretcher. Right. Just do not let it get buried under Verger. Okay. If he is worthy of it, we need him. So Hem could only sigh. All right, fine. But you better wait for me before you leave. Then, once the big game spreads, we move as soon as we see smoke. Head there immediately. At this moment, Hem was dragging a board with something on it. You shove everything into a tall pile. This is all I could find from that house. Most of this stuff is easy to burn after rotting, added up. I could not find much either. But this should be enough to draw their attention. Hem snapped angrily. You can help. You know, Verger's always busy. I am the one helping here. This will keep us clear before the fire starts, increasing our chances of survival. Hearing that, Em immediately squinted. Yeah. Got it. Smart thinking. A moment later, Verger held up the tightened rope, feeling the tension. Compliment me, but Hem just put on a careless face. Yeah. Whatever. Do not care. Right after, Verger bowed his head slightly. I won tea. But I suspect I will need it. Your kind always die young in battle, but Hem pressed. Wait. What exactly do you mean by that? Calmly. Verger said. From my point of view, all the emotions and lack of control, if it were not for me, or light, you would have been dead long ago. Right after. Hem reminded. Wait. I am not the one constantly losing my healers, though I admit, Gelmas got a nice axe. Verger clenched his teeth in anger, barely holding back. Hem's got fighting spirit too. Finally, you are showing your true colors. All right, let us fight. Verger shouted. Idiot. Your reckless itching got them here. We are surrounded. Elsewhere. Hem and the system were conversing in the subconscious. Any creatures around the shrine? None. The losers are gathering in the city. He closed his eyes in approval. Good. Behind him, Vak put hands on hips, saying, I do not think this is a good idea. Suddenly, the system alerted. Warning. Stranger detected. At the same time, Vak added. Sorry, Hem. I think this is the best way for us to get out of here. You pointed at the sharp tip of the weapon. I am not talking about your plan. I am talking to her. The mark was very curious. The sword bearer is a woman. The mark slowly examined. There is a girlless soul inside. But it feels off. You should not trust her. Ignoring the system's warning. Blocking the way is too much. You are blocking my master. Yet you keep judging. She feels potted. Broken. The system immediately retorted. Lying. This is the whole truth. Ready to cleanse the world's sins for Shesh's glory. For the glory of the Empire. Then, the mark stood with arms crossed behind. Got it. Crazy. Lep. There is a reason it was left behind. Meanwhile, the system kept sending distress signals. Master. This is distracting you. It will be purified. Just need your command. Two voices echoed in the game's ear. Kill her. Cleans him. He just sat bored. Doing nothing. That smuggle. Clueless idiot. After a while, he could not take it and signaled. Shut up, both of you. No one gets cleansed or left behind. End of discussion. Suddenly, Rafa pointed forward and said, Hey Lep, is that a signal? Countless masked bird guards stood in the courtyard. One of them sat idly, watching carefully. A white bird suddenly flew in. He immediately grabbed his bow, ready to shoot. The arrow pointed straight at the bird perched there. But behind that guy, Something was blocking the way. The newcomer spoke up. Sniff sniff, hey bird guy. Then, his comrades on the other side only saw his figure flying midair. San swung his sword down, shouting, Rafa. This is supposed to be a surprise attack. Not something to be surprised about. One strike. The guy looked shocked. Game quickly joined everyone. It does not matter. Finish them fast before. Seeing that, a masked bird soldier hurriedly blew a horn to signal. The game got a bit boring. No comment. Seriously, he lifted his spear, ready to throw. One shot hit the opponent's body, and the game showed a terrifying expression. Then, he touched his hair, realizing he forgot what would happen if he lost connection with her, blaming her for being left behind in the warehouse. At the same time, a sneak attack came from behind, but the attacker got kicked down by someone's foot. Rafa appeared just in time, asking, You okay, Lep? Hearing that, the game immediately stabbed the spear deep into the enemy's body. Just a little more time, then Rafa gently warned. Just a slip up and they will get a kill chance. Be careful, the game quickly replied. Got it. I understand. Meanwhile, the mage asked, Is everyone here? Rafa and Sang immediately answered. Looks like it. What about that horn? Then the game hoisted his weapon on his shoulder and said, What can we do about what has already happened? We need to move fast. He urged everyone. A while later, the group stood in the middle of a vast green field. Rafa pointed ahead. There it is. In front of them was a long abandoned palace. Then everyone entered together. The game ordered. Oh, get us out of here. The rest, find a spot and keep watch. The mage placed one foot on a higher step and said, Got it. She admired the huge symbol on the ground. Amazing. Never seen one this big before. Suddenly, something caught the mage's attention. Ah. Seeing that, the game quickly asked. Something wrong. The mage struggled to explain. It is just a bit different from the others I have had. As the game was about to offer help, a voice stopped him. Lep, Rafa pointed downward. They are replacing us. The game stayed calm. They must be heard the horn. Just a few, but enough trouble if VG and him were not here. In the distance, some masked birdmen appeared. The game started planning. We need to buy time for Ova. Rafa, stay here and watch over her. He bowed slightly. San and Grass. Follow me. Rafa touched her injured arm. This damn arm. I should stick close to them. Behind her, something caught her eye. Rafa saw the girl trembling, calling out nonstop. Oh. She asked worriedly, Are you okay? But the mage seemed drained. Ask me again when I can feel my fingers. That left Rafa puzzled. What do you mean? The shrine is broken. Immediately, the mage replied. It is the power that is the problem. Sweat started dripping down Rafa's face. What do you mean? The mage quickly explained. I realized I have to place my staff into one of the holes on the pedestal to connect. But I do not know which one. She knelt down. If I pick the wrong one, the energy zaps right back at me. Rafa's eyes widened. Guessing. But there are 4 holes left. That means. At the same time, sweat poured down the mage's face. Yeah. If I pick wrong again, I could die. Ava's eyes went wide. Sweat pouring like rain. Fear rising inside her. If I choose wrong, I might die. Her gaze was full of horror. Breathing heavily, Ava raised her hand to cover half her face. Tears falling, she whispered in fear. I can't do it. I just can't. She gripped her staff tightly, turning to Rafa. Rafa, you have to tell Lep. We have to run. Rafa looked shocked, biting her lip, eyes full of determination. Calmly, she explained. This is their territory. If you run, we will be dead within a day. Staying in the shrine is the only way out. Ava sobbed, eyes full of fear, shaking her head. I just can't. Rafa was silent for a long moment, then placed her hand on her chin, deep in thought. She stood up and pointed at the ancient symbols on the ground, looking at Ava. Hey, can you read these? Ava wiped her tears on her sleeve, sobbing softly. Just a little. Some of my master's books are written in Ainsadian, but I have only just started learning to read it. Master said only the greatest sages are allowed to touch them. Rafa smiled, encouraging Ava. But you can read a bit, right? Let us try together. Maybe we will find where your staff is. Ava calmed down, looked at Rafa, bowed her head slightly, and reluctantly said, Okay. Meanwhile, a goblin was striking hard at his opponent with a spear. Game wiped his tears, staring off in one direction. On the hilltop, countless goblins were shouting and cheering. He startled, looking back as if he would just noticed something. He gasped, Grassa. They looked at him worriedly. Are you okay? Safe. Game pointed at Grassa and asked, Is it deep? Grassa glanced at his wounded side calmly. Just a scratch. Nothing serious. San took off his helmet. Looks like they have moved. The three looked toward the distant hilltop. Game frowned. They are probably gearing up to hit us again, Sen asked curiously. Any news from the temple? Game shook his head. Not yet. Ovahan is still handling it. San closed his eyes and sighed softly. My people have sung plenty about men waiting for women. Seems that is our fate. Game took off his helmet, pursed his lips. Amazed. There is even a song about that. Grassa frowned. Miss you. Same here on my side. San started waving his hands. Humming. Maybe. If we survive this, I will write a poem about today. I will call it Ova's Grace. I already have the first lines. Oh. Guardian of the depths. We have waited with all our hearts for you. Because your soul is true. You made us wait. But we did it knowing the one we always wait for is you. Game broke into a sweat. Whispered. If she can get us out of this, I will write as many poems as it takes. San closed his eyes, chin raised arrogantly. Rasa was moved to tears. Beautiful poetry. How do you write so smoothly? Game shot a sharp look at the two. Skeptical, San smiled confidently. Poetry's in my blood. If we make it, Kanami, I will teach you how to write poems. San said. Game rolled his eyes. Really? He actually thinks that is good. Game propped his chin. Skeptical. Silently thinking. Oh, hurry up already. Rasa, unfazed, started excitedly discussing. Have you heard of the Ocean Master Sode? That demon scholar's poem? Never. Tell me. A clear voice echoed in the temple. Ova pointed at a symbol on the ground. The Kanat. At least that is how I think it is pronounced. Rafa whispered. Interesting. Uva looked at her. Puzzled. What is that? Rafa explained nervously. Well, Kanat means pain or danger in my language. So maybe that hole around here is the danger. Uva looked amazed. You are right. It means the same for us, Rafa said plainly. All right. There are 3 spots like this. All marked the same way. She pointed tensely in one direction. This is where I left the staff. Sunlight hit 2 spots with ancient characters on the ground. A voice said. Then one of these has to be the right one. Rafa asked curiously. Can you read the words next to them? Uva shook her head. Rafa glanced at the 2 spots again. Disappointed? Guess we will just pick one and hope for the best. The 3 stood on the hill. Looking down, Raza looked at the ancient city below. Something's up. They are not resting at all. Game replied. Yeah. Game frowned. Worried. Glyph. Do you know what is going on? A map appeared in his mind. A voice said. More outsiders have come to face the wrath of the day. Master. Game frowned. Guessing. They are waiting for reinforcements. Sang asked in shock. How many? Countless monsters with spears advanced toward the hill. Game's voice rang out. Looks like all of them. Ova pointed at one spot. This one. Rafa looked at her. Tense. Are you sure? Ova replied. Not completely. But we have to try something, she worriedly suggested. Maybe we can tie a rope to the staff and pull it in. Ova raised her staff high. Her face serious as she said. That won't work. Step back. Let me handle this. She squeezed her eyes shut. Pleading anxiously. Please. Look. This has to be the right way. She slowly lowered the staff to a spot. A hand reached out slowly and grabbed her staff. Rafa's eyes went wide in shock. Horror on his face. Uva looked up. Stunned, Game appeared before the 2 monsters. A shadow falling from the sky. He startled. Shouting. Ah! Landing on the ground. He smiled. I told you. I have got the bloodshed covered. Game smiled coolly. Here. It is all yours. He gave a cruel smile. Close to his voice. Hope you do not mind if I. He lifted the stretcher on his shoulder and said, let us do this. Viper grabbed the staff. Saying, Dante, I am not dying today. He looked at 2 spots nearby and explained. The hole you are aiming for is called power. The other is linked to control. He furrowed his brow. Serious. I want to pretend to understand how this temple works. But I am sure your choice is wrong. Ova blushed with joy and ran to hug him tightly, repeatedly thanking him. Thank you. Thank you so much, Rafa asked suspiciously. Where have you been? He raised his hand, pulling Ova away as he explained. On the way here. That jerk and I were attacked and had to fight. May added. On the way. I realized this temple might be more complicated than the others. And maybe I can help. She gasped. Isn't it because you want to use it to escape? Vicky frowned. Annoyed, and a bit irritated. You are hurting me. I am not doing that now. Not if Ova's handling her part. Ova held the staff seriously. Eyes closed. Blue light glowed from it as she said firmly. I am connected to the temple now. It will take us far away. He glanced at her. Ordering. There must be a closer temple. Find it and take us there first. She opened her eyes. Blue light flashing in her white eyes. Stammering. It is gonna take some time. Vukua raised his sword confidently. Go ahead. I will hold them off. Sanjur swung his sword, shouting. This is the end for the senior group. Rasa glanced at him. Serious. Just in time. The others are coming fast. And they look pretty angry. Game raised his weapon, shouting. Everyone. Fall back to the temple. Game turned and headed opposite the group. Him asked suspiciously. What are you planning? He glanced at him. Serious. I will stick right behind you. I will try to one-on-one the leader. Maybe they do not like that. I will buy us some time. Hem blocked Game with his axe, snapping.
Me.
One-on-one is my job. Not yours. Get back and join the others, he objected firmly. With this weapon, I can. He cut him off. My new axe, a red-skinned hand pointed sharply. Shoot. Enough arguing. Move. Hem ran into the temple. Suspicious. Looks like the one-on-one fight's off. Game. Annoyed. Shut up and run. Game gasped. I thought you only had one axe. Hem grinned slyly. Straightforward.
Yeah.
Neat. He hugged the worn axe to his face, fondly saying, I love this thing. Game replied casually. Whatever. He hid behind the temple wall, dodging a hail of arrows, his face tense. Hurried. How much longer do we have to hold? Vogue turned her back to them. She is almost done. Just a little more. He rushed to the altar, shouting, form a circle around Ova. Protect her at all costs. Everyone got ready to attack, waiting for the monsters to get close. The monster leader stepped into the temple. Him gritted his teeth. Determined. I have to stop him. Game panicked. Wait. The leader reached into the temple. A 7-colored light burst from where Ova stood. She widened her eyes and screamed. Jump. The tribespeople were carrying supplies back. In front of them was a large rock crevice. Behind it a fish trap. The hunchback chief sat cross-legged on a palanquin carried by tribespeople. A pair of legs stepped onto the ground. The chief respectfully placed a folded hand on his chest and said, Greetings. Hunchback chief. Welcome back. The old man stared at that guy in disbelief. Our settlement, he gave the orders. Wine. Bring me wine. And my stuff too. I am starving. Budubot glanced anxiously at the chieftain's irritated face.
Yep.
Chieftain. The chieftain fixed his gaze on him. Boo. Glad to see you made it back. The chieftain frowned, a hint of worry in his voice. I'm afraid we have lost nearly 2/3 of the expedition. The chieftain pressed his lips, eyes full of contempt. Yeah. A few from the Grey tribe died. Tragic. Did you manage to protect the treasure? That guy frowned, tension showing but voice steady. Losing that many is not easy. But yes. We hid the treasure inside the ore transport ship. The goblins won to find it. The chieftain smiled. Satisfied. Good. Very good, you damn fools. Budubot frowned. Serious. Ringgit. There is something you need to know. 2 tribesmen stood at a distance, watching the pair. Amy's face was tense. Chieftain. About Rule. Rule crossed his arms, mocking. Yeah. Do not worry about him. He is weak as can be. He sold his own daughters to Bunga's brother just to get this position. Amy glared at him, annoyed. Pathetic. That is just low. She turned to Rule. Suspicious. Commander. Where are you headed? A tribesman, shaking all over, covered his face. Sorry. He did not make it. Opposite him, an old man knelt, trembling, whispering. He walked among the tribesmen, some crying sadly, others laughing and slapping each other on the back. He passed a group sitting on the ground, exhausted. Rule gasped. Rule. He called. They are gone. The other blocked him. See for yourself. Vaughn touched the cart, looking sad. You want to say something? He asked her. Annoyed. She looked at him, frustrated. I told you. She is safer with you. He insisted. I can take her along. A seriously injured girl lay unconscious on the cart. His voice rose. If Bungu finds out she is alive, she won't make it through the night. He clenched his teeth, pain written all over his face. But her condition's getting worse. She gently patted his shoulder. You have a phone? Right. Ask someone to help her. A voice called out. He turned to see 2 people behind him. Gun said. You need to talk to them. He hurried. Yeah. I'm coming. He looked at her, puzzled. Rule. Vaughn calmed down. Grateful. Thanks for helping me. Without you, we could not have brought her back. Rule put an arm around her, smiling softly. Don't mention it. When Rafa got lost, she helped me a lot. I owe her that much. Nothing more, he awkwardly said. Well, God bless her. She waved at the 2 behind her. And you too, Gray. Both of you. Vaughn rubbed the back of his neck, tense. What should I say now? Gunn scratched his head. Frowning. I do not know. Just do what Lep says. He bowed his head. Looking weak, Rule's voice rose. But I am not Lep. I can talk like him. Maybe I should ask Jem. Gunn frowned. All right. You are the leader now. You brought us together. You can do this. Vaughn straightened up. Determined. Yeah. I can. I will. He spoke, Rule's voice echoing. We did everything and made it back. Thanks. Everyone. The tribesmen below looked worried. Whispering. It is bad everyone could not come back, either eaten or worse. He frowned, trying to shout, but was cut off. But I am proud. Zman's king. When do we get paid? Vaughn froze. Confused. Paid. Gun beside him tensed. Glaring, the man frowned. Impatient. Yeah. We do not care about anything else. When do we get our reward for the expedition? Vaughn calmly said. I will pay everyone as soon as I get the funds from the Blue Tribe. Gun bit his lip, watching him closely. The others cheered, though Vaughn looked worried. All right, guys. Let us go grab a proper meal. He gasped in relief and said, That went well. Gun replied. Yeah. Rule looked on suspiciously in one direction. She grabbed Amy's hand in surprise and pulled her back, asking, What is wrong? Why are you running? She panicked and shouted, I came here to catch you. We are going back to the surface. Bungu is calling for war. She widened her eyes in horror. War against Acre. Beat frowned worriedly. We have already prepared to go on an expedition in 3 weeks. Bungu has declared war on the Heblings. That day, they plan to wipe them out. An angry man slammed his hand hard on the table. That is just stupid. We do not have enough manpower. They want to send the entire goblin army. The chief frowned. Irritated. No more goblins or mercenaries. They want us to handle this. Another man at the table shouted in panic. This is madness. There'll be chaos. Chief, you have to help Deja come to his senses. Beat wiped sweat pouring down like rain. Worried. Yeah. Tell Day. The chief crossed his arms, his face cold. It won't do much. Bung has bet everything on this expedition. And if Deja comes home empty-handed, like he promised, his father will have no choice but to execute him. Deja is desperate. The man shouted fearfully. But we can't. The chief cut him off. We have to. Beat cleared his throat. The chief asked calmly. Got any yet? Bab frowned, worry clear on his face. Calling it an idea might be a stretch. But yeah. I have been thinking. He raised his hand and started explaining. What we need is time. I suggest we launch a full mobilization plan. At the same time, I will try to convince Biney's advisors to change their minds. It will be costly, but I am afraid we have no other choice. What do you think, Chief? The chief fell silent for a long moment. A severely injured girl lay in a hospital bed. A man took a gulp from his cup. The person opposite said, Mushroom stew. He finished drinking, wiped his mouth, and said, Can't you do anything to help her? Or are you just ignoring it? Vaughn looked worried and frustrated. I am not a healer. You need someone who can do more than just herbs and Zeo. He turned away, waving his hand casually. But most of them died on the expedition. Like I said, she is mushroom food. Vafinoon introduced himself. Thanks for the beer. He shook his head. He replied firmly. Yeah. I am not giving up on her. He frowned and stated the obvious. We just need to find Hello. Right. Yeah. But like you said, most of them are dead. He snapped back. Frustrated. And the ones still alive are exhausted. He clenched his fists in frustration and walked away. Vaich looked worried, watching his back. The boy lay unconscious in bed, his face pale and dark. Gik looked worried, quietly trying to reassure himself. Definitely not. Vaughn lost his temper and shouted. But there is no Hello left on the surface. He frowned hesitantly. Right. Good. We have some. But Ban interrupted. What he means is, we are already in danger from the goblins, Gik said. If they find out we are secretly bringing people as stones to the camp, who knows what will happen? He kept insisting. You can abandon her. Yeah. We fought together. What if I can gather enough spirit stones? We will do it. Right. We are mercenaries, are not we? They hesitated for a long moment. Well, Ban said firmly. Sorry. But Gik quickly cut in. Wait, we will do it. He cheered happily. Ban looked surprised at him. The Gik. He frowned seriously. We will. But it won't come cheap. Vaish was startled and looked at Vaughn. He spoke up. Trash. Can I talk to the guy? He motioned for the others to leave. Yeah. Just go, he asked worriedly. Any hope? Vaughn shouted in frustration. I need help. The DK group agreed to bring Vara to the surface when they leave. But they want to be paid in smoke crystals. He bowed his head and said. And we have nothing. He said. We will get paid soon. I will give you whatever you want, furrowing his brow, his face serious. Almost grim. Whatever I want. Do you even know what you are saying? He shouted. That does not matter. He frowned. Worried. I want to help you too. But it is not that simple. He stared in disbelief. Why not? I thought you wanted to help her. He explained slowly. I do. But unlike you, I have responsibilities. What we get paid is not really ours. It belongs to those who came back. And the families of those who never will. He stammered in shock. Families. He glanced at him, his expression softening, like regret replacing steel. That is why Jem always complains about you. You know you have to provide for the families of those lost on the ghost expedition. He frowned, lowered his head. Then grunted. The other looked at him seriously and asked. Yeah, I think so. Once that is paid, I do not think you will have much left unless you can dig up some spirit stones. Can you do that? He shook his head repeatedly, biting his lip. Too busy. Frustrated. He looked at him. Voice tired. This already happened. And you did not think it through. Look. I want to help you too, but I still have personal debts. He placed a hand gently on Vaughn's shoulder. Soothing. Stay with her. Use whatever time you have left. The image of the girl lying in the hospital bed appeared before them. He said. She would want someone by her side when she goes. Vaughn sat down beside her hospital bed. Head bowed. Defeated. A voice called from behind him. He said. Yeah. What is it? The eldest girl quickly replied. Nothing. One raised her hand, a bit worried, looking at him but still comforting Vaughn. It is nothing important. I will tell Jem, Vaughn calmly said. Tell me. He scratched his head. Voice doubtful. Well, suddenly there is a message. They want you to escort the tribute they are sending to Bungu on the surface, he said calmly. Yeah. Let Jem know. Whoever wants to go, can go. He pulled back the curtain and stepped outside. Tense. Okay. No problem. Sorry to bother you, Vaughn sighed irritably. The other turned and shouted. Wait. Morning in a vast forest. The clan was escorting a carriage down the road. Vaughn looked excited, scanning the forest. Look. Did you see that bird just now? One gasped. Huge, he smiled and asked. Is this your first time outside? Vaughn replied. Yeah. He answered happily. Same here. Really? Thanks for taking me along. Vaughn frowned, serious and worried. No problem. But be careful. Anything could be out there, giant spiders. Fierce beasts. Maybe even moose. He paled, looking around nervously. Really? Moose too. Are they real? A huge, aggressive moose appeared in Vaughn's mind. He shivered. My dad said they are giant. Like monsters in the forest. One shrank back. Scared. He whispered. Oh man. I do not think this is a good idea. We should turn back. Vaughn gently reassured his teammate. It will be fine. Dogan's leading us. He is a battle god from the western tunnels. One glanced at him. Curious. What do you think is inside? Vaughn shook his head. Indifferent. Don't he care? I just want to know how many spirit stones they will pay us. One lightly pulled the curtain. Suspicious? But you are not curious. The curtain parted slightly. A yellow eye stared at him. One gasped. Whoa. He panicked, opening his mouth wide. A voice boomed. Hey. You too. The owner of the eyes spoke to calm them. Keep it down. Will you? It is bad enough here already. Vaughn quickly covered one's mouth. Embarrassed. Sorry to bother you. I will keep him quiet, she asked suspiciously. Are we almost there at noon? Vaughn calmly replied. Sorry. I have never been outside before. I do not know who you are. She looked at them kindly. She turned aside, revealing the girls inside wide-eyed and sorrowful. We were sent here to serve Bung. One's eyes went wide in shock. They are Nalea, he said. A man with a purple headscarf sitting in front of the carriage turned around. Hey. You guys over there. The man's face was angry, his voice low and harsh. Stay away from the old carriage. Vaughn's face went pale. He quickly forced a smile to smooth things over. Sorry. We did not mean any harm. One frowned. Clearly annoyed. They are sending women to Bungo's place. Vaughn wiped cold sweat and whispered. That is none of our business. All we know is they volunteered. We know, Lorzong said. But how many of our friends have died because of those green skins? They remembered the little girl buried under the rubble, Lorzong said. Forget it. Because of them, Var got hurt. They deserve to rot. One wanted to say more but Vaughn cut him off. Focus on the job. The group was about to pass through the big gate. One glanced around as they entered. We will take Vaughn to a room. Give orders. Drop our weapons. and wait here. We will bring you some water and food. Goblins swarmed the walls, whispering among themselves. See how big this fortress is. There must be hundreds of goblins here. Look at their armor. I wonder if we will get to eat real meat. Vaughn looked at one suspiciously. One had been silent all along. He looked pale and worried. Do you think they will eat us? Vaughn shook his head firmly. I am pretty sure goblins do not do that. Rune waved from behind a wall. Vaughn said, I gotta pee. One was trembling with fear and had not noticed Run's arrival. He also wanted to come along. Me too, Rune asked anxiously. What are you doing here? Vaughn looked at her suspiciously. We are escorting supplies to Bungu. Man. Rune pressed her lips. Voice shaking. Tell your supervisor to get out of here. Now, Vaughn asked in surprise. Well, Rune, what is going on? Yeah. She frowned. Serious. Something weird is happening. Her eyes widened in horror. An assassin in love killed Bungu. Rune and Vaughn both jumped. They looked pale and shouted in unison. Oh no. Cut to another place. Dava sat. Exhausted. Looking up at him. What do we do now? He replied. We will follow the trail left behind. It is the fastest way through this level and will lead us to the others. Countless footprints stretched along the dark dirt path. Game's voice echoed. It will take a while to get home. But at least it is faster than wandering around. Go frowned. Serious. Before we act, Lep. I need to discuss something private with you. Hem suddenly appeared. Blocking him. Face dangerous. What do you want to say to him? His eyes full of disdain. People like him would not understand. Hem looked confused. Making the man's face darken. Is that? Let us see about that. The man lightly stroked the sword at his side. Voice deep and threatening. You do not want to anger me. Kid. But if you want to know, I need to make sure Lep and his crew 1T stab me in the back when we join the main force. Game held his hand to calm him. He is smart enough not to kill me now. The man gestured invitingly. Now, shall we go somewhere else to talk? They moved to a darker place. The man turned back. This spot should do. He looked at the man with tears. Guessing. You are not just talking about the future or the faction. Are you? The man smiled slightly. You are sharp. He took a deep breath. Gathering courage. You want to know about my spear and the dimensional key K35 mentioned. Vu Leek looked at him, starting to analyze. Close. But to get to the point, what I care about is not the key itself, but what you really are. I know you're past the one who once went by the name Game. Game frowned. Worried. The man's voice continued. So how does a weak, useless person like you change so fast? His eyes sharp. Voice arrogant. You changed your name. Gathered forces. Became a deadly warrior. I am not blind. He pointed at Game. There is only one explanation, you are the chosen one. Game frowned, pointing at his head. VG scowled. Annoyed. And the man kept analyzing. I'm not crazy. This kid here trained a bunch of useless, scared minors into a disciplined military unit. Vigi recalled that mighty army. His voice full of amazement. And he used that ragtag group to snatch victory from one of my most feared lieutenants. He remembered the game between Thip, Jax, and Gozak. A bond of understanding between them that he never thought possible. VG frowned. But there is one thing I still can't get. What is it? He asked, narrowing his eyes. VG looked at him suspiciously. Despite all the dangers, you have never used your special skill. Even when death was right at your door. Game raised his hand casually. Who knows? Maybe I am just not the chosen one. VG smiled. Amused. Maybe so. Perhaps you are just a lost soul. Really? After everything you have said about me, why call me a lost soul? He smiled brightly, cocky. No bragging. But you should know gods do not let someone as talented as me wander free. They would pick me instantly. VG frowned, angry, eyes full of hatred. You put our gods on too high a pedestal. They are just blind fools. VG recalled the god ceremonies. I believe the second option, that gods are just fairy tales humans made up to explain things. VG thought back to those ceremonies. I just can't believe in them. Then maybe you are right. Anton said, facing VG stark. Intense gaze. Don't get me wrong. I agree with you. But what if your truth leads you down a path of destruction? What if your desires and emotions push you to do things you will regret later? How can you be so sure your truth is the real one? VG disagreed. I would rather hold on to a truth I forged myself than accept one passed down by thousands of others. I will walk my own path. And if everything I believe turns out wrong, that is on me for not thinking it through. Game raised both hands calmly. I have said all I need to. V raised an eyebrow. That is it. Game tilted his head. Surprised. You really think I would lay out my whole plan for you? VG smiled. Probably not. But there are still two things I want to know. He corrected. I am not a lost soul or some chosen one. V laughed loudly. Scornful. Here it comes, that familiar lie I have come to expect from you. A lie, sure. But it leads to the truth that you actually remember another life. In that life, you could not reach your goal either. Lost hope, and gave up. Game smirked, his face darkening. He closed his eyes. Annoyed. I did not. And I won. Good answer. Which brings me to conclusion number 2. What is that key? And how did you get it? Game snapped. That is a long story. I am not about to tell it. VG said. Consider it the price for my cooperation later. Game was silent for a long moment. His face troubled as if recalling a terrible memory. He exhaled. Fine. Game began telling about the monster holding the sword back then. That key was a relic from the dead city, where failed experiments and more magical creations were buried, he said plainly. How I got it does not matter. Game turned and walked away, talking as he went. Take this weapon. For example, it is bonded to me, and only I can use it. To anyone else, it is useless. Game rested the sword on his shoulder. You could say I chopped off the head of that giant worm. Calmly put, that key is me. He raised the sword threateningly. So if you want to get into the city and its treasure, you better make sure nothing bad happens to me. He frowned. Is that enough for us to understand each other? VG frowned. Thoughtful, then smiled slightly. Looks like I was wrong. Game stared at him in disbelief, a smirk tugging at his lips. Voice dripping with sarcasm. Maybe the god of deception really does exist. View raised his hand firmly. Voice steady. Then it is a fight. A real fight. Threatening only makes things worse. We need to work together to control the chaos coming. Game raised his hand and grabbed View's, replying. That is right. Sunlight hit the rocky mountain shaped like an open hand hanging in the sky. A straight wooden fence appeared before the forest. 2 soldiers rushed over, their swords slamming hard into the ground. The soldier's face went pale, fear clear in his voice. Report. The goblins are on the move. V hoisted a wounded comrade on his shoulder, glanced toward Mott, and grunted. Did you hear that? Guys. Vong turned back and answered. Yeah. Got it. Vixie frowned and shouted. Everyone. Get ready. Let those goblins see just how fierce we fight. A voice rang out. We are lost. The grumpy-looking soldier snapped. What the hell is this place? Grassa replied worriedly. I do not know either. Hun looked at the bodies. Voice full of anger. Dozens of corpses lying here. Lifeless. Finally. The corpse of a giant bug with spears stuck all over it. Ava covered her mouth, fear in her eyes. Voice trembling. What happened here? Did the soldiers attack this place? Game turned. Scanning around. A hint of worry in his voice maybe. But that does not explain why most of the dead are civilians. Vijay checked a nearby body. Agreeing. I am with you. Nobles would never send their private guards down to level 2 for people like this. He turned and glanced at them. Voice low. Interesting. This woman was killed by a spear. Not bitten. M clenched his teeth. Furious. A spear. What? Ava's eyes widened. Disbelief written all over her face. Wait. Does that mean the guards killed her? Why would they do that? Vista. Sadness in his voice. I do not know. Let us check the others. A voice called out. Everyone. Come see this? Ava grabbed her staff and rushed over. She sat down. Then red eyes appeared behind her. A figure with a spear lunged at her in horror. Ava swung her staff. Shouting, the staff hit the creature's head. Terrified, she struck again, hitting him low, licking her lips. Face fierce. She raised her staff for another blow when Hem rushed over. Shouting. Wait. Dudun clutched his groin, writhing in pain. Sweat pouring down like rain. Voice called out. Jine. Is that you? He sat up. Saw Game. And respectfully exclaimed. Sir, you are alive. Unbelievable. It is a miracle. Hem hurried to calm the angry sorceress. Hey. Calm down. Game frowned. Suspicious. Junyan. What is going on? Why did you attack Ava? A voice slowly rose. He is trying to protect us. Game looked at him in shock. Are you a healer? Blood stained his shirt and cloak. Others behind him just as battered. He explained he thought you were an enemy. Or worse. A demon. Game raised an eyebrow. Demon. What are demons doing here? What is really happening? Gemin's eyes widened. Terrified. Sir. We are at war. Bunga was killed. And now demons are attacking this area. Vigi's voice rang out. This does not explain the guards or the bug tribe. Jun looked at him in shock. Vigi raised an angry brow. Eyes blazing. Explain yourself.
Kid.
He recalled the hurried evacuation well. After the demons declared war, nobles forced everyone to fight, even women and kids. VC and Vaughn knew of a place with a second floor where people could hide. So they sent us down to avoid the war. Vigi cut him off. That still does not explain what happened here. VC snapped at him. Hey, let the kid finish. Images of the bug tribe clashing with civilians flashed in his mind. The gun said sadly the nobles found the place and sent guards to capture us. So we tried to run. Then the bug tribe showed up. I thought they were just exploring. Game frowned. Annoyed, are the bug tribe really coming to this settlement too?
Sir.
They stayed for a while, but then they turned back and left. Looking up thoughtfully, we did not see any of the clan. Ovazer guessed. They must have taken another route. Game tipped his hat, glanced back at them, and said calmly, "Get it?" Game turned to Jen and asked, "What about my sister? Didn't she go with them?" Jen stammered, his face pale. Voice trembling. "Sorry,
Sir.
Oh no." Game's eyes widened, his face frozen. He said, "Tell me." Jen glanced at Game, frustration on his face. Whispered accusingly,
Sir.
"She did not come with us. We tried to get her here, but she would not leave Tosh. She stayed in the settlement." Hemking asked in surprise, "Tosh? That overseer?" Game sighed in relief, his worry easing a bit, and said calmly, "He must be confessed to her." Hem's voice boomed. "Your sister's involved with that overseer." Game raised his hand. Frustration clear. "Young love, I do not even know what to say." He looked at them seriously and ordered, "All right. We need to head to the settlement and find out what is going on." A voice called out.
"Me, kid."
Sam said, "Sorry, but this is where we part ways." Raza looked at him, agreeing. "Yeah, this is not our fight. If we move forward, we are stepping into your war." Rafa lowered his head, staring at his injured arm. Sadly said, "I can't do much with this arm, so I will stay here and look for survivors." Ab held Rafa's arm, said, "I will stay with her in case the clan comes back." Game looked at them reluctantly. "Fine. We will send someone down to keep you updated and handle things." Game wiped tears as he turned away. Viraga. "You ready?" Hem raised his axe. Excited. "Ready," Viraga said plainly. "I have a lot of questions." And waved to the people on the ridge. Game's eyes were full of determination. Then he said, "That guy scowled." Questioning, "What are you doing?" "Ringard." The chief was pointing, ordering everyone to work. He sneered. "You think I do not see what is going on?" And looked suspiciously at him. "It looks like you are getting ready to leave." He pressed his lips, glanced at Han. Annoyed. "Of course I am getting ready to leave. You should do the same," and shouted angrily. "But chief, the battle is just starting." He smiled slyly. "The battle is just a stalling tactic. The goblins will crush our army when they come all out. I do not plan to stick around for that." And questioned sharply,
"Sir."
"You are the one who led the council's call for full mobilization instead of sacrificing our people. As chief, this whole settlement is counting on your leadership. And now you are planning to leave." He remembered the fiery eyes of the nobles. Calmly said, "The Amber clan and the other nobles are determined to fight." He crossed his arms, smirking with satisfaction at the thought. "There is no stopping them now. I only agreed to buy time." Then suddenly he noticed something and shouted, "Don to drop it." "You idiot." That guy frowned. Han tensed. "I know exactly what you are planning." The chief got serious, his eyes full of feeling as he looked at that guy, lowering his voice to advise, "If you are smart, you will follow my lead. Remember my words." That guy. He squinted and said gravely, "This place is doomed." That guy stepped outside and closed the door. A voice startled Han. "Is the chief in there?" A noble stood before Han and asked calmly, "Gawain, here to report." Gawain saluted in military style. In a serious tone, Gawain said regretfully, "The council sent me to deliver the latest news." Annoyed. Replied slowly, "I am afraid our chief can't be seen right now." Han's voice rose, "But if you do not mind, tell me. I will pass it on." Gawain scratched his head. Resigned. "Understood. Then it has got to be that way." Gawain remembered those in uniform standing in formation, their faces serious. "We have completed the full mobilization, organizing all able-bodied slaves into units to defend the settlement." Gawain briefly explained their detailed defense layout to Han. "The small entrances are blocked, and defense posts have been set up at the main gates. Goff and Han's overseers are guarding the west gate, while the two squads hold the east gate. Goff and Ma, along with countless soldiers, are on the front lines." Gawain said. Goff's men at the main gate dug trenches and built fortifications before Jirah's main force arrived. "Now, they are facing the enemy," Darbert asked tensely. "Is that true? What is the situation now?" Gawain smirked, clearly pleased with the outcome. "The Goblin have launched several attacks, but Goff's troops have pushed them back." Hen frowned and pressed on. "Good. What about our envoy to the mercenary camp in the distant valley? Have they returned?" Gawain recalled Gao Zak's dismissive refusal when his men inquired.
"Yep, sir."
"The mercenaries declared they will stay neutral. They said they won't fight us since the Gaolin are paying for this expedition." Darbert smiled, calm and pleased. "With Bungu dead, they will probably wait a long time." Gawain looked at Han, a hint of worry in his voice. "That is right,
sir.
But at the same time, They said they are still bound by old contracts. So they won't help us either. Han frowned, his expression serious again. That is enough. Dante asked for more. We have to be ready to defend ourselves. Are the reserves prepared? Gowan thought of the weak women and children. He spoke briefly. Then stopped.
Yep.
We are training them. But, Borderbert's voice rang out. But what? Gowan remembered the recent escapees. Many working-class families vanished after the mobilization order. We think they hid in the lower tunnels or other hiding spots. Han frowned. Clearly annoyed. I see. Have you sent people to find them? Gowan recalled guards sent to the deeper levels to search. The overseers are busy training and defending. So we sent some guards to hunt down the deserters. Gowan remembered again the many working-class families who disappeared. We think they are hiding in the lower tunnels or other secret places. Han frowned. Irritated. I understand. Have you sent people to find them? Gowan recalled the guards sent deeper to search. The overseers are busy training and defending. So we sent people out, Gowan respectfully replied. I will. Commander, Darbert turned and walked away, saying, Now. Test me. I need to get to the goat shrine. Gowan blinked and asked, The goat shrine. Are you praying for our victory? Han thought of their battle with the goblins. Worry in his voice. I am praying for our survival. At the front lines. Their troops and the goblins faced off. The goblins stood outside the fence, holding shields and sharp blades. A goblin ran up shouting. Come on, let us charge. They rushed at a broken section of the fence, screaming wildly. You jerks. One goblin killed a soldier in the trench. Grinning. Let me show you what I have got. The soldiers fled in panic. The goblin leader's blade dripped with fresh blood as he yelled. Scatter and kill everyone you find. A goblin blinked, shocked by something. A sharp spear stabbed down. He smirked cruelly. I thought so. He turned to his troops. Voice low. Only one of us will make it out of this fight. What? He shouted and charged the goblins. And it won TBU. By now, they were very close to the goblins. Just a few steps more. And they could see each other through the thick grass. The goblins had no intention of retreating. They stubbornly hid in the shadows like predators waiting for a chance. Jiek and Vaughn were not idle either. They whispered strategies. Vaughn turned, voice low with a hint of worry, sensing they still have not pulled back. Jiek nodded. I know. They are just feinting. A few tried sneaking into the far battle line, but I shut that down. Vaughn felt a bit relieved but asked. Thanks. How many are hurt? Vecchi answered bluntly. 3. I have sent replacements. Still, they took heavier losses. He added. We need to reinforce the defense lines. Add a few more layers to stop them from coming back. Hearing that, Vaughn nearly lost it. This situation's too tough. More troops would be made this easier. Vaishi advised. Don't be stubborn. They are Lep's men. Not ours. You have got over 20, plus my people. That is more than 60. Enough. No need for Jem's crowd. Vaughn was not ready to give up. But I can still hold them. Lep's the one who can make them listen. Vixiled softly. Speaking slowly. Lep's not here. The one in charge is me. Glad someone's keeping quiet. Before he could say more, a soldier rushed over, out of breath. Reporting. The goblins just got reinforcements. They exchanged looks. Silent, but worry was clear in their eyes. They knew if this dragged on, the defense line would not hold. Meanwhile, deep in a dark bunker, Bodbert walked down a narrow, cold corridor. At the end, someone crowded the space. Pointing the way for Gath, Cathaga greeted him warmly. Welcome back. Bodbert. It has been a while. Bodbert cut to the chase. Hoarse voice. Cathaga, I am here to talk. She nodded. I know. About Rengard. Right, he nodded slightly. You really have eyes everywhere. Cathaga said. I just had a vision. Want to hear it? Bodbert was surprised. A vision, like a prophecy. Hopefully good news. Cathaga closed her eyes briefly. Her voice lowered. I saw it clearly. The future of our people living under the sun. Walking in the light that brings blessings. Don't he worry. Bodbert. But after hearing that, Bodbert felt heavier. Actually, hearing this worries me more. Cathaga looked up. Well, he answered. As long as Rengard leads. We are stuck. He lacks vision and courage to take us further. Cathaga was silent a moment. Then said. Let me suggest something. When the father becomes unreasonable, maybe it is time to talk to the son. Bodbert raised an eyebrow. The son. Cathaga shook her head softly. Not that one. The other one. Outside, the goblins prepared their weapons. Arrows were knocked, footsteps sneaking between shadows. From afar, Vac and Vaughn watched. Whispering. Vaughn said. What the hell is that? Vake replied. Looks like the same type. Maybe magic users. Rosa stepped forward excitedly. Let me check it out. Vaughn startled.
Me.
What are you doing? Rosa smiled. Just want a closer look. Don't worry. They can shoot us from that far. Vac tried to stop her, but Rosa ignored him, stepping forward a few more paces. Moments later, a whistle of wind and arrow shot like lightning, piercing straight through Rosa. Vaughn screamed. He rushed over, catching her as she fell. Vac shouted. Everyone ducked down. Arrows flying everywhere. Rocks and dirt flying up. Vaughn held Rose, yelling. Get her to the healer. Now. Vac gritted his teeth. Ordering. Hold the line. Don't let anything slip through. Vaughn looked out, face full of confusion. They are just standing there, why are not they attacking? Vac said. I do not get it either. Maybe they are waiting for something, Vaughn said helplessly. If they wanted to move troops, they would have done it by now. Holding like this only makes things worse. Vac sighed. It is pointless. They won advance. And we can move either. Suddenly, Vaughn squinted toward the goblins. Voice urgent. Wait, I see something. Vac immediately asked. Where? Vaughn pointed. They are holding a small bottle, pouring out something strange. He squinted, watching them drop low to the ground, wondering why they were moving so close to the earth. The more Vaughn watched, the stronger his uneasy feeling grew. Could there be another squad with them? But he saw no one. Seeing the goblins closing in, he immediately went on guard. Voice steady. What are they up to? If any mum and get close, my rock throwers will send them straight to hell. Suddenly, Vaughn shouted. His shout cut through the air, startling everyone. He jumped up, biting his hand hard, eyes wild with panic. What do we do now? Turning back, Vac saw that dazed look and frowned. What is wrong? Are you okay? He recalled the scene when the goblins were about to throw oil bombs onto the battlefield. Not just that they had another plan. If we blocked them, they would use it to wipe us all out. They wanted to burn everything down, turn the battlefield into a sea of fire. Hearing this, Vac paled. Ninjanjang said. No way. Vaughn did not wait. Urgently ordering. Fall back to the battlefield behind us. Hold the line. Get the word out to everyone. But Vac shouted. There is no time left. He was about to say more, but seeing him like that only made Vac more confused. Tell everyone. What are you doing? He stood up, firm. Doing what I do best. Before Vaughn could react, Vac was already running off, only managing to call out.
Rap.
He rushed forward, hiding behind a rock to watch. Rose run. Worried. What is he doing? Vaughn shook his head. I do not know. On the other side, Vac narrowed his eyes, watching every move of the enemy like a predator stalking prey. Suddenly, he shouted. Got it, like a wild man. Vac burst out of hiding. Arrows whistled toward him, but all were stopped by his shield. He threw all his strength into the charge. Seeing this, Vaughn yelled anxiously. He is going to die. But no sooner had he spoken than Vac roared, pushing forward with all his might, spotting his target. He leapt up like a monster, catching the goblin off guard. No wasted words, Vac swung down, ending the prey with a clean strike. The others scattered in panic, but Vac did not let up, chasing them down like lightning. Another goblin screamed, grabbing him. You jerk, shoot him now. The rest trembled, pointing at Vac, who charged forward like a storm. They tried to flee, but before they got far, arrows struck them down. One was slammed into the air by Vac's strike. He spun, hurling his heavy shield forward. The shield thundered like lightning, hitting a goblin squarely, making it scream in agony. The others froze. Shocked, the leader refused to accept defeat. Clutching his throat, roaring in despair, Vaughn was overjoyed. He did it. They are retreating. He ran excited.
Rap.
I can believe it. Vac could not believe it himself, letting out a proud chuckle. Yeah. Someday I will tell this story to my kids. He rested a moment, then stood. Serious. No need to thank me, but I am not safe yet. Look, the leader over there won accept defeat. His eyes burn with hatred. Unexpectedly. Right after. We might have just figured something out. He gave a subtle hand signal. Immediately, another squad appeared from behind. With a completely different energy and bearing, Vaughn stepped back. Stunned. No way. Seeing this, Vac urgently said. Everyone, fall back to the cave. Tell them we need every fighter we can get. Right now. He handed the task to Vaughn. Gather the troops. We have to hold them off as long as possible, Vaughn asked worriedly. But Vac, how can we fight that? They are too many. We can win, with a disappointed but firm tone. Vac said. Is not that what I taught you? Give up before the fight. Hearing that, Vaughn was stunned. Then he saw everyone coming back, disbelief in their eyes. Thank God. You are still alive. Vaughn was so happy he almost cried. Thank God. Game stepped forward, placed a hand on your shoulder, his voice warm. I am glad to see you again. But let us save the chit-chat for later. He pointed behind him, where a few people had just arrived. I found some warriors who can help us. Game and Vaughn exchanged looks. Eyes probing, each lost in their own thoughts. Then Vaughn smiled faintly. Said goodbye. Thanks for coming back. Game grabbed him, patted his shoulder. I heard you challenged them, but that is for later. Right now. He pulled out a small object, handed it to Vaughn. I am giving you this, might bring you some luck. Vaughn took it, put it on immediately. Thank you, sir. Right after, Game turned serious. Tell me everything. We have to win this battle. Vaughn quickly showed Game a map. Here's the battlefield layout. Sir. Noticing something off, Vaughn asked. Sir. What are you doing? Game thought for a moment. Then said. Thanks. Liv. I am planning the attack. After finishing his thoughts, he stood up and announced his plan. All right. Listen up. Here's what we are doing. Without hesitation, he ordered. Lead a team to gather all the fuel and set fires here and here. That'll help us form a solid defense line. And the smoke will block the archer's sight. They all acknowledged the order. Understood, sir. After assigning that, he turned to the others. We will attack in 3 waves. Each of you will command a flank. It won't be easy, but I need you to hold as long as possible. Everyone understood and responded. Got it, sir. But Roddy had a question. While we are fighting, what will the 2 of you be doing? The 2 of them exchanged sly grins. Making Vaughn caught in the middle. Swallow hard, frustrated by the enemy's antics. Then they wiped their hands and launched into a fierce duel, each using their signature moves. The fight was chaotic, a mess between both sides. Champion watched and asked, Are these the guys who blocked your path? Shannon cut in. Don't underestimate them. Champion. They are well trained and disciplined. Hearing this, Champion got interested and asked more, explaining why they needed Vietnamese troops to defeat this ragtag army. He did not want to listen and brushed it off. We would not need Vietnamese troops if the mercenaries did their job. Champion did not want to argue but snapped. Yeah. Blame the mercs. You broke the contract. Refused to pay. What did you expect? He kept insisting. I said we would pay after they crushed the rebellion. Even promised bonuses. Champion corrected him sharply. The rebellion was fought shoulder to shoulder with those troops for months. You are a fool. Worse, a rotten fool. Insulted, he fired back angrily. How dare you say that? Do you know who my father is? But Champion was not backing down. Stepping closer to threaten. I am here on the general's orders to clean up your mess. Watch your mouth, or you will end up a bloody mess on the battlefield. He warned. He fell silent. Obedient.
Yep, sir.
Meanwhile, Vaughn was still giving orders, aiming straight at their heads. Seeing this, the troops raised shields. Worried. This won't work. He stayed firm. I know. But we have to keep going. Use your spears when they get close. They still doubted. Sir, can we really do this? The question left him unsure how to answer properly. He recalled Vaughn asking Game, how can you stay so calm before every battle? When I see those insect warriors, my whole body tenses up. Game calmly replied, it has to be that way.
Oh.
If the leader shows fear, how can the soldiers trust him? He explained, victory or defeat is clear even before the fight begins. Morale is our strongest weapon. Then he gave Vaughn some advice. A commander has 2 jobs. First, to raise hope, to make the troops believe in victory. Thinking it over, Vaughn took a deep breath, ready to speak. He smiled and told everyone, of course we can do this. We have beaten those insect warriors before. Everyone listened, a bit shocked and stunned. Then responded, yeah, that is right. Vaughn did not stop and kept asking, are these things as big as worms? Are they tough to kill? The soldiers regained their spirit and shouted loudly. They are tiny. Then everyone seemed to gain strength, puffed out their chests confidently and said, exactly. We will crush them. Come on, let them come. Let us finish this. Vaughn was still tense and worried, but seeing things settled, he silently said, thank you, sir. A soldier rushed over, shouting anxiously, they are coming. Both sides resumed fighting fiercely once again. Champion on the other side watched and commented, they fight really well. The leader, confident, said when praised, I told you, they are not just some disorganized miners. The expedition turned them into warriors. Unexpectedly. He added, still, they will lose. My soldiers will handle that. The other guy did not believe it and asked, if it is that easy, why do not you join the front line with your troops? Champion snapped angrily. Do you think I am scared? Just as he was about to do something, suddenly something happened. I will. Around here, many soldiers were on alert, watching for something. Vaughn remembered asking Game, sir, You said a commander has 2 duties. So what is the second one? The strong voice from before echoed in his head. Good. The second duty is to turn belief into victory. Meanwhile, in the main room, a subordinate reported to the chief. Chief Bara, you have summoned me. He sat down and ordered. Champion, lead the troops to the criminal ravine and crush the rebel demons. Champion looked a bit panicked and reported. Chief, my soldiers just returned from a border raid against the Kara. They need rest. Bara seemed indifferent and went on. My demon brother was killed by those scum, and his advisors just cried like helpless kids. Doing nothing, Bara pointed at the kneeling man, who earned the warrior title on the battlefield. Now I am calling you back to serve the tribe once more. Champion had no choice but to agree.
Yep.
Chief, we will march tonight. We will crush them. Leave no one standing. The next day, at the enemy's gathering spot, Jem and Hemp slowly entered their camp. Jem looked at his companion. Puzzled. Do not you know what an ambush is? Hemp quickly puckered his lips. He ambushed me out of nowhere. Suddenly, a soldier pointed at them and shouted, Who are you? Identify yourselves. Champion stepped forward, blocking the soldier. You do not recognize them. They are here for you. Idiot. Jem spoke. We are here to challenge your strongest warriors. Champion dropped his defensive look and laughed. You dare face me?
Good.
He stepped right up to Jem. If you dare. Hire me. Hemp looked excited. About to step forward. Hell yeah. But Jem stopped him. Wait. Hemp looked a bit disappointed but stayed back. Jem's eyes were wary. This fight is not just a match. Besides, I have my sword group. I will be fine. Hemp, a bit older, said. I do not like this. Jem turned to reassure him. Just cover my back. Then he stepped forward. Got this? Champion's smile grew wider. His eyes locked on Jem like prey. He sneered. Both your heads will be on pikes before nightfall. Jem quickly stepped back a few paces and took a fighting stance. I have one rule, no one gets in. Got it. Champion seemed uninterested. Drawing a small dagger, ready to strike. I do not need anyone. The dagger spun through the air, heading straight for Jem. Jem's sword suddenly warned. Master. He is attacking first. Preparing to counter. Jem's eyes sharpened. No need. I will handle this myself. The sword responded.
Yep.
Master. Then Jem used his strength to knock the dagger away. Champion quickly lunged at Jem like an arrow. His powerful steps closed the distance fast, like a demon wielding a great sword. He leapt and swung fiercely at him. At that moment, Jem quickly leapt off the ground, skillfully dodging the strike. Then the two clashed again like fierce warriors. Because of his weaker strength, Jem got kicked in the stomach by his opponent. He was thrown back several dozen meters. Then he rolled a few times and pushed himself up to a sitting position. Jem's eyes blazed with fierce determination. Champion swung down hard once more, forcing Jem to instinctively step back. The enemy soldiers suddenly stopped shouting orders and fell silent. Heimo was stunned by the scene before him. Ahead, 2 men were fighting, and Jem seemed to be at a disadvantage. He gripped his sword tightly, retreating step by step, clearly gritting his teeth through the pain. Heimo suddenly shouted encouragement. He is fighting for us, do not let him down. Then the soldiers charged at the enemy again. He is right. Everyone. The Liberator is on our side. Heimo looked worried for Jem. You can do this. I believe in you. On the other side, Champion tried to brainwash the opponent. Surrender now. And I will make this quick. Jem suddenly gave a strange smile. That is enough. Then a flash of light gleamed from his sword, forcing the opponent to step back. The enemy fell to the ground in pain. His face was filled with shock. Jem's eyes locked onto his opponent with deadly intent. He stepped closer and swung his sword repeatedly. Sorry. Just putting on a little show to boost the troops. His voice was full of confidence. Now it was time for the finale. Champion was caught off guard by the relentless strikes. The sword. How did he do that? The opponent stepped back a few paces, clutching his wound. The enemy soldiers panicked and ordered their men. Tell the others if the champion falls. Attack immediately. The soldier hesitated, then pointed. Commander. When he turned, he met Jem's fierce gaze and instinctively stepped back. The soldier quickly shrank back, hiding behind his men. Meanwhile, Jem's sword glowed with a faint aura. He spoke calmly. Surrender. A great fire lights up the night. Jem's eyes were resolute, but a strange noise made him turn around. Allies were approaching from afar. Jem greeted them. Welcome back, he quickly asked. What about the goblins? The other replied heavily. The survivors want to be back anytime soon. Jem sighed in relief. Good to hear. Thanks. Vac looked around and asked. How's the situation here? Jem answered. After the main group was wiped out, the goblins caused chaos at the defenses but soon scattered. I sent people to hunt them down. They are no longer a threat. Vac exhaled. Relieved. So it is over. Jem said. We surrounded them. I interrogated the goblin commander. We destroyed their only reinforcements. The next wave won't arrive for weeks. So we have time to prepare. Vac added. Then the blue guard will be happy. Jem looked indifferent. We will see. I have a meeting with the council soon, Vac asked curiously. They are gathering troops. I guess that was expected. Jem suddenly said. I requested that meeting myself. Vac sounded surprised. You are kidding. Jem said matter-of-factly. I hate wasting time. Actually, I should go now. I know you are tired. But the husband can handle the pyre. Vac glanced at the large fire nearby. The pyre. I thought that was a signal fire to guide us back, Jem said plainly. It is. But we have to burn the bodies. So I figured, might as well kill two birds with one stone. Vac asked. Puzzled. You know the goblins see burning their dead as an insult to their gods. Right. Jem waved him off. Pissing off the gods is my specialty. Jem then led the team toward a large door. Vaughn looked uneasy.
Sir.
Are you sure this is a good idea? Maybe we should be brought more men. Jem stood near me. Advising. The kid's right. Jem seemed unconcerned. It is. Jem continued. That is Gawain Amberg, Kidamate. His father's one of the council elders. Jem quickly cut him off. Thanks. Across the room. Someone suddenly stepped forward and asked. You are Lep? The Liberator. Right. Jem stood there, bit surprised, but answered firmly. That is the council ready to see me? The man replied.
Yeah.
They are. Then he looked at the guy beside Jem.
Me.
You the one who brought my sister back? Vaughn did not hesitate and reported.
Yep, sir.
How's she doing? The man smiled a little. She is fine, thanks to you. Good to see you are still standing. Jem suddenly leaned in close and asked. Got something to explain? A bit embarrassed, said. I will tell you later. It is complicated. Then the man said firmly. If you are coming with me, Lep, your people and weapons stay outside. The two others were outraged.
Me.
You can do that. Jem did not care much. Handed Vaughn his weapon. And said. It is. Take care of her for me. All right. Vaughn stood there. Muttering. Her. Jem looked tired and sat down with the others. Waiting inside. Guess I will just wait. Vaughn teased a bit. So now you are stuck waiting on him.
Ah.
Jem spread his legs. Someone's overreacting here. We all thought he was dead. Clearly annoyed, said. You guys did not even give him a chance to come back. Jem sat beside him and explained. That is called a miracle.
Good.
Getting cornered by the hiplings and still making it back. That is rare. Usually, not even a trace is found. And before you start with the loyalty or faith talk, let me remind you those things do not put food on my table. They did not keep my family alive either. Vaughn looked surprised. You have a family. Jem pointed right at him. That is why I left. What do you really know about your own people? You are the deputy commander of Lepkoma. And you do not even know the basics about your own officers. Vaughn pouted a little. I know their names. Jem went up. If you are leading troops into battle, you need to know more than just names. You gotta know who they are and what drives them.
Yeah.
I know the boss treats us like cannon fodder for his plans, and I accept that. But a deputy commander has to manage his own people. A bit angry. Turned to the big boss. Lepkoma does not see us that way. Jem's tone softened. Calm down.
Good.
I am not insulting your hero. He really is like that. And we both know it. Confused. Asked. If you think that, then why did you come back? Jem continued. I served under Dak. And I served under Rak. Both were great commanders. But none compare to Lep. That guy's got something special. I do not know exactly what. But he has got the god's luck on his side. He is the one who always survives. And he is heading for greatness. I know if I follow him, I will get there too. That is why I should be his right hand. He needs an experienced commander backing him up. Vaughn asked again. You think that person should be you? Jem nodded confidently. Who else? There is no shame in admitting someone else might do better.
Good.
Step back and learn. Maybe one day. You will be ready. Vaughn was determined. I won't give up. Lep's counting on me. Jem wiped his dagger and said, Fine. You will see soon enough. And when that time comes, I will be ready to step up. Then they fell silent for a moment. Vaughn nervously glanced at the door ahead. Inside. Jem faced those who would challenge him hard. Lep. The Liberator. Today you are summoned here for a hearing. A bit annoyed, said. You are mistaken.
Sir.
I am the one who invited you here. The man opposite shouted angrily, pointing right at him. Insolent. Another beside him said. Calm down. Lord Andrake, he said impatiently. But Bordabut. This brat, how dare he act like that with us? Bordabut's tone softened. Andrake. Just listen to the guy first. What is the harm in that? Then he turned to someone else and asked. Right. Chief. He crossed his arms and said. Let him speak. Please, Jem confidently replied as he left. Thank you, Chief. First off, I want to make it clear I have no intention of overthrowing you. Andrake slammed his hand on the table. losing patience. What? You think you can overthrow us? A gray-skinned like you? Jem explained. You sent your best guards into the underworld, only for them to be wiped out chasing after those rogue mercenaries. Clenching his fists firmly, he continued, if it were not for your orders, those men would have fought back. But I have the backing of an entire army behind me from civilians to even the gods above. Are you still confident? Andrake grew more impatient and shouted. Soldiers. Gawain. Kill him. A group of soldiers charged toward him, with a hint of deadly intent. He said, sorry, I can't go against my father's orders. Jem seemed to sympathize slightly. I understand. Then the chief spoke up. Wait, Andrake seems confused by this. Chief, but this kid, Bordabot cut in. This kid just defeated a whole goblin battalion. Are you sure you could do the same? Andrake was at a loss for words, grinding his teeth in frustration. Then he sat down and waved dismissively. Gawain, pull back for now. The chief spread his arms. Liberator, if you do not want to overthrow us, then what do you want? Jem began. In another time, when the empire is in danger, all power is handed to the great emperor or ruler with both civil and military authority. Then, that person can use every resource to drive out the invaders. His eyes gleamed with depth. Everyone knows only the strongest leader can bring victory to the kingdom. Then Jem made an offer. I want the council to appoint me as commander. With that power, I will protect this place. Instead of interference, we will support each other. The chief looked surprised. That is all. Jem continued. I want the authority to act on my own terms, to select residents, and use all resources to achieve our goals. The chief got angry. You think we are puppets? Jem shrugged. Unfazed, besides military matters. You still hold all the power. This is the best plan. The chief seemed to agree. Makes sense. But we could also choose Jiak or V. Like you. Vijay just came back from the dead, and he has got an army behind him too. Jem smirked mockingly. Jiak teaming up with me. Are you really going to hand military power to the guy who killed his own parents? Are you sure about that? The three men's eyes showed unease at his words. Jem's sharp gaze returned. All right. Smart move, he said confidently. What is your decision? Outside. Van asked them. Do you have kids? Zim replied.
Yep.
Van asked again. How many? Zem seemed a bit impatient. Why do you ask? Vaughn pressed. Come on. You are not out fighting because of them. Don't you care about your kids? Zem's eyes flashed dangerously as he glanced over. He shot back. Your family makes pottery. Right. Vaughn looked a bit embarrassed. Yeah, Zem said bluntly. Let me give you some life advice. Never ask that question, especially to people with families. Those folks are not lucky enough to live peaceful lives like you. Vaughn panicked. Sorry. I did not mean it like that. Zem shrugged and turned away. It is. Just saying. But if you keep this up, you will stir up trouble everywhere. You are a good guy. I am not trying to be harsh. Don't think I or anyone else do not want to survive and care for our families. His words shut Vaughn up completely. Vaughn waved his hand. Really? That is not what I meant. Zem cut in abruptly. All right. It has been a while since you have led troops. Vaughn looked toward the other door. Something wrong with him. Zem's eyes flashed with a spark. You two. Go get a few more people. Suddenly, the door swung open.
Sir.
Vaughn's voice called out from a distance as he saw him step through the door. He fired off questions. What is the situation?
Sir.
Zem's with you too. Right. Still in good shape. Commander. Zem hurried forward. All good. The council has accepted me as their commander. Now, it is my duty to protect this place. Vaughn looked surprised but relieved. That is great. Zem was a bit puzzled. They changed their minds that fast. He turned to him. They wanted me stopped from the start, especially fighting the goblins. But now, they see I am the best choice. Zem's eyes sharpened with caution. We will protect you from the assassins. They won't leave you alone. He spoke with determination. Sure. But they won't succeed easily. Besides, I told them I know where the treasure is buried. Their greed outweighs even their wish to see me dead. Speaking of that treasure, I need your help. Vaughn pointed at himself. Confused. Sorry. I do not know anything about that treasure. Game spoke up. I need to meet the guy making those slingshots for us. You mentioned him once. Right. The mysterious craftsman who keeps his identity hidden. Vaughn seemed to recall the figure. That guy. Game continued. It is time he steps out. I have got a plan and need his help. Suddenly, someone burst inside from outside. He shouted. Bolo. Aided. He's back. Right in the center. Vogue sat there. Welcome back, loser. He was ecstatic his father had returned. Dad. People on the street are talking. Vogue said. Yeah. Looks like I got recognized on the way back. Loser was curious. Dad. How did you survive? Where have you been all this time? Vogue hesitated. I will tell you when there is a chance. But Bolo had already told me everything that happened while I was gone. That shocked loser. He stammered. Tumo, Oswan, them. Vogue's eyes fixed on the two in front of him. Silent. Then he stood up. It is my fault. Not yours. I should have prepared you better before leaving. Especially going to war. You both did your best. And I can blame you. But one thing is clear. Tumo must take responsibility for a lot. Elsewhere, at the East Gate, one of the entrances to Boggy Settlement, Tumo approached the two others. Did you hear anything? Zem said firm. The rumors are true. Tumo, Lep has returned, crushed the Jira army at the main gate, and is now reorganizing the council. Tumo looked surprised. What? How could that happen? Zem added. I'm not sure. Commander. Just what the men reported. Tumo was furious. Unbelievable. The one who was a prisoner of our own tribe survived and came back, Zem said matter-of-factly. He was blessed by fate. Anything is possible. And should not we be glad? The goblins surrounding the gate will help the army arrive sooner. No need for bloodshed. Tumo reconsidered, his voice softer. Yeah. Makes sense. Suddenly, someone ran up with news. Messengers here. Zem watched them whispering. He looked puzzled. What is going on? Von's eyes seemed lifeless. Dad's back too. Zem was startled. Vogue is still alive. He turned to the person beside him. Tumo, Oz's situation is not your fault. Please, go see him. Tumo looked confused. Forgiveness. He was terrified. Belga. I hurt the son he loved most. Who thinks he will forgive us? Zem was puzzled. Tumo's eyes were full of despair.
Yep.
Me and everyone who sided with me after Oswan's death. He will come back and take everything, even our lives. Zem was deeply unsettled by those words. Not so sure about that. Tumo quickly pulled back. Bengrath. He is the Rat King. You really think we do not share the same fate as Jelmai and his followers? Zem was even more panicked. Thank God for Maga. What do we do now? Tumo was desperately trying to find a way out of this nightmare. At that moment, Vij led a fierce group charging in. They are closing in more and more, and with them, even more people. They marched straight inside. No one dared to block his way. Right now, feeling a bit smug. Everyone's here.
Sir.
We heard the traitors back. So they came straight away. The people nearby followed too.
Yep.
But Haimo probably guessed we were coming. Vij suddenly spoke up. He is known for a while now. He ordered the men behind him to look around. Willie Ban. Is he missing? He looked a bit confused. What do you mean? Commander. The eyes around seemed off. There was a clear edge of suspicion in their gaze. He said Haimu is my top student. He knew I would land at the East Gate and rallied the locals to fight back. He probably convinced them I would slaughter everyone after the battle. Right now, bit confused. What do we do? The man beside me. Father. Could he be lying in ambush? VG continued. That is possible. Order the guards to tighten security. But I doubt they are desperate or well paid enough to risk a direct fight. Maybe they are just blocking our retreat, in case we lose. I would do the same if I were them. Right now. Asking again. Father. Should not we wait for the messenger to get a reply before making a move? If they come, Haimo will definitely retreat. VG quickly shot that down. The longer we hesitate, the harder it gets. No surprises left. We have to move fast. Besides, I do not want my son waiting around. Ahead now stands Haimo with a strong force. He said. With a hint of admiration. I am sure he has prepared a warm welcome for us. The two fierce groups face off like a battle's about to erupt. On the other side, Haimo watches his father warily. VG here is visibly angry. Can T believe Haimo would do this? Someone behind whispered. They saw the boss return. What are those 20 men doing? Biting their lips. They said Haimo probably told them if they do not follow him, their father would punish them. And he probably promised a fat reward if they fight for him. Someone behind looked doubtful. But he does not have that kind of money. Right. VG stepped forward. Voice cold. Dead men do not get paid. Then Haimo and VG met right in the middle of the arena. Haimo said sarcastically. Welcome back. Father. Even the little spirits can stand you. V calmly replied. Haimo, end this foolishness. I have 3 times your troops. And you are at a disadvantage. Haimo smiled lightly. Is that? Then he raised a bag. And suddenly a howl echoed through the cave. Vijit looked puzzled. What the hell is he talking about? The man beside him whispered.
Hey.
Look at the gate. On the other side. The big gate suddenly opened. Vij's eyes filled with murderous intent. What did you do? Haimo said confidently. The bogey have no future. Father. Even if Lep wins, the Zero will come and crush us. So I did what was necessary to secure our people's future. The Zero will help sweep out the rot in our settlement. A soldier armed stepped through the gate. He continued, and in exchange, the Baji will walk again under the sun. V gritted his teeth. Like slaves. Haimo suddenly shouted, like free people under the sky. He pointed straight at his father. Speaking loudly. Something you promised. But all you did was brush it off. VG shifted uneasily. Turning away, Haimo pointed behind him, where the army stood. And I will keep my promise. I will free our people from the green skins, the blue skins, and even from you. I will do whatever it takes to be the leader our people need. VG's expression darkened further. Haimo, excited, said. So now, I accept your surrender. Don't you worry. Unlike you, I will be merciful. I want to make you suffer like Gelma did. His eyes burned with ambition. Father. What do you think? VG had nothing left to say. Disappointed, he turned away decisively. Over here, his son is furious. So that jerk can't believe he actually teamed up with those love demons. The lieutenant seems a bit uneasy right now. Boss. I thought we would keep the love demons as a last resort. But now they are involved. Who knows what'll happen? The lieutenant's pretty pleased with his choice. Don't you worry. Those love demons need us. Lep already crushed their main force. And they won't come back empty-handed. Besides, Dad's no fool. He is watching his father's back, knowing exactly what he is up against and when he is lost. We just wait for him to admit defeat and swallow his pride. That lieutenant's a bit worried. Yeah. He knows him better than I do. The lieutenant quickly points confidently that way. Look at his men, they are ready to run at any moment. With that grim look, if even one falls, the whole group will scatter like scared rats and he can't stop it. Over here, Ola looks confused, unsure what his father will do next. Dad, what should we do? We only see Vogo raise his bow high. Then he shouts with fierce energy. Everyone. Listen up. We came here for justice today. But now we stand here fighting for survival. The lieutenant brought the Jira right to our doorstep. And we are the only ones standing between them and our loved ones. You never thought you would have to defend your people today. But the gods have called your name to rise and protect your friends, family, and home from these invaders. Think of them as you fight today. And know that if we fall to the Jira, there is nowhere left to run. United, we can win, but that means all of us standing together. Right now, everyone is fired up. Say it. Come on. Vogo's voice grows even stronger. Who is standing with me today? Will you fight by my side? Everyone snaps awake, shouting in unison. We will crush them. I am with you, boss. Over here, the lieutenant and his men watch the enemy closely. Oh man. Meanwhile, Vogo leads the charge forward. Attack. The battle was fierce and uncompromising. Both sides constantly attacked. Each side was on the verge of taking the other's life instantly. Vogo pulls back and fires a shot right between the enemy's eyes. He quickly turns around. Alert. Behind him, an enemy raises a crossbow, ready to strike. Arrows fly toward Vogo as a shadow rushes in from afar. Bolo blocks the arrows with his shield. Then shouts. Found Dad. Vogo attacks while calmly asking. How's the fight back there? The report comes back. The love demons are better equipped. But we have the numbers. Holding them off. Now. He raises his bow again and asks. What about now? The reply comes quick. He is hunting the lieutenant. Elsewhere, a tall man says. My brother's on his way here too. Another brutal fight breaks out. The lieutenant tenses. This one is evenly matched. We have to finish it before their reinforcements arrive. He reaches into his side pouch, pulls out a vial of liquid, and hands it over. Deal with him. The man grits his teeth, takes the vial, and reminds him. Don't he forget the reward you promised. He drinks the vial. And meanwhile, the lieutenant swings his staff, sweeping enemies everywhere. Suddenly, a ghost-like figure lunges and punches him. The punch sends him flying, slamming into the wall. The spot where he was hit caves in like it is about to collapse. Suddenly, a loud explosion rocks the center of the fight. Dust clouds the air, no one can see what is happening, causing panic to spread. After drinking the vial, his whole body glows blue as he screams like he is gone mad. Then he attacks relentlessly with unstoppable power. Willy Ban shouts orders. Grab him. Protect the loser. Everyone surrounds him to attack. Willy Ban hurriedly kneels, asking, Loser. Wake up, you still alive? But the loser only let out a faint sound. Then he turned his head to watch what was happening. That guy had thrown all the attackers surrounding him aside. He took a reckless chance, gritting his teeth, thinking, at least this morning I got to kiss my wife goodbye. Both sides charged at each other. The other guy swung his blade down fiercely. Willy Ban quickly raised his weapon to block. He shouted, You miserable pests. At that moment, the other guy grabbed his shoulder. The sound of breaking water horns echoed, just as the other guy's sharp blade neared his neck. He smirked, ready to strike, when suddenly his eyes rolled back. losing all focus. Then he screamed in pain as the loser stabbed a spear straight through his heart. The guy's strength faded, and he collapsed. The loser panted heavily, thinking, fighting back is exhausting, and turned to check. You okay? Willie Ban. He waved his hand weakly. Let me catch my breath for a moment. Han asked. Wish I could be like that.
Hey.
What is going on over there? Tumo scolded. Your troops have let me down too much. We have to end this here. The guy beside them laughed. Don't worry. My main force has arrived. They are here. The city gate opened, and a troop marched in. Bolo and froze. Willie Ban and the loser silently watched. Tumo shouted joyfully. This is the end of it, Dad. From today, a new order begins. A voice called out.
Hey.
Him stepped in and asked, why is the city gate open? And why are there goblins here? A sudden voice rang out. Hen ordered sharply. Good thing Jia called me to help you. VG sighed in relief. Him s brave. Of course. The others cheered at the arrival of the troops, on the enemy side. Confusion spread. What is this? Where are our people? Tumo cursed. They are all wiped out. Idiots. He shouted. Tell your men to focus on my dad. If they take him down, the rest will fall. Den looked at him and said. Right. Forget the others. Take out that archer. Bolo glanced at. Dad does not seem very popular. They moved into a fortified room, with an arrow lodged in the floor. As soon as they entered, Bolo screamed in pain and collapsed. Ji hurriedly said, Bolo. Sorry. He replied, Dad. It is, the man said. I am out of arrows. Let us rest a bit. Changing his mind, he set the bow down, drew his sword, and launched a deadly strike that took out quite a few enemies. Nearby, Hem was also fighting fiercely, taking down foes. The battle raged fiercely, bodies falling all around. Tumo shouted to stop. Wait, stop. The guy beside him cursed. Useless. Your men are running. Get out, that guy told Tumo. Our deal ends here. Unless you can fix the mess you made. The other stammered. I can. He clenched a red vial tightly, confidently saying, I will make it happen. He glanced nervously ahead as a loud shout rang out. Tumo. Damn it. He looked toward the shout in panic as Hem and Loser charged at him. He hurriedly downed the vial. His eyes lost focus. Tumo screamed in pain. As Hem and Loser prepared to land a killing blow, he smiled coldly. 2 beams of red energy shot from his black eyes. The energy inside him exploded, throwing Hem and Loser far back. At that moment, Vig lunged toward them. Tumo laughed wickedly. Dad's here. The guy unleashed energy toward V, who quickly raised his sword. VG was shocked to see his sword absorbing the energy the guy was releasing. He exclaimed. What? We said sternly. Stop right there. Thinking. The sword's already absorbed some magic. Interesting. The guy shouted. I want to stop, Dad. You taught me to live true to myself. He yelled with all his might. And I will never let you down. Vigi charged at him. I never taught you to betray your family. Tumo questioned. Really? Then why did you let Gelma die? Why did you team up with his killer? V gritted his teeth and fired back. He betrayed us. I punished him. He put all his strength into the attack and shouted back. Dad pushed him to his death, letting that jerk take him out without lifting a finger. VG struck and replied. I did what was best for everyone. Hamu was furious at his words but kept attacking. Everyone. Or just good for you, Dad. We live because of you, call you Dad. Yet you treat us like pawns. He raised the Than sword, trying to block Haimo's relentless strikes. He poured out his heart with accusations. Dad never loved us, never loved me. The only one you ever loved was yourself. We have talked enough. I always wanted the best for you. I wanted you to survive this harsh world, to stand beside me. Haimo smiled darkly. Then, Dad, your wish is granted. There will be one survivor too. Before finishing, he noticed strange wet spots on his body. Panicked. And screamed. What is happening? He clutched his head in pain, unable to stop. He called out worriedly. Heimu.
Yep.
From afar, a voice shouted. It is about to explode, and the blast will wipe us all out.
Yep.
Meaning, then he jumped up, thrusting hard into him and said, Farewell, my son. He only called, Dad, then struggled to say each word. Sorry. I can tea. He held him gently. I know. Rest now. My son. In front of the wooden house, 2 guards stood at attention with spears, maintaining order and safety for everyone. Everyone in the village was chatting and laughing together, the atmosphere warm and cheerful. Abelacta seemed to be looking for someone, holding a bag, stopping by a bed. Turns out, she came to wake Goja.
Hey.
Goja. Get up, there is food, she called so loud Goja's ears hurt. Sitting up. Goja asked. Abelacta. I thought you were with Loft. She split the bag and replied. I was. But she sent me back with some stuff before going to check on something. Flea laughed at the answer. Goja smirked and looked away. That little thief. Ablakta sat beside Goja, opened the bag, and said, that little thief is helping us eat well. The guards are keeping us safe, but food is scarce now, and with the blue and green gangs closing in, if not for her skills, we would all be starving. The bag had only 3 small items: bread, cheese, and rice. Hearing that, Goja quietly nodded in agreement. Other kids were crying loudly, asking their moms to soothe them. Seeing their faces, Goja asked, shouldn't we share? Ablakta said, don't worry. I brought food for the others too. This is just our share. Everyone's happy because everyone has some. Letting out a sigh. Goja thought, I was worrying too much. That is good. Changing the subject. Goja wondered, where's Reza? She can eat with us. Then she appeared right behind and said, right here. Riza's sudden appearance startled Goja badly. Riza quickly grabbed some food, eating while saying, I just took care of some punks.
Me.
This cheese is pretty good, though the food's a bit dry. Ablakta held the cheese and said, if you do not want it, give me your share. I do not bring food back for complainers. Riza refused. It is. Seeing Goja quieter than usual, Riza and Ablakta both looked at her. Ablakta took the lead. Goja, what is wrong? Like she hit a nerve. Goja startled, then awkwardly said, sorry, it is nothing. Ablakta seemed to guess. Thinking of her brother again, Riza tapped her back as a reminder. Of course she is thinking about him. Give her some space. Okay. Holding a small piece of food, Goja sadly confided, it is just that hearing about Volka's recent fight reminded me of you. Riza crossed her arms. Agreed. Goja. It is. We understand. We have all lost someone. I lost my cousin, and Ablakta lost her husband. Hearing this, Goja was shocked and quickly asked Ablakta, you were married? Startled. Ablakta nodded.
Yep.
She just shrugged and said, he went on an expedition before this and never came back. Feeling like the story's too simple. Goja, I am really sorry. I had no idea. Ablakta does not care at all. That is old news. We all just have to move forward. Right. Riza leaned in with a smile. But more importantly, we all get how you feel. You do not have to be alone. Touched by the encouragement, Goja hugged them both tight. You guys are the best. Ablakta shouted. Careful. You are getting food all over me. Suddenly, a voice called out from somewhere. Goja, Goja, are you here? Goja raised a hand, answering the call. Toch. Over here. Riza chuckled. Teasing.
Hey.
Look, the love-struck guy's here. Goja frowned, puffed up her chest. Shut up. Toch rushed over, looking pretty urgent. Goja, I have got news for you. It is about the game. He's back. Surprised and a bit doubtful, Goja jumped up. What? Really? Toch urged. Yeah. Hurry up. I will take you to see him. So the two of them left together. Ablakta and Reza waved. Have fun. You too. Yeah. Do what I would do, Ablakta reminded them. You and Laura owe me a beer. And it better be the real deal. None of that fake stuff like last time. Riza rolled his eyes. She put on a pouty face. Oh come on. It was just a joke. Who bets on whether your brother's alive or not? This time, Ablakta got serious. Do it. Or I will tell everyone what you and Lord did with that stunt in the mushroom room. Riza muttered. You know, you have got a nasty mouth and a bad habit of gossiping. One day you will regret it. Not caring what Riza said, Ablakta laughed loud. Bet all you want. It will happen. Riza shot back without a second thought. No way. I am never betting with you again. That is enough to annoy Ablakta a bit.
Hey.
Meanwhile, the game was heading with the team toward the village, giving directions when suddenly he noticed. Goja had been standing there all along, eyes wide with surprise. He just smiled warmly at his sister. Goja ran quickly into his open arms. The siblings hugged tightly. The moment full of happiness. Goja looked at her brother. Eyes lingering. Before she could get emotional, she clamped her hand over his mouth, pressing her face close. Goja glared fiercely. Why did not you tell me you were coming back? Not stopping there, Goja kept scolding the game, making everyone around laugh out loud. Vaughn led the game to look around the village. He pointed. Right over here. Whoa. The game looked around. Your mysterious craftsman friend lives in an interesting spot, struggling to keep a straight face. Vaughn hesitated. Well, he is not exactly my friend. Just that my dad helped him out a few times. As they were about to enter, the game asked, do you know why he lives all the way out here? If he is as good as his work, Vaughn turned his head. Well, he is. Before he could finish, someone shouted angrily at Vaughn. The man had long hair and yelled. You think you know? I am gonna deal with this. Go to hell, you damn faker. Vaughn saw him and cheerfully raised his hand.
Hey.
Poor. How's it going? But the man just stormed past without a word. Ignored. Vaughn looked back awkwardly. Dad. The game looked confused too. That guy's tough. Do you know him? Scratching his head. Vaughn replied. Yeah. Bo's the apprentice captain under Goran. The man we are here to see. I think something's up. Suddenly, a voice called out. The game and Vaughn turned toward the sound. Was him. Vaughn was surprised to see who it was. He happily introduced himself to the game. Sir, this is one of Goran's apprentices. The game shook his hand. Nice to meet you. Gore smiled. You too. After that, Vaughn asked, Gore, what is going on? Is Boo in trouble? Gore hesitated. Then said, he and the old man argued again. I have heard fathers and sons do that. The game added. Yeah, I have heard that too. Seems not. Gore shook his head tiredly. That old man is not our dad. He just raised us. Understanding the situation, Vaughn explained to the game. Here's the deal. Sir. After Goran got betrayed by the nobles, he moved out to the outskirts to live quietly. But Bo, Gore, and the others kept following him. While talking, he was cheerful. We used to come here when we were young, joking around with the old man. Teasing him, trying to scare him. It brought back memories when the three of us got scolded by Dad. He handed Bo something to fix. Things like that. One day, we were pretty stupid. And the boss caught us red-handed accidentally wrecking his full cart. He made us fix the damage. Dad used his smithing skills to repair it. The three of us had wide eyes. That was the first time any of us saw the forge. Fascinated. Bo was the first to return there alone with the forge. He came back the next day, begging to become an apprentice. Bo kept coming back. And eventually, the old man accepted him. We joined a bit later. But lately, it seems like all they do is argue. The story's pretty complicated. Game asked. Do you know why? Go shrugged. Could not say for sure. But it happened after Vaughn came back from the expedition. Suddenly hearing his name without reason, Vaughn startled and pointed at himself. Arguing. What did I do? Go started telling the story. Remember when you came to get more syringe tips for the slingshot to fight those monsters? Everyone said you were amazing for helping us fight back. Bo even said he wanted to join you. Go raised his eyebrows. He and the old man had a huge fight over that. And they have been like that ever since. Game jumped it, Dad. This is pretty interesting. But we are here to see your boss. Is he around? Go looked awkward. Sorry. But you will have to come back later. He is in the back room. Game turned to Vaughn and asked. So what does that mean? Vaughn replied. It means he is drinking, drowning his sorrows. The door to his room was closed. That is probably why he does not have many friends. He is not very friendly when he is drunk. I remember when he was dead drunk. Sometimes he would stay in there for weeks. The worst part is, the longer he stays, the less we know when he will come out. Not giving in. Game looked uncomfortable. The problem is, we need him right now. Putting his hands up at the request. Go shook his head. Sorry. But there is nothing I can do. Vaughn suggested. Maybe we should try somewhere else. Drowning our sorrows. We could ask he. The blacksmith, he has got a shop. Hearing that suggestion, it did not seem right. Kai's more of a carpenter. Go said the forest guy is who we need to talk to. Vaughn was out of ideas. What do we do now? Stones skipped rhythmically across the river. Someone was throwing them. It turned out to be Bo. Sitting there with a sullen, sulky face. Someone called out to him. Yeah. Game and Vaughn came here to see him. We need to talk. Still annoyed about earlier. Bo threw a stone hard. Go away. Not interested. Turning to Vaughn. Game said. Show him. Shocked and surprised by what he saw. Boo hesitated. This is... Game replied. You want to impress the boss. Right. Help us out with this. And I am sure he will be impressed. Noticing Bo's hesitation, Game reached out his hand. Ewan. Hesitant. Boo had not decided yet. But his heart was starting to lean in. Then Bo shook Game's hand firmly. They officially teamed up. Surprised by what they saw, both Bo and Dad said, What is this? Even the Jira do not have something like this. A design with detailed drawings and descriptions of blueprint for an advanced crossbow that is lighter, reloads faster, and has stronger draw power. Game pointed seriously. And I want you to build this for me. Confused by the tough request, he rubbed his head and wiped sweat nervously. I have never seen a design like this since I worked for mercenaries. Where did you get this? Who made it? Not caring much. Game said. I made it myself. Unbelievable. He widened his eyes staring at the design. Man, I never thought a devil like you existed. How did you do this? Shaking his head, Game asked again. That does not matter. What I need to know is, can you build it? This time. Everyone looked troubled. He hesitated, stroking his beard. I can, but he still agreed firmly. I want to help you. Then someone interrupted. Fine. I will do it myself. Hearing that come from Paul. He balked. What? Paul stared seriously at Game and said, let me give it a try. Paul said, I fixed the last one, so I can build this. He shouted. That design's way too advanced for us, too many complicated parts. Game agreed. Maybe so. Bo turned to him. But is not that up to the master? If he teaches us right, we will figure it out. Bo said. I might not be ready. But with Go and Zam helping, we can get pretty far. Hearing that, Game asked. That is what family does for each other, right? Game's calm face made him cautious, supporting each other through life's tough spots. Game's words hit the mark. Paul just looked away. Clearly embarrassed. So they got to work. Bo and the others heated it up. Bo discussed with Go how to arrange things. Their hands molding carefully. Focused. Bo really had to give this his all. His brow furrowed seriously. Halfway through, Bo looked stuck. If I keep going like this, it will break. I do not know what to do. Game replied. Looks like we hit a snag. Maybe you were right from the start, Bon asked with concern. But Paul just turned away. Indifferent. I saw that coming. Game said. Let him be.
Oh.
Game watched his back and thought quietly. He is getting exactly what he wanted. Paul's face seemed lost in thought. Eyes distant. Over here, Go said tiredly. If it breaks, start over. Maybe a different piece will work better. Bo replied frustrated. It is not the wood. It is just my skill is not good enough. He frowned. Uncomfortable admitting, that old man was right. He slammed the tools down hard. Enough. Is this how you repay your teacher? You give up so easily. He picked up a tool. Serious. Encouraging. Use this. You want to get far with those slow tools. Van gasped. Whose tool is that? Game smiled. Satisfied. I know. Come on, I can see it. The three were moved by the gesture. All touched. He was passing the tool to Bo. Bo swallowed hard. Moved. Thank you, master. Paul looked away awkwardly. Cut the drama. We have got customers watching. Encouraged. Bo eagerly grabbed the tool. Smiling confidently.
Yep, sir.
Game stepped up. You did the right thing. Paul replied. We will see. The three focused hard, working every second with all their effort. 2 arrows shot straight at the target, hitting dead center, both piercing through. Van ran over. Amazed. It went right through. Game patted Bo's shoulder proudly. Good job. Bo pointed behind him. Not just me, everyone helped. He even pointed at Paul, including the master. This was harder than fixing a train wheel. I have got a lot to learn. Paul smiled proudly. Keep calling me master. And I will keep teaching you, you little brat. Suddenly his tone darkened. How many finished pieces do you have? You did not just make one, right? Game smiled. You get me. We will need as many as possible, even armor. Surprised, Paul asked to confirm. Armor. Do you know how long that takes? He started explaining. We won't be starting from scratch. Understanding, Game just smiled. We will adjust the armor the goblins donated to fit our people. We need 45 sets. As soon as possible. Paul could not believe it. 45, plus the others. No way. Game added. Of course. If we get support from other shops. Feeling the request was unreasonable, Paul asked again. Still. It will take months to finish. Game patted his shoulder. Don't you worry. Go on. Let me tell you about a man named Henry Foe. Living far away in a place called Detroit, since Farrah lost consciousness. Lying down in those white tents among the tribe. Suddenly hearing a call. Vaughn turned around as he was standing and talking. Startled by the unexpected shout, Vaughn laughed casually. Curious. Rule. You are still alive. And immediately, the other person pressed in. We escaped after Bungo was killed. Those damn tribal guides were planning to throw us to the wolves. Putting that aside, he gestured toward the tent and offered. Want to check on Farrah? She is resting inside. With a wounded teammate. Rule refused to fold his arms. Seriously. Lep's back already. Is Rafa with him? Bombarded with questions right away. He looked a bit stunned. Pale. Yeah, she is back. Said she is helping watch over some low-level refugees. He pointed to the curtain. Rule. Sorry. I gotta. We will talk later. Hearing the good news. All three perked up. She is still alive. Get ready, we have to get to her. After getting the others out, he stepped inside. Coincidentally, Farrah sat up, gently holding her head, asking. What happened? Worried, he shouted hoarsely. Hey, do not move. Why are you leaving the bed? You could be being killed. Seeing him still able to yell, Farrah smiled reassuringly. You are not dead yet. Hearing that, Vaughn blushed awkwardly. That is not it. Not sure how to react. He turned and walked into the room. Once calm, Vaughn peeked with a sly smile. Farah happily held out a small bag, saying, "Thanks for helping me. And for this too." Vaughn sat cross-legged on the edge of her mattress, saying, "I just wanted to encourage you to help you feel better." Clutching the bag tightly, Farah was touched. "I will always treasure what connects us." Seeing that, he smiled back. "Hope it helps." Her bright eyes said it all. "This is the most thoughtful engagement gift ever." "Really, poet?" Vaughn could not believe it. Mouth agape. An engagement gift? Farah. Before he could clarify, him burst in urgently. Leps facing off against mercenaries, surprising them all. "What?" Vaughn quickly told him. "Go help him now." Farah. Serious. Added. "He is going right away." Vaughn still hesitated. "But I need to talk to you." "No time for that." Farah urged. "This is your mission." His face fell. Lips pressed tight in regret. "But for the greater good." Vaughn stood, exhaling sharply. "All right, I will be back as soon as I can." Seeing him listen, Farah felt both pity and amusement. They dashed off, Vaughn hurriedly asking, "Where is he now?" The answer. Ligu and, arriving right on the spot, Vaughn's face twisted in frustration. At the challenging slope. "Really? You think you can beat us?" The tiger growled. "Bring it on." That answer was enough to rile them up, and stood with arms crossed. Warning calmly. "You are done for."
Good.
Vaughn approached. Puzzled. "I thought you said no trouble." "Not like that. Didn't he do anything or touch anyone?" "We are not fighting. It is just a drinking contest. I bet I can beat those two." "Good luck."
Bro.
He doubted. "You are strong. So confident. Don't he worry about it. I have done this plenty of times." Not convinced, Vaughn asked again. "Done it before?" Rack confirmed. "Yeah. You can claim power if you can hold your liquor." Immediately, he raised an eyebrow. "Lep, you know the only time I drank was that grape wine Kai left, like mind reading." Rack just thought. Not counting that weak stuff. But Vaughn stuck out his tongue. "That stuff tastes awful." Suddenly, a voice behind him said, "Don't he worry. Master. I will expel that poison from your body just like H, purifying the land of heretics." That made Rack even more smug. "No need to worry." The noise caught an old man's attention. He lifted the curtain to look inside. "What is going on?" Vaughn quickly whispered. "Lep's about to have a drinking contest with those guys. All big. Tough guys. Probably got to drink a whole barrel." The old man hesitated, giving Rack a chance to back out. "With those guys? No way. Lep, young and reckless. You are not afraid to laugh it off. I will be fine." "Yeah. Let us get started. Hope I am lucky enough. The fun's not over yet." The old man suddenly claps his shoulder. "Wait up,
Kid.
Come here." The commander pointed straight at Than Dao, ordering him to leave his weapon with his best guard. "No weapons on the table, that is the rule." Hearing that, you froze stiff, helplessly rubbing your face. The burly third brother eagerly called out. "All right, love. You ready?" He sensed trouble and shouted desperately. "Boss, you need me?" But the stubborn guy just smiled and said, "Take care of her." "Good luck. Carrying that long thing looked tough. You had to beg. Don't ruin yourself." "Okay." But who knows, he just laughed and said, "Sorry, damn. I can promise what I can deliver." Everyone's working hard on their tasks. Some are holding back the enemy, others busy moving gear. Nearby, Em and Willy Bad stood with arms crossed, chatting. Hem sighed. "That jerk really is trash." "So VG's already assigned someone to handle this mess and left?" Willy Bad nodded. "Yeah. He has been hurting over those two. Doesn't he show it? But I know he is really sad inside." Hem clicked his tongue. "Willy Bad. That is why I always say you should stick with trash." He grumbled. "That bastard V's no good. I realized it years ago after leaving his group." Willy Bad quickly signaled to stop him. Frowning. "Hey Hem. Watch your mouth about that guy." He glanced around cautiously. Lots of people here worship Veg. Especially since he came back from the dead. Hem took the warning seriously, watching carefully before slowly turning to Willy Bad, clicking his tongue. "I came back from the dead too. So if they want to worship me, let them." Willy Bad laughed. "If I let my wife kill me, she thinks VG's gonna be clan chief someday and wants me on the winning side." Hem laughed out loud, mocking. "Clan chief? Dream on." Hem smirked. "Don't he let your wife run over you, buddy? You are already a battle commander. He will be chief eventually." Willy Bad shook his head, annoyed. "A happy wife means a happy life. You do not even see her every day." Suddenly, a subordinate ran up, urgently reporting. Commander. Goblins. Willy Bad raised an eyebrow. Goblins.
Now.
Hem clicked his tongue. Looks like I showed up just in time. Willy Bad and him quickly ran to where the goblins were. The goblin leader pointed at Willy Bad's face, hurriedly asking,
Me.
You are the commander. Right, let us through. Carrying his sword on his shoulder. Blurted out, What is this? Bunga's personal guard. Willy Bad ignored Hem's words and asked the goblin, What is going on? What do you want? The goblin girl replied, Please let us in. I need to get to the lower level to save my friend. Willy Bad shook his head, but Hem suddenly looked at her urgently, asking loudly, Wait, you said your friend's on the lower level. Is it? Willy Bad looked confused, whispering to Hem, What is that about? Seeing the goblins' happy faces, Hem understood and told Willy Bad, Let them through. Willy Bad frowned, but Hem said, I can let goblins in. Hem snapped his fingers, smiling. I am not the one deciding. I owe them one. Just like I owe your friend. Willy Bad sighed, motioning for the goblins to enter. Muttering, Fine. I will pay the debt. Hem nodded, signaling the goblins to follow him. He smiled. I will show you the way. Follow me. I am. The goblin girl replied quickly. She added, I met you once on an expedition with Rarks. But we never talked. Hem crossed his arms. Nodded. No wonder you look familiar. How do you know Rafa's down here? Dan smiled brightly. I met Vaughn on the way to the camp. He said Rafa chose to stay on the lower level. We are here to bring her back. Hem nodded without speaking. Rafa, Rasa, and San were beside Ova and my friend Jaren, helping protect the refugees from the insect tribe. Meanwhile, Vogue and I went to back up against the goblins. We had trouble with those green guys, so the others down there would be safer. Van jumped at that. Wait, if you ask Van, would not it be safer to keep them with the insect tribe? Crazy guy. Hem scratched his face worriedly, clicking his tongue. The insect tribe's dead. And that was not my call, so do not blame me. Van asked again. All the insect tribe's dead. You sure about that? Hem shrugged, replying gloomily. Pretty sure. Over on the other side. Rafa stared at the kids playing in front of her, worried. Do you think it is wise to let them play like this? San answered bluntly. The pheromone sacs were discarded. And they are all drained. No harm done. Rafa pursed her lips. Hope so. Any signs of life? San shook his head. I have checked around the nests. No sign of the insect tribe on this floor. Rafa exhaled in relief. Good. Did the guards say anything? No reply. Rafa raised an eyebrow, calling out, seeing all half awake. She sighed, clicking her tongue. Did he eat something weird again? San raised an eyebrow. Nope. Rafa. It is more likely something ate him. Rafa blinked. Ate him. Suddenly remembering, she widened her eyes, asking Ova, Is that what you mean? San rubbed his neck, shrugged. Yeah. The other night he came to me asking how to write a love letter to her. Rafa did not know what to say, just sighed and asked, Really? Did you help him? San proudly patted his chest. Of course. Men gotta help each other win the girl. Rafa was speechless, clicking her tongue. So much for old memories. When we first got here, you guys almost ditched us. San quickly defended himself. That is the past. Love breaks barriers. Rafa shook her head. That was just a few weeks ago. I do not think she has forgotten. San muttered. Yeah. So the love letters are less effective than we thought. Seeing San's slow reaction, Rafa smirked. She is planning to ditch him, is not she? San sighed deeply. Luckily Grasa and I got there just in time to stop it. Rafa, annoyed, spun around and kicked Gull in the back. He snapped. What was that for? Rafa frowned. Quit daydreaming and get to work. If I catch you slacking again, you are on kitchen duty. Gull pouted. Hey. I did not do anything wrong. Besides, there is no one else down here but us. What is the big deal? Gull quickly ran out of the forest, glancing around nervously. He recalled the goblin's words earlier. The story kept stirring him up. Excited, he shouted. Are you serious? Is it real? The goblin nodded while roasting meat. Of course. Just one bite and she will be crazy about you. Can T live without you? Gull clicked his tongue, half believing. You are just messing with me. That can T be true? The goblin sneered, pointing at himself. You think I got a wife and 2 girlfriends just by being handsome? Gull just stared and sighed, saying nothing more. Remembering the conversation, he pressed his lips, muttering. 60 points. Hope it is worth it. Gull knelt down, quietly observing ahead. Smiling softly. Made it to the 3rd floor. Easy. Then he pressed on, moving forward quickly. reminding himself. He said it is a red-green flower with blue leaves. Find it and get out. Suddenly, a hoarse voice nearby called out, "Help! Someone, please help me." Gol stopped, looking around for the source. Puzzled, "Is someone here?" he shouted loudly.
Me.
"Where are you? Keep yelling, I will find you." The person heard him like a lifeline. Shouting back, "Help, I." Gol followed the voice. Running ahead, approaching the source. He slowed, furrowed his brow staring at a big hole in front of him. Thinking quietly, that is a spirit pit. Gol leaned close to the edge of the pit and shouted down.
Me.
"Is anyone down there?" A voice echoed back from inside the pit. "I fell down here. Can you help me?" "Please," Gol quickly replied. "Hold on, I will find a vine." Gol fumbled around until he found a vine long and strong enough to pull someone up. Finally, he found one and hurriedly lowered it down, saying, "Here, grab on. I will pull you up." The person below grabbed the vine quickly and started climbing up. Gol looked a bit startled when he saw who it was. In panic, Gol let go of the vine, almost causing the other person to fall back in, but they managed to hold on at the edge. The person sighed in relief, slowly stepping out of the pit, and said weakly, "Oh man. Thank you. I never thought I would get out of that hole." Gol swallowed nervously and stammered, "It is nothing." "Wait, you are part of the expedition too." The man quickly denied it. "Expedition? No way. I am a doctor, not a soldier. And please, call me." Gol shook his head. "You should not be here." "How did you even get down there?" Kay answered quickly. "There are plenty of ways down if you are determined enough. I came down looking for rare herbs but fell into that damn pit. Then, luckily, you showed up." Gol paused for a moment, then quickly shook Ka's hand with a bright smile. Glad I could help."
Me.
"Do you need some easy mass?" Ka frowned, repeating slowly, "Easy mass." Then his eyes widened as if he remembered something. Shouting, "Easy mass. You are in love." Gol blushed and replied shyly, "Well, yeah. Can you help me? I can pay you." Ka laughed warmly. "No need. Young man. No payment necessary. I am always happy to help young folks find love. Besides, you saved my life," he eagerly added. "I do not have any on me, but we can definitely find some on this level. I wonder where the nearest swamp is." Saying that, he pulled Gol along, laughing as he said, "This way.
Good.
We will find it near the swamp. That girl must be something special to make you risk coming down here alone." Gol's face turned bright red as he mumbled, "Yeah, she is really cute." Ka laughed loudly, then said excitedly, "Awesome. Really awesome. I have to say, it is great to meet one of the locals from these caves. It gives me a chance to hear how this settlement has grown over the years. Are you guys still being held as slaves by the Jira goblins?" Gol shook his head. "No more. I heard from a food smuggler that Lep drove them out. I guess we are free now." Surprised, Ka said quickly, "Really, that is great. Really great. You must be suffered a lot living under those goblin tyrants." Trung asked curiously, "So this Lep guy is your new leader? What do people think of him?" Gol answered honestly, "They love him. He united the gangs, defeated the goblins, and even the gods sided with him. I mean, he came back from the dead." Ka nodded seriously. "That is impressive. Coming back from the dead is never easy. Sounds like he is bringing real change after all the darkness you have endured. You are lucky to have him." Gol agreed, nodding, "I think so too. But I do not think the Grolls like him much. They made him general. But I bet they will stab him in the back the first chance they get." Ka led Gol to a nearby riverbank, looking around cautiously. Then said, "Yeah. Nothing scares leaders more than a young general with power and the people as support. Your Lep's got a tough road ahead." He smirked and added, "But they won't win. Lep has plenty of friends. They will protect him." Then Ka pointed in a direction and told Gol, "Let us try over there. Remember, the leaves have to be blue. If they are still yellow, they are not ripe." After Gol walked to where Ka pointed, Ka asked, "So if Lep takes power, what do you think he will do?" Gol focused on finding the vine he wanted but still answered, "I think he will get rid of the Grolls and make them obey." Ka replied, "Sounds harsh. Do people fear him?" Gol shook his head. "Not really. Lep is pretty cool. Sometimes tough, but he always listens and cares about his people." Ka stood still, arms crossed, clicking his tongue. So he knows how to balance toughness with kindness. Just what you would expect from a true leader. Gol grabbed a nearby branch, handed it to Ka, and called out, "Is this it?" Ka hit it for him and said, "Keep looking."
Good.
"Blue leaves. Not purple." Then Ka asked, "What do you think your people will do next?" Gol, "If you have beaten the goblins, You are just gonna sit tight and do nothing. Gol slumped down tiredly among the trees and muttered. Well, yeah. What else can we do? We can just go start a war or anything. Maybe we will start trading mist or something. After a few minutes, finally finding a branch just like Ka described, Gol quickly snapped it off and asked.
Me.
Is this what we are looking for? Ka studied it a moment. Then said. Yeah.
Good.
You found it? And it is still intact. Good. Now take a break and clean it off. Hearing that, Gol hurried to the riverbank to wash the branch. Walk asked. So even if the village wants to push your people, they won't leave the settlement. Gol shook his head. I do not think so. This is home for us now. Kay clicked his tongue. That is a shame. Your people have great potential. But you just hide away like this, Gol honestly said. We want to leave. Unless the heap line drive us out. Ka fell silent for a moment. Then said. You should think about it. The world outside is vast and beautiful. Your people need a new perspective. Gol quickly replied. I want that too. Turning to look at Ka. He suddenly spotted a strange creature nearby and shouted in shock. What the hell is that? Kay asked confused. What is wrong? Gol pointed nervously. Stammering. Hip line. Right behind you. But Ka showed no fear. He smiled kindly at the creature and said. You mean this little one? She is here because of you. The creature slowly approached Gol, making him freeze in pure terror. Gol clasped his hands together and begged. Please, do not hurt me. I will give you anything. Suddenly, the creature handed Kai a paper bag. Gol tilted his head. Confused. What the heck? Kay explained. Use that to dry and wrap the Maz branch. Roast it. Then sneak it into her food. She will welcome you like the morning sun. Gol's head spun, and he asked hesitantly. But, the hip line, Ka smiled brightly. Like Bo is my pet. She won't hurt you. I promise. I sent her to get that piece for you. You helped me. So I want to keep my word. Curious. Gol quickly wrapped the Maz branch and ran back to Ka, asking, You actually have a heap line as a pet? Ka nodded. Yeah. They are really affectionate. Once you understand them, Gol held his prize, smiled at, and said, All right. Thanks. I gotta. Then he took off running. Kay frowned and called out, Gol, where do you think you are going? The creature beside Ka kept making noises. Only Ka understood. He gently reassured his pet. He is. Let him be. Ka watched Gol's retreating back and smiled.
Good.
There is a lot more to do. Many buried things need digging up. While the group of lovers was lost in their warm embrace behind a huge rock, Gol cautiously observed something. He crept past. Eyes wary. As he passed the sleeping mage and her daughter. After getting past that, Gol quietly tiptoed away. Reaching an open space surrounded by dying flames, he crouched down, unwrapped the plant, recalling the instructions. Roast it. Slip it into her food. And she will welcome you like the morning sun. A wave of hesitation washed over it. Gol knew what he was doing was wrong. So he looked around nervously. Suddenly, Rafa appeared and shouted, Gol! Startling him. Quickly stuffing the plant into his pocket. Gol feigned ignorance. What? What is this? Rafa hurriedly said. Light the fire. Make it as big as possible. Throw everything in. Gol was confused. What?
Wow.
Then Kay explained. The centipedes are heading this way. We need to make as much smoke as possible. Hearing that, Gol turned pale with fear. Centipedes. Those things are huge. Dangers us closing in. Rafa reached out. Go ahead. The guards said they hate smoke and promised to get everyone out of here. Planning something private. But if anyone drags me into it, Gol gets annoyed. Everyone else. What about me? Just saying. He still has a heart. Once the fire's out. All right. It is big enough now. Time to get out of here. Just got called. Now there is another sound just like it. Gol. The sorceress appeared and shocked him. Ova asked. Are you done here yet? His face was tense. But Gol saw right through it. She is worried about me. Thank God. So I answered all over the place. Yeah. I have got some pretty hot stuff. We are doing fine here. Taking the lead. The sorceress ordered him. Good. Follow me. Gol snapped awake and ran after her. Of course. Anytime you need me, outside the cave. Uva slammed her staff on the ground. Feeling this would work better.
Wait.
Are not we leaving with the others? There is a plan. She said. Not yet. The fire pits will keep them from coming up the other side. But we still have to stop them from this way, knowing her huge responsibility, with admiration in Gol's eyes. She said. I will use my magic to hold them back while everyone escapes. You watch my back. Showing off. He waved his spear proudly. Oh yeah. No problem. I am your man. Out there. Gol danced around, keeping everything focused on the team. The sorceress warned. Just do not point your staff at anyone but me. Okay. Sitting opposite a rock. Gol said. Those things are definitely buying time. Jumping again. Which annoyed her a bit, she told him. Stop complaining. It will take a while to get everyone out, especially the fakes and kids. Tense. Gol suddenly asked. Do you like anyone? Annoyed. She asked. Why are you asking me that, not daring to be honest? Gol pretended to deny it. Nothing. Just making conversation. Late. No sleep. And stuck with him. The sorceress sighed. All right. Now be quick. I do not want to hear another word from you, or your poetry. That is why I do not want to work with you. But Sa said I have to. Truly ridiculous. He happily patted his chest, pleased with himself. Jiang, I love you. Sitting there watching him, Uva was confused. What is so funny? You are weird. Moving away, he said casually. Anyway, they will send people with us once the refugees are safe. So just sit tight and watch. Leaning back, he asked. Do you think the refugees will be safe when we get back to the settlement? Looking up, the sorceress mused. Maybe. I do not think Lep will recruit them to fight. I heard we will be back soon. Then Gol shared his thoughts. That is good. I guess life will go back to normal after that. She simply replied. Yeah. Continuing their chat. He asked. Hey Ova. What do you want to do after the demons disappear? Raising her hand. The sorceress said firmly. I will study magic. Vorg promised me I could enter Samonic City once all this is over. Not all of us speak the same language. So it will take some time. But it is worth it, finding the enemy's goal a bit dull. He said. So you are just going to study, not all. Ova held up 2 fingers. Oh no. I am not just reading. I am traveling too. Once we are free, we can do anything. Right. I told. And she said she would take me to some places. She has been after the demons are gone, letting Gol go first. He laughed. I have been out too. When I went with Vaughn to pay tribute to Bunsu. Perfect. Ova cheered. That is just near the settlement. The world's way bigger. And I am going to see it all. Booyah. So far, he has been steering the conversation this way, meaning she does not want kids or a boyfriend. You know, a guy. Not thinking about that yet, Uva said thoughtfully. I do not know. Maybe someday, but right now, I have got too much on my plate. Suddenly, a noise came from afar. Pointing, Gol told him to be quiet. But if you do not find a guy soon. Did you hear that? They all stood up when they heard the sharp whistle, a whole swarm of bright red centipedes, their mouths full of sharp fangs. Suddenly appeared. That is the end of the video. If you liked it, do not forget to hit like to support the bear. Thanks. And goodbye everyone.